money on a Chodesh Teshuvah. He says, her Advent Kodesh with money due, the Mo is due, but after Shloshim Yom, you snack up 30 days. Okay? Nothing after doing the 30 days. That comes with Chodesh Kislev, she's Mekudeshes. Even though the money no longer is in existence, spend the money. Now, what's the reason? That's very interesting. My time up. How did you do Lola Nova? Because the money is neither a loan, Lola because of, nor is it because of, nor is it security. So the Gemara says that because of Lola, it's because of Rishus Gemara Kamasi. It's not because of, because in general, like the deposit is by the owner. Technically speaking, not the owner of the money. The man was the owner of the money. The Hari Rishus, he did come out, and yet when the Rishus, what's the first white line? When Milva not in Lola, it's not considered to be a loan. Why not? No loan sudden. Because ultimately, again, money, we'll say a loan is used for commerce, right? Don't sell. And ultimately, again, any guitars to use have these were given for distribution and not ultimately again for any transactional purposes. Not for financial transactional purposes. The one thing that also like only my money out of the gear is if no one else is Mekadosh during the 30 days, she's making connections to it. And not only that, even if the money was spent over the course of 30 days, by the time Rosh Chodesh rolls around, the money is no longer in existence, she is still making connections. Incredible. Lo ba'aka b'kitcha v'chalcha b'ma'u. Okay, this is fascinating. What happens was here it is. Moving on to Rosh Chodesh, says, Hari Advik Dash, that's even ma'os, Lo ba'aka b'ma'u. Because we get seen in 30 days from now. Okay, it's been established. No one else comes on the having her fine. Right? She uses up the money, fine. So let's say what happens if during the 30 days she decides, let's say the ability to renege on now. But the Oklahoma comes in, the Oklahoma says yes.
I'm sorry, I had to deal with a civilian that blocked the road.
You're good, big dog. So you seem like you've got a good head on your shoulders. You're definitely always welcome here. We're open to people who are of different backgrounds and about diversity. And I've noticed that you've been in here, but I didn't want to bother you. And but you should just know if you have... Go ahead.
Yeah, I was like getting stressed out because I was also getting overstimulated because I was like, do I want to talk at all? Do I want to communicate? Because I didn't know how long it yelled at them. But then I finally came out in my shell and said, a chronic illness.
Yeah. No, I get that. We're respectful of people with any kind of issues. No big deal at all. So as you see, I do have other people who like live streaming here. Feel free to live stream it, anything you want. The big thing is about treat others the way that you want to be treated. Don't insult people. You seem like you're a good person. And then if anybody ever does anything that bothers you, make me aware of it, and we can either warn them or have a discussion with them. But I want people to feel safe in here. And as you see, we've got 2,800 people in here, which for a single individual is definitely a lot of people have in the Discord. And we continue to grow every day. So you should know that really cool things are on the horizon.
Yeah, so if you don't mind me asking, do you even hire moderators or do you just want yourself?
Yeah, excellent question. In the future, I want to have a moderation team. Right now, the server isn't that big, and yeah, exactly. Now, I used to allow people to type whatever they wanted in any of the different channels. You could type whatever you wanted, you could promote whatever you wanted. But then I got people who put some really gory stuff in, and nobody wants to go into the chat and see like really sad, mean stuff. And I have 500 different channels, so you can tell there are a lot of interests in here. And I thought, you know what, for the time being, I'm going to lock them down. And so this is really a voice channel or just discussion server. But in the future, absolutely, you spend time in here, we'll definitely make sure you're a moderator. And you should see that there's a little bot that'll update you every once in a while to tell you how long you've spent in here and such. And eventually we'll have some different credentials that are based on the amount of time that you spend in here or the amount of interaction that you have, like other servers. But for now, I just really let people talk in here as much as they want, so long as they are respectful of other people and they're not super loud, meaning they don't like play chainsaws and like things to disturb other people. You can absolutely live in here.
I see people sleeping in here. Like, it's like I thought you sleeping.
100%. Yeah,
And it's like,
yeah. I sleep in here.
I feel safe on this. I feel like in my mind, I think it feels safer when I'm online with people talking, or just me being on call and sleeping with people. It sounds weird to some people, but I just feel safe.
Absolutely.
I live in kind of a sketchy neighborhood. I live in downtown, Sacramento. So
Okay. Well,
it's one of those cities where you might get jumped if you sit on it.
There are definitely a lot of thugs in Sacramento.
Yeah, I got jumped for not giving a guy, a homeless guy, money. You want to know how much he asked for?
how much did he ask for?
$400.
What?
$400. $400 fucking. It's just like, man, you're over here asking me for $400 fucking. What are we gonna spend it on? If we're gonna go to McDonald's, get some food, get a nice bite to eat, or we're just gonna go buy this?
There's a tactic. You just keep $5 to $10 in your pocket, and when you get jumped, pull that out and say,
A variety. But like, people nowadays are. Some of them are fucked up. Some of them are chill. Everyone in the servers is very.
100%. Yeah, a lot of people like to sleep in here. Brandon, we met like maybe almost a whole year ago, and he's been live streaming in here 24/7, and he streams on like a bunch of different devices. He's a man for streaming any kind of sport that you want. He loves sports. We've got Miss Aquarius. She sleeps in here, so she works a day job, but she and I play games every night, and then she sleeps in here. We've got Spirit Man. I met him recently, and he does what I do. He live streams his life on YouTube for World Peace, and he's been doing that for almost a year. And then we have our other friend in here, Jayski, and they are always doing something cool with their computers, and they basically live stream their computer screens.
Just using e-girl for the.
Yeah, I think that's where he found me, and he says that he likes it in here. It's quiet, it's safe, and he lives in here too. So um, basically, we've got a good core group of people, and then I have other friends who come in here. I've got a friend from Australia who's in here all the time. We play lots of games together, and he's a comedian. And I mean, like he's a real stand-up comedian. He actually was just a finalist for the largest open mic competition in his state within Australia. So he was a finalist for that. I'm proud of him for that. And then I have another friend in here from Canada who, when he comes in here, we'll spend like 15 hours talking about stuff. Like he and I like to talk about a lot of things. So then I've got obviously other people who come in all the time. I'm always promoting the server, so you'll randomly find just people come in like, hey, just like you guys, like, hey, what's going on in here? And I usually explain to them, and then I let people do what they want to do. Just if you need anything, I'm here for you. And I create a lot of content, so you might see me in here singing. You might hear me promoting myself. You might hear me teaching a class. If you ever have any questions, let me know. If you ever need to say anything in the server, there's a section above here that says Ask Rabbi anything or support. I think Levi, you put something in there and I responded to you. So if you ever need any immediate assistance, certainly you can just open up your mic and I'll do my best to help you. But if there's anything you want to write or send, you can always do it through there as well. Excellent. Well, hey, you focus on your game, my man. I'm going to make some coffee. I'm going to be up all night. My hours are reversed because I have these friends in Australia who keep me up really, really late. So I'll be up for the next for a long time, probably.
If you don't let me ask you, what state do you live in? Where are you at?
No. I'm based out of Irvine, California, so we're in the same state most likely. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the deserted mountains. Streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California. When I go viral, I'd like to do it globally.
I'm trying to build a Twitch career. It's just pretty hard in my opinion. I don't have a Discord server where I can go to and find people that would recommend me. But I barely stream. Like I only stream like Fortnite, or I might start streaming like Roblox games.
Certainly. Well, I can help you with that, Levi, if you want. I recommend multi-streaming. Do you know what multi-streaming is, where you stream to multiple platforms simultaneously?
Yeah, I was thinking of streaming on YouTube because I heard from a lot of popular Twitch streamers that I should start building a channel on like YouTube.
Yeah.
And then build up on YouTube and then go to Twitch. Drag your viewers over on Twitch.
Well, since you have no viewers on any of the platforms, I recommend just doing them all at once, and then you have a unified feed. So what I recommend doing is using Rumble Studio. It's free. Everything I tell you will be free. And you create a Rumble Studio account. It's really easy to connect your Twitch, your YouTube, and your Kick. And then when you stream, you're not streaming on one platform. You're streaming on the 4 largest platforms for gamers and just any kind of live streamers. But you can certainly connect any of the other platforms you want. They essentially have unlimited capacity, and it's all free. So most of the places, most services charge if you're going to multi-stream, but Rumble Studio does not. Rumble Studio also archives your footage, unlike Twitch or Kick, but in similarity to YouTube. And I've helped a lot of people who come in here, and they have started with no followers, and they have hundreds of followers now. So if that's something that's of interest to you, I understand that right now, but connect with me, and I'll walk you through every single step.
Yeah, if you have time today when you're done making coffee, if you could possibly help me with that.
Absolutely.
Because I expect to do tomorrow. I'm getting busy for the next couple days.
Absolutely. We'll do it in like 5 or 10 minutes. How about that? Excellent. In the meantime, if you can, create a Rumble account, RUMBLE, rumble.com. Yes, sir. I'll be right back. Yeah, apology. I know you said that you're bi or what. If I inadvertently call you sir or something like that, apologies.
Oh, no, it's fine. I go by.
Okay, excellent. Very good.
One act of speech and one of things is act of speech. Ich fand mich aber eine von der Stadt why? So I see people about the people. One act of speech can attract another act of speech. Ace, I'm going to start this. So I say, so open with me again. So I say, we're going to go through the whole same thing that we did before. So as I point to the Sharia to separate Shuma, say we said before, am I short current detail? As long as before the Sharia did anything, I was allowed to do was to think Shuma. I was allowed to ask him what the piece of the earth, because you're keeping by a bias with her as the this was every year is where I went ahead and tied my own produce because of the holiday myself. That's a myself. So myself of hiding my own produce ended the deeper of having a point in Sharia produce. So fine. I say like it's a share as a cash up, call that kingdom, we are doing it to us in Machshava, all kingdom are rendered fit in the Kalkura with thought. Once I decided he is done Kalkura. They only me to Muslim Halabishi myself. So what is he going to say? Same case you just said before. What do you see from here? My son, let's see here. My son, we have Machshava. Action has the ability to go up in the previous action of previous Machshava. Machshava in also, we have Machshava. But Machshava thought doesn't have the ability to upend myself. Nor does have the ability to upend the previous Machshava. So this family like myself, not God. I understand why Machshava doesn't have the ability to upend myself. Maisa, Ro'asi Dibor Umavako Maisa, a Dibor can't upend the Maisa. Eliad Machshava, Nihar Topic, Alvaka Machshava, ultimately again it should have ended. Although Shani Machshava, the Tumah, the Maisa, we just said before. A Machshava Tumah is different from what it says, a Machshava Tumah, i.e., a Machshava that says the Kli is done, that is as effective as the Maisa. We'll keep that Papa, do that Papa on the Sid, let's say first by line, Sid, eating the Karin of Kiyutan, Hockey Sad, Kiyutan, Dunya, the eating. Now eating the Nepalite, Kiyutan, Nani, the Nepalite. Fine. So let's say all we could see previous cases. Case the second one line, how you say you're on Scottish, I shall have to get to a man sends to get to his wife. He gives a shot, let's say all the same cases we saw before. And then he catches up with the Shaliach. Oh, he shot after a Shaliach. Oh, he sends another Shaliach after the first one. But no, get Shinasak, the bottle, they get that gave you his bottle, or the Zed bottle. Ultimately, again, it's bottle. So what's what he sees here? What he sees here? That a Dibor can be Mabakal Dibor. What's it? That's the bottom line. You see, again, appointment of an agent is a Dibor. If I change my mind, then what can I do? So what can I do? What can I do? I can say, you're not my Shaliach. That's Asi Dibor Umabakal Dibor. One act of speech has to be built to the bottom of act of speech. Yukta, the Shakish, to Yukta. I want to say this effectively reach the position of the Turkish. I want to say Paskin like the Yochanan, i.e., Asi Dibor Umabakal Dibor. Which also just to put this back to the what that means is that if Ruben gives rough pollution, and he says, for Agni to get your sleep, Achar Shloshim Yom. Come with this after 30 days. It was a she already spent the money. Then day 26, she's getting cold too. She's not even married to a baby anymore. What does she need to do? What does she need to do? All she needs to do is say, no thank you. And her Dibor, you're coming up on the previous Dibor. That's it. See Dibor Umetato Dibor. That's not what I will say. No, second one say, do you have to do your plan? And what's the ultimately again? That's actually the same before. I guess I mentioned before. Now, Rabbi myself, you have a lot of the Yochanan even in the case of the Mishnah, namely Asi Dibor or Medato Dibor. The Abaga people they might be shining this and that's not very straight to nice as that means Asi Duhadi, Asi Dibor or Medato Dibor. And I will say, even though one could say, but isn't the act of giving money a Dibor, right? Isn't the act of giving money on myself? The answer is it's not. Now, let's say, now, normally the act of giving money, or just to frame this, we'll stop over for today, just to be clear, let's say in a typical case, Ruben gives up a kiss of condition. Are you asking to dash us the aggressive? She accepts it, then she decides, oh no, what would I do? We'll say, what's that? What's that? What's that? She needs to get. Why? She's married. Remember, what's different about this case?
All right, Levi, you there?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, excellent.
Give me a second. My fiance is texting.
Oh, take your time.
She's doing a little hiking.
Okay.
Tomorrow's a running day, that's why I'm going to be busy tomorrow. She's asking if I have a suit. I don't. Not
You're gonna get it by tomorrow?
yeah, I'm gonna get it by tomorrow.
All right, man.
We're gonna get married at like 12 tomorrow. So basically, the day. It's a tradition in my family where we get married the day after. So we can get drunk. Even though I'm
All right, so you're getting married in 24 hours?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Well, mazel tov. Congratulations.
Well, my money is her money. Her money is her money. Good. Anyways, is this the correct account? Is this the correct website? Are you in the thing?
Yes, sir.
What green thing?
Yep. Okay, so did you create an account?
Yeah, it was great.
Okay, excellent. Then, do you already have a YouTube account?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so you have the decision to create new accounts to be like, okay, these are going to be my streaming accounts. I recommend that to you. But if you're like, I don't really use my YouTube account for anything anyway, then you can use that as well. So what you do is go back to Rumble, and in the
I usually just use my YouTube account to freaking watch YouTube. I don't. I post like music, YouTube music files or playlists.
Sure.
That's how I listen.
Absolutely. Okay, so in the upper right corner, right next to where you're not there, but the icon right next to where you click to get there. So right next to that, right next to with the camera. Yeah. Do you see it says YouTube or it says Rumble Studio? Click that.
Can I use OBS?
Yes. Yeah, you can. You mean as a
Because I use
virtual camera?
I don't have a face cam.
You don't need that. That's fine.
Yeah, but I like because when I go to OBS, all I do when I want to stream on Twitch is press Twitch.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So, we'll make it so that you can do that just that way. Okay. So where it says your camera, you want it's called there you go, OBS. Exactly. And then your mic is whatever your mic is, and then press OK. Excellent. Now you want to log into any of the accounts that you have. So Twitch, it's really easy. Like, exactly. Could it be any easier? You have no idea. Like sometimes this is really complicated. But then locals. It's something that it's something that they created, Rumble, I believe. That's like it allows you to stream on there. I use it, I believe it or not, but I don't really know what it is. I stream on there. YouTube. Absolutely. That's exactly right. Yeah. Now, have you ever streamed on YouTube before?
No.
You don't need subscribers. So no. Yeah, that's on your phone. You need 1,000 subscribers on your phone, but on your 50. Apologies. Yeah. You're 100% right. It's 50. To do that on your phone, but to do it on a device on a computer, you don't need it. You just need to have your phone linked. That's okay.
Alright, so that's
okay. Cool. All right. So let me make sure that you're eligible to hold on. Let me just make sure you're eligible to stream on YouTube. Go to your YouTube for a second, if you would. Yes, sir. And then in the upper right, you'll see like the upper right. There's like a go live to the left of that, or it's like upload or create. Yeah, that one. Yeah, and let's just make sure. Okay, so what does it say?
No access to more. So if you're under 16, I think it's because this was my brother's account.
Okay, yeah.
This is my brother's account.
And he's not 18. Okay, so you want to create your own account.
Yeah.
So go.
Can I bring my premium number?
You should be able to. You might be able to share it. But if anything, you just need this for streaming. So log out of YouTube right now, and then you're going to create a new YouTube account.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm just checking what
Oh, you're fine. You're good. You're okay. Cool.
Let's just
Shimon, the surviving brother, violates
Okay, I'm gonna create an account.
That's okay. Take your time. It takes like 5 minutes.
Technically speaking, the Yibam relationship has been affected. The Yibam about Kol Hamiyibam.
Now, because you're having to create your account, you're going to have to wait 24 hours to be able to stream on YouTube, but everything else will work. Everything else will work.
Jumping in. And don't spam anything in your first 24 hours, or else it's like impossible to get that lifted off your account within your block. So just like once you make it, and then don't touch it at all.
Yeah.
Don't watch anything on it.
Yeah, that's why I'm just gonna probably do. I usually just when I make a new account on YouTube, I just whatchamacallit, I just leave it alone and send it.
Okay.
Nice.
The cool thing is I can trust you guys with this stuff.
You do whatever you need to do.
Because like on a different server, I got my whole ass into this cool stuff.
Yeah, we're not gonna do anything to hurt you.
And then a drasha from the elongated form of the word. So that's what's happening over here as well. The Yibma could have been just written as V'yibim. The fact that it's written in the elongated form opens up for two drashas. What are the two drashas? Number one, that Yibma is only effective to Bia.
I have
that even if that Bia took place by Karakov, ultimately again it is still effective. Interesting. Let's go back to the Chalitza. And Rosh Hashanah went on and said that the Yibma is Kona es Atzma. Right? She acquires herself either through the Chalitza or through the death of the Yavam. So the Chalitza, how do we know that Chalitza effectively ends?
I forgot how to copy this stuff.
No, the Nikra Shmobi Yisrael, base Chalitza now. As was in Torah, after describing the process of Chalitza, says that the Yavam's name, like he will be known within Klal Yisrael as the house of the removed shoe. Okay, what do you learn from that? Given shechalatz banav, once she removes his shoe, futra l'chol Yisrael. She becomes permitted.
So it's not allowed.
You see that Chalitza is what allows her person to acquire herself back.
Okay, just create a brand new Gmail account. You don't link it to your current email. Sure. Just create a brand new Gmail account. Don't create it to your previous email account. So,
that actually requires quite a different halacha. So Shobai Ruby says, what is being Yisrael to just? The Beis Shal Yisrael, the rope of Beis Shal Ope Kochanim. And Chalitza can only be effective ultimately again in a Beis Din of Yisrael, of Jews, and not of Gentiles. And I was like, that itself is a fascinating idea that what would be the Hananiah that Chalitza could be. In general, those that we have, we concept of Ilan Mishpat, and the concept that the Torah says these are what we shall face before him, before them. And again, Rashi HaKadosh brings down, he says below, Bifnei Ovdei Kochanim. That in general, whenever we have a legal matter, right, the first stop of a Jew to address a legal matter is not a secular place. So what's the pshat of any special drasha teaching of Chalitza should only happen in a court of Jews? So let's say if you notice, by the way, and
There we go.
changes
Yeah, the phone number hasn't been used to anymore.
okay, so there are ways around that. If you want, they cost like $1 or something like that. So if you're willing to do it, you just go to a website called Text Verified, TEXT VE.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Okay.
I used it
cannot be comprised of juice right
on what was it called? Again,
Text Verified.
Fascinating drasha.
I used this one on I use this YouTube nail creator.
Okay. What up, Zoot? How you living?
How old is that?
They are 19. All right, Zoot. Thank you. Appreciate your opinion. Zoot, how's your day going?
Not too bad. More question.
Hit me with it, Zoot.
Going after your stepsister.
You're asking if
Okay.
no.
It's not. It's not right.
I mean, generally, it's allowed, but you're asking morally. Do I think that it's
What do I do here?
So is that text verified? Okay. What you want to do is type in YouTube in the search. You're okay. You're not slow. Let me see. Let me make sure you're on the website. Just a moment. Okay. Yeah.
If not, I
Yeah.
think
No.
I
You're in the.
logged into my page.
You're okay. You're okay. Yeah. That's right. Okay. So. Do you see where it says verifications above there on the left side? Excellent. Okay, in there you're gonna type in. There should be a search. Oh no, that's recent verification. At the top, those blue buttons. Does it say new verification?
Yeah, do S.
Yeah, that's what you want. Yep. And then you type in YouTube, or you select YouTube. Zoot, I'll be with you in just a few minutes.
Oh shit, I have to buy it.
Yeah, it's like $1.
I'm broke. I have 91 cent to my name.
Okay, well then,
I can just triple check.
that's okay.
Take out one.
No, you don't have to do that. Just try to log in with one of your other YouTube accounts. What's up, Luke?
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to change this.
All right, change what you need. Zoot, what are you saying?
Have you ever worked out places?
Yeah, dog, but I don't. I dominate you, and I'm gonna dominate you right now, and I'm gonna trash talk you the entire way. How does that sound?
I'm gonna remove that. So there's a cow. There's a cow.
All right, use whatever account you need. Zoot, you have an invitation.
Who is not her Rabbi. Again, I will say, this is talking about while she is a Shomeres Rabbi, right? So Ruben has a Rachel, so Ruben dies without children. Ruben has a brother Shimon. Rachel is waiting to do Yibum with Shimon. So during that time, she has relations with another
Zoot, you.
I'll have to get my spelling and get to work, and I can just do a YouTube there. Because we should have brand new pieces, so we don't have everything.
Okay, do whatever you need to do.
So I can't do the YouTube.
Okay, that's fine. All right, press the. Do you see there are 4 boxes at the top? Like, there are 4 little boxes at the top. No, at the top, like towards actually at the center of the screen.
Oh yeah.
Exactly. Zoot, please. Okay, the of those 4, press the second one. Yes, sir. Yes.
as much as we saw us at that kind of
Okay, now what you're gonna do? Yeah, Zoot, please, just one moment, my man. Okay, so put in there a test or whatever you like, a title, a description. Put in there a thumbnail, all that stuff.
It's totally irrelevant. You know, what's like, the one suggestion in comparison is not a good one. Because again, by stam a marriage, there's another vehicle of marital dissolution, which does not exist.
Do I have that on my phone now?
It's true.
I just put something in.
But there is another mechanism of dissolution.
Rabbi.
Yes, Zoot.
That was a good job.
Thanks, big man.
The same man,
Can you get it in too?
Oh, can I get it in 2 shots?
I'll just make it.
Okay.
Yes, 2 shots. 2 shots.
I think it might be. I'm not sure, but maybe.
Shimon, actually that's not true. Hanani Asram, Hanani Osram Atira, Yavam Osram.
Definitely can't do it.
That's not really true because even in the Yibam case, at the end of the
Right,
day,
I don't know if it's possible.
How many shots does this one take? How many shots does this one take?
I think it demands 3. All right, to Levi, make sure you choose a category as well. Okay, and then on the right side, do you see that the 2 toggles? Just for now, press Twitch. Don't press YouTube. And then do you see above the toggles? Okay, there's a green button to say next below, right there. The green button. Okay, yeah, you have to.
Oh shit, that's why I'm so slow.
You're good. Yeah, you do that through Rumble. So, no, you don't do it through there. Well, no. Okay, so just go to Rumble, yeah. And in your settings, there's a verification. Yeah. There you go. You got it. Good job.
Once again, that if Yavama cannot leave with a get, let's remember again, what are we talking about? We're talking about when she is a Shomeres Yavam, right? She's waiting for Yibam. Right? That union, that bond, what we call a Zika, right?
Oh
Zika cannot be dissolved.
You didn't win, but that was an excellent shot. I just will.
Rabbi, do you think I should text you?
Dude, you do whatever you want to do.
I don't think that's a good strategy.
Okay, I mean, when I want your opinion, I'll give it to you. Dog, you just gave me the best shot ever. What do you mean that it's not a good strategy? Dude, what do you mean? I'm in the hole. Yeah, you recognize that it's the best strategy ever. Zoo.
Rank my shot out of 10.
Your first shot was pretty good. Your second shot was difficult, so I'd say maybe your second shot's like
Rank that shot out of 10.
a 1.
Yeah, I rank that shot out.
10.
9.8 out of 10.
Okay.
Do you know why it's a 9.8 out of 10?
No, why is it a 9.8 out of 10, Zoo?
Alrighty.
Are you there? Okay. Exit, press the green button. You might have to refresh the page.
But the tray makes that shot very difficult.
Yeah, dog. You didn't need to redo the whole thing, but that's fine. Just plug back into
What do
it.
you rank my shot?
It's garbage. Zoo, how does it feel to take such a quick early loss?
It was good.
I'm glad. Are you doing stand up on Monday?
Materializing in a particular way, and in no other way. We come active.
Yeah, doggies your friends.
Now you're telling me therefore that whenever the Torah insists on something, that something is ma'akev, the Torah has to be insistent on cannot be part
He's
of
coming tonight?
argument. Listen to this, what say. The heart is very cheap. The heart you put it. Let's say in Kippur. And it says that
Dude, that was a great shot. All right, so do you see that there are 5 boxes at the top? Press the second one. Yes, sir. And then at the very bottom, do you see there's like a mic? Like at the very bottom of the page, there's a mic and a camera. There you go. Turn on your OBS camera. Do you see it says start virtual camera on the right side? Yeah, start virtual camera. Okay, and then go back to Rumble. There you go.
So this is basically how like I switched to Android.
Exactly.
So and then for Twitch I would just do it straight.
Well, no. You don't do anything from there anymore.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying.
I mean, you can put anything. Yeah, you can put anything you want on in there, but you're gonna stream from Rumble. Okay, so you ready to stream?
Yep.
Okay, in the upper left corner you see a green button. Yes, sir.
Okay, so then so it shows like Twitch.
Yeah. All right, now check yourself on Rumble and check yourself on Twitch to make sure you're live. You should be. But
You might. So sorry.
You're good.
I yep, it is. Yep, it is on.
All right.
But it just shows
Right. No, but check yourself. Look up your Twitch account, like on Twitch, like a lurker would do. So just go to twitch.com. Yeah, and just make sure it's streaming. Okay, that should not be. Go back to Rumble. Okay. That should not look like that. It should be showing what you're on. Yeah, turn it up. Maybe. And then go back to Twitch. Refresh.
Rabbi, I have to
All right, all right, so you want to go end your stream on Rumble and try it again. For some reason, yeah, it's okay. Just go to the one on the right. That's okay. That's fine. Oh, okay, try it again. Second one, yeah, and then put all that stuff in. Nice shot, Zoo. That's how we know that the Yavama cannot end her Zika with a get.
I think I'm going to have a better shot.
That's incorrect, dude. You see how good my shot is?
I think I have a better shot.
Okay, I mean, that's a great opinion. And everybody can like what you're saying, but your shot is garbage and everybody knows it.
Not for evil.
I have a better shot.
Not necessarily.
Sorry, the law.
Suck.
Still, I need one law to teach me Lishma. I need another law to teach me what?
I just want
one get for two.
I just want my luck.
Just how about you hit your fucking shot?
Two women named Rachel.
James can.
Zoo. You have that issue and it's coming up a lot, so just hold on. All right, go live again.
So that's law teaching me that no, it's only one get per customer.
One. Okay, cool. Go back to your Twitch and see if it's working.
Source that a Yavama can't enter marriage or enter bond with a get. Now, this was a full circle. The pasuk says now shoot now in the achri. I will say it is not a shoot and only a shoot, i.e. chalitza, that can end in evil relationships and nothing else.
I got notifications.
Is that now comes to teach me that? That is not the chalitza that can end in union, nothing else.
Yeah, it's someone live on my phone.
Okay.
Oh, it's working on my phone. Oh no, because on my phone it shows that I'm viewing myself. And I just click it. So like, on my phone it shows that I'm on Twitch. It's just gonna show myself.
Okay. So maybe use a different browser and check yourself on. Okay, now you're live there. Now before you're done, go to Rumble. Actually, just the Rumble website, rumble.com. There you go. And in the search, just look yourself up, whatever your username is.
In King Makamlo and Nalo, so here's the problem. It does say Nalo, it says both. It says Nalo and Nalo. So now teaches me any shoe. If that's the case, then why does the Torah say to the possessor that's any shoe? Because it is Nalo, Halo, or Lo. It has to be a shoe.
We're going to take a break after this game.
Okay, so
What's the last line?
you know I'm here to beat you whenever you want.
I figured out something.
Okay, I'm glad that you figured something out. Alright, so just search your name in the search on Rumble. If it doesn't show up, open up any other creator, just anyone else. Just go to their main page. There you go. Just go to any of those people. Anybody. Okay, now stop. At the very top, you're fine. At the very top in the browser, in the where the web address is, at the top, like it's rumble.com/whatever. Remove the user, whatever that person is, and put your name in there. Like basically go to their direct. Okay. Okay. Go to this person's channel. So at the bottom. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So what's the website? What's it called? Rumble.com / Okay, cool. What I want you to do is remove C. Steven Crowder and then put your username in instead of C. Steven Crowder.
People like the question mark
yeah, we'll try that. It's okay. Remove the question mark stuff. So it should just be rumble.com / your username. That's it. Okay.
Should I try changing my name?
No. Are you sure you're using your username? Okay. Perfect. Okay. So it shows that you're there. Go to your live. There should be one that shows you're live. So, yeah, and hit play. There you go. So you're live. Okay, good. So now you're a streamer, at least on Rumble. Now, what does that mean? Not a lot of people are going to connect with you yet because, you're still new. But you're connected via Twitch and you're connected via Rumble. And then you figure out your YouTube or whatever. And then you'll connect your YouTube. And then also, you can create a Kick account. And I would also recommend doing Kick as well. So if you want, you can do Kick right now.
I'm gonna do it later.
Okay, cool. Well, you're up and running.
Do I just keep this here? Because does my Twitch chat do Rumble chat too?
Yes, it does. Yeah, do you see on the right side? And you should test it. So use your phone and just type in Twitch, hey, test or whatever, and you should see it show up on Rumble Studio. So just go to your Twitch account on your phone and type to yourself, like test, and then it might take like 5 seconds, and then it should show up right there. If it doesn't show up, then we will troubleshoot it.
So it shows. So like I said, test on my PC, and it said test on Twitch too.
Okay, that's fine. Can you do it from your phone? Does it show up?
Yes.
All right, so you have unified chat now. So if anybody talks to you on Rumble, it's going to show up there, and if anybody types to you on Twitch, it's going to show up there. Sound good?
Sound good. Because when I type to myself Rumble, it goes on Twitch, but it says it's
yeah, that's what should happen.
Oh, okay.
You're welcome. So if you have any other questions, let me know, okay, big man? Alrighty.
We don't realize with all the challenges that we have and all the difficulties, and we all have our own challenges. Baruch Hashem, we are so privileged to live in a time without these types of illness and without these types of churban. It's an incredible thing, but it should also give us an incredible sense of pride of knowing the kind of people we come from, the resiliency of Klal Yisrael. And yet, amazingly enough, we're talking about people who, again, raised Baruch Hashem a functional family, Shalom Torah and mitzvos, from children, from grandchildren, from great-grandchildren. And Nahara, again, after witnessing the worst flavor that the world has ever seen, that Klal Yisrael has ever seen, incredible thing. What's else to like? I just think you have the shoes that were too big. The Mishnah says as follows: evidently, the Kona Asolos inevitably. So now we're transitioning a little bit over here. So remember again, evidently. Now, one of the things we're going to talk about is there are multiple ways that a person could become an evidently. Right? Either again, a person could be sold by Beis Din, right? Which generally happens if a person steals and cannot go ahead and repay that which they have stolen. They're sold into servitude to work off their debt, right? Or Mocha Asmo, person sells himself. It could happen, and that could be a variety of reasons. That could be a person who's destitute, or I will say, or I don't know, even if a person is lazy, like you say, it's a person's lazy, just being a servant, essentially, again, relinquishes the reins of autonomy to someone else, right? You're no longer in charge of your destiny. Many people love to live that way, right? I'm not thinking, I don't want to be in charge. I'm not in charge. Whatever happens. Whatever occurs. It's very liberating to live that way, but it's also very lazy to live that way. In any event, so Mishnah says, evidently, how do you acquire evidently? Nikmi v'kesa, he could be acquired with money. Mishtar is a document. The Kona es atzmo b'shanim, he acquires over here. They'll say, stam evidently is sold for 6 years. Right? After 6 years, he goes free. say, by the way, I want to be clear. Not 6 years Shemitah. It's 6 years whenever he's, and we'll talk about all this. Stam duration of servitude is 6 years, and after 6 years he goes free. We'll be over, goes out Yovel as well, we'll discuss all of this. We'll be Yiga'on Kesef. Let's say Yiga'on Kesef means he can buy his way out. So, for example, an evidence is sold for a certain amount of money. At any time in the duration of the servitude, he can approach his master and say, listen, here's the amount I was sold for, minus the number of years worked. Here's the money, I'm out. And you can do that with or without the consent of the master. You say Rav Amaribriya, let's say, now Amaribriya, a Hebrew mitzvah, a Jewish mitzvah, has even an additional vehicle of emancipation. Shekoras Atzavisimani. Let's say once she goes ahead and she becomes she has some money. Besides the physical maturation, all the naros, ultimately again, she goes out free. And you're saying it's going to be a ultimately an eved whose ears pierced is acquired to his master through the piercing, the konas atzmo novel, through the misasad, to acquire himself ultimately again during novel and through the death of the master. So it's like there's a lot of stuff lumped in here. As one, we're going to have to over the coming days now kind of pull everything out, because as I mentioned before, we're going to see that depending on how the eved gets into servitude will determine ultimately again how he gets out and when he gets out. So let's begin to analyze. So every Ivri gets something lower. So an Eved is acquired with money. So just to be clear, right? Who are you giving the money to when you're acquiring an Ivri? Right? So I'm in the market. I would like to acquire a Jewish servant. How do I do it? Who am I giving money to? So there are two possibilities. Possibility one is based in, right? So again, assuming that we're being stolen, he cannot, he spent all money, nothing, so now we're going to sell him as a servant to work off his debt. In that case, I'm essentially purchasing the Eved from Beis Din. Beis will then take the money and give the money to the aggrieved party. Okay? Other possibility is we call Mocha es Atzmo Matzma Mocha es Atzmo Machmas Docha is someone who sells himself because he's impoverished. He's getting the money. The Eved. Right? So in that case, again, I'd be giving the money to the Eved and ultimately acquiring him like that. So Eved gets me knowing. How do we know that an Eved is acquired with money? So on the pasuk says, "Mikesef miknasol." So let's say the pasuk. Now, let's say this is actually interesting. The pasuk says, "Lavos b'shanim kifiyeh." So let's say that interestingly enough, this is actually talking about if a Jewish person was sold to a Gentile master, there's an obligation upon his relatives to redeem him from that servitude. How do you redeem him? Very simple. You look at the purchase price. Purchase price usually is amount for a certain number of years of servitude. See how long he has worked, and then give the master the remaining amount.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, no, sorry.
You're good.
That ultimately, again, that the evidence of, because it means from the amount of money he was acquired for. So you see over here that an evidence is acquired with money. The language in Nikon Gazette, Ashki from evidence and Nikon Obi Dovadi. I will say, now, that passage is talking about a Jewish servant sold to a Gentile master. Hold the whole the Gazette. So we'll say, because again, in general, the way a Gentile acquires things is because of. So we'll say, so remember, because what I was trying to say, you see, very much in the Lashon Mikesef Miknasol, that if you want to redeem the Jewish servant from his Gentile master, how do you do it? You look at Kesef Miknasol. How much did the Gentile master buy him for? How many years has he worked? And then pay off the master the remaining amount. So the fact that he's Kesef Miknasol shows that the other acquired his servant through Kesef. That's fine, but that's by a Gentile master. How do I know ultimately again? How do I know that a Jewish servant is sold to a Jewish master, that the Jewish master can acquire him with Kesef as well? On the cross, the half-dog. And also, as you it speaks about again, this is by Amma Ivriya. Now let's say Amma Ivriya is even more interesting, because by a Jewish servant, there is a difficult expectation that if you acquire a Jewish servant, what are you going to be doing? You're married her. So the Torah says that if you don't want to marry her, ultimately, again, to have done I'm not going to check that stuff. Like, you do that. So by Aaron's one, let me be by Aaron's one. You have that. And that means that you got to ask people, Welcome back to Raccoon Tweeties. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On the Patreon, you get early access, as you know. Our other show, 10 Minutes a Shot, never heard of it. But I wanted to start the show off a little the same as always. How are you doing, Gerard? Oh, dude, thank you for asking. I'm doing pretty great, dude. I don't know if you want updates on my whole situation. I did a lot this week, dude. You really did? I did. Okay. Yeah, you know, I'm here, but, Super Bowl kept me busy for the weekend. But guess what I did on Friday, Daddy? On in your truck? I don't know. I went to my first police lineup of all time. Whoa, yeah. Okay. I did a lineup, dude. Yo, so you're like... Why? Oh, I don't know if you've been keeping up to date on the situation with the security guards around my apartment. Remember how we used to have that bit, like you go over there, Timmy's playing baseball, you go over here, Timmy's selling fentanyl, right? Not really, but I like you're alley, and there's people, yeah. So there's a lot of security naturally. Is there? I haven't seen any security here. Like, I wish there was more security, but well, look, you're actually proving my point, because there isn't a lot of food. There's no boots on the ground, dude. There's no boots on the ground. There's tires on the street, and there's little cars driving around, fucking getting the business turned. Yeah. Long story short, the little crap that I witnessed was a security guard hitting a lady while texting while driving. Oh, fuck. Yeah. A security guard that works for this new building, and he hit the lady like she. He genders the security guard as me. It was a girl. Oh, man. Yeah, that's kind of sexist, isn't it? But, alright, so she, the security, a woman security guard. Listen, the neighborhood, it's like the streets. They patrol the streets. They don't give a fuck about this place. If they did, we'd be like killing it, but we're not. You know what I mean? Okay. So I guess there's a whole security. It just sounds so strange. There's like an embassy of America. There's a security guard that's like this. Their neighborhood is so bad that there's a security guard that works for the neighborhood that drives around. And so what I question though is like, did the security guard hit a human being or a car? A car. And ran away. It didn't stop. They pulled a Jeff Dye. Yeah, but Jeff Dye just hit a tree. But it still ran away. Yeah, it still was ran over the same thing. Basically the same kind of person. Was it like, okay, I have more questions as she did. Yes, he's prepared for this. Was the car parked? No. We were all driving. I was behind him. She was texting while driving in the car. Tried not to make eye contact with them, and just drove away. And then I stopped because I was like, that's fucked up. You know what I mean? And somebody hit my car recently in this neighborhood. The cops didn't know about it. And so I was like, dude, give me a number, whatever. Long story short, Friday, I'm at the police station. I'm like, what's up? You guys like trucks? All this kind of stuff, right? Yeah. And they love me. They're like, oh, big fans of the show, crazy. And then I had a fucking price on my head, dude. Isn't that crazy? How much? I don't even know, didn't ask, but they were trying to get autographs. I'm glad he didn't tell me. It's a lame joke, but okay, so naturally when I gave the first description, you know how cops are racist, sexist. They're fucking asking for descriptions. They're like, is it a white or black? Come on, let's be racist. The cops. White. Oh, white. Yeah. Well, no, there's like two younger Latinos. And the cops. Well, bring it for a second. So two Latino cops that arrested were white. Part of the number you read was that they asked for the it's important to support your shit. What did they call it? What did they like? They said the racist American guy in our class. And you say it's something other than white. They're like, so I tell them, like a lighter skin, I don't know if it's white, I don't know.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm probably just gonna go mute because I'm on. Okay.
Absolutely, please do. If you need to speak, feel free to unmute.
actual person. The most interesting out,
This guy like read his mind, maybe. And then also in my mind, I'm like, this is pointless if you know what we're looking for. Why are you asking me to do it? You know what I mean? What are we doing here? Well, yeah, I mean, the whole thing is they want someone else to prove it. Right. So, I'm getting in the room and there's this guy's training another cop the whole time, on this part of it. And then they give me 6 pictures of people that look exactly the same, dude. Like, there was like fucking Octomom's kids, dude. They all looked exactly the same. And I was like, what is this, a fucking casting call, dude? What the hell? That's what, because in the verbiage that they said to me while I was in the room, they were like, they might be different ethnicities or different hair colors or whatever, just point to the one that you saw. Like photos of them? Yeah, just, like Polaroid photos. Yeah, like mugshots. Okay, so mugshots of everybody, and you couldn't tell the difference between any of those, didn't. So, do you know what the security guard looks like? Yeah, it's her. So maybe it was just not her. Right? Yeah, so I told them that's the other thing that could be a possibility of flying up to is that the person's not here. Which is like, why did you guys waste my time? That's the I just told them, like, I can't identify any. Okay. It's kind of funny that they don't have who it is because it's a security company, right? And they know this. The security company only hires a specific type of like the team. Also, we took a picture of the car and then we took a car anyways, last Tuesday, right? I have a huge it's 3 stripes. The other day, Tuesday, I was driving my kids to baseball, walking back home from the convenience store. Okay, and I see one of the security guards driving down the alley, right? He's got one hand on the wheel, and he has another plate. He has a plate. He has a paper plate filled with pasta and a chicken parm, dude. I swear to God. Okay, as they're throwing it in their face, these people do not care about the neighborhood they're supposed to be defending. No, the neighborhood's feeding them, and they're probably getting like bribes on the side and stuff like this with fucking food. It's time to go to my security job to pack my dinner. They don't have a fridge to put it in or whatever. They're just like spaghetti, like the baby. Spaghetti baby. Fucking paper plate, chicken, like huge plate filled. Driving like this. I am impressed with your ability to see into these cars and know, like the detail is very good. You have a cop brain almost, yeah. Because you could tell that the woman was texting. Yeah. And you pulled over and you kind of got an idea of what she looked like. Maybe the security company is just a huge problem. They are. And they just, there's so many of them are doing these hit and runs and crimes that, because initially when you said that, I had thought, wow, that is extremely ballsy to be in a car for a company with a license plate and do a hit and run and drive away, because it's even more likely that you'll get caught than if it's just a random car. It literally, you can just say the name of the company and they look through, all right, who was driving in this area? It's very easy to catch, I imagine. Yeah. So the fact that at first I thought that person just doesn't give a fuck, but now that I realize they have some kind of game going. Here's the thing, the cops were covering for this lady, because why would they show me a bunch of pictures of like the same person, maybe. Yeah, there's some kind of connection there, because it doesn't take that long to get from security to police officer, right? There's some kind of pipeline going on. Like, we got this guy in here. Let's just show him a bunch of random pictures. Maybe we'll get lucky and he'll pick the wrong person, right? Then we can arrest that person because they don't work for security. Hell, we'll arrest him. He looks like this. But I would have been, that's like, these aren't any of the people. Do you have anyone that worked at the security company? I give a photo of that because it was the lady that worked at the security company. You know her face? Yes. If you see her again, you can probably point out you're missing out here. I saw her face, yeah, but when you see 6 faces that look like that face, and you gotta like point it out for it to like be love used to some sort of court case. And I'm like, dude, I don't know. These all look exactly the same.
You know what else is funny about that? All these people, they're not, none of it's AI, right? They're all real photos on Rabbi. So there's 6 people that have mugshots that look exactly the same. Right? Is there someone's job in the police department that goes, all right, we got another lineup now. Find me 6 people that look like this person.
Well, he worked on the lineup from Tuesday to Friday. And then when he called me, he was like, you want me to be next week? Kind of thing, right? You won't come down next week, but you line up. And I was like, I'm actually going out of town for 3 years. I told him, I can come in today because I was like so excited to do a lineup, you know? And so he's like, come on, we'll do it today. You know, that is crazy. I've never done anything like that. Yeah. So you walk in there, you meet the guy, and interrogation room, dude. Yeah, fucking tiny ass interrogation room. I was like, this is a nice place. He's like, and then the guy that's getting trained was like, yeah, it's not a good station. There's other stations that are better. The guy, Dan, he said, well, I agree. Like, yeah, the inside looks like, you know, they're abominable, so kind of like so a lot of the top is like missing. You know what I mean? Like the ceiling doesn't get to the roof. You know what I mean? Or like the walls don't get to the ceiling. A lot of it's open. It feels like a very office type environment. You know? It's also kind of hilarious that it's a new room.
What up, Zoot? Are you ready?
Why is that new? Yeah.
Zoot,
I could argue the efficacy.
Zoot, are you ready? You're gonna what? You're gonna be an uncle?
Yeah.
Your brother's having a child? Oh, okay, excellent. When's that happen? When is that happening?
July.
Are you excited?
It's June and July.
I understand June or July. Are you excited?
No,
All right, why do you not like children? Zoot.
they're annoying.
Okay, but you're annoying and we don't hate you.
Why do I have children?
That's what I asked, big dog.
I don't hate children. I'm just afraid to be anywhere near children.
Why are you afraid to be anywhere near children, Zoot?
That sounds wrong, dude. No offense.
No, that doesn't sound so.
No, it doesn't. If you're
Honestly, I'm scared to be a father, man.
if you're a normal person, it's absolutely fine to want to be around children, or at least to be around children. That's completely normal.
I think everyone wants to be around children. Some people don't.
I don't want to be around children.
Okay.
That's literally what I just said.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that everybody wants to be around children, but you shouldn't find it to be like something to be afraid of. Is your brother having a boy or a girl? Cool. And is he married or he's got a girlfriend or something?
Girlfriend.
All right. How long have they been together? Did you just find out that they're having a baby? Just like since we last spoke?
Yep.
Oh wow, so that's really new news. All right.
Bro, my fiance said right when we get married, she wants kids. I'm like, bro.
How's your fiance? How's your fiance?
She's 19.
bring me my get. Bring me my get. We call that a shliach laholacha. Right? So
I wanted to
shliach to transport. Right? So ultimately, again, go ahead and just simply
yeah, not until I'm oh my stutter. Not until I'm an actual pilot and I'm getting paid.
Let me start with this. For a couple of years, why am I getting so many
like these kids are expensive, bro.
So remember again. So we have a
He wants 5
simply means a shaliach transport the get.
Oh, we've been together since, especially with my high school sweetheart.
Transport the get. So it's like a wife can make
I met her in 9th grade.
Ultimately, again, to go
We've been dating since. We
we
dated through college.
Right? Shepard Kabbalah ultimately again is with the shaliach.
They're not great.
Extension of the woman herself to receive
How did it go down?
on behalf of the wife.
It was more, it was like she came up to me and she said, hey, I liked you. She liked me since 7th. And I'm like, oh, well, I like you too. And then we just started small talk on messages.
To the point, by the way, even if that get never makes it.
And then I proposed to her
the get gets
4 months ago.
Once the shaliach receives the get,
When we were in
Japan,
Japan.
herself is divorced. So now, watch what's happening over here. See, Mar says, so not only saying to shaliach, bring me my get,
She's very nice.
The officer fight.
I love her.
Remember that shaliach shows up the husband to Ruben, and he says,
So she came up to you and told you she loved you.
Yeah, I'm like, I was gonna come up to her, but she was one of those popular girls. Like, I was nervous, of course. A 14-year-old boy.
Were you okay?
No, I was one of those chubby, fat actors. So,
he's claiming to be a shliach l'Kabbalah. What does Ruben say?
What you like?
my personality, and that's all that matters. In my opinion, personality matters.
She told you. She told you. So I'm not now what's the shaliach? What's going on over there? So I'm not going to say the name of God, what name of God. I need to get the other end of gracious. Even if the get reaches her hands,
Zoot, are you ready to lose?
Divorced. She's not divorced.
Yeah.
Now, why is that?
All right. So did your brother call you and say, hey, you're going to be an uncle, or what? Oh, very well. Is she excited about being a grandmother? Why not?
He was engaged to be a shliach l'Kabbalah. Instead, again, he's claiming to be a shliach l'Kabbalah.
She works in childcare.
Okay, I mean, shouldn't that be more reason why she should be excited about being a grandmother? She's like around kids all the time.
Anyway, let's play.
All right, just one moment, Zoot. Bear with me. All right, Zoot.
I'm so sorry. I do not know.
It's Rabbi, R-A-B-B-I. You're good. R-A-B-B-I, Rabbi.
So, are you single?
Definitely single by choice. Dated a lot in the past, and look forward to having a family someday after I go viral.
That's amazing.
Lord God.
I appreciate it.
Excellent. All right, Zoot. Are you ready for your invitation? Or are you just gonna? Zoot, you have an invitation. Are you gonna accept it? Or are you just gonna sit there and stare at it?
Rabbi, I think they're trying to plan for folks in Australia.
Okay.
We have a woman who engages a shaliach to transport the get from her husband to her. That's it.
Ban it completely, or just ban it for people underage?
for sure they're doing it underage because Australia has it changed to social media 16 plus.
Right. So they're not banning Roblox. They're just banning underage people from playing it, which is in line with their law.
And since the Sharia changed the terms of the shekels,
I don't live with my fiance. I live in a tiny ass apartment.
All right, are you guys gonna move? Are you doing a honeymoon or anything?
Yeah, we're going. Shit. Well, I proposed to her. We're planning on going either to Disneyland or France.
Oh, tight.
Where are you?
Me, I'm in California.
That's what Russell said. Now, Shabiach shows
That's
up
what
in
you're
the
asking.
he says,
Whereabouts that?
So, now Shabiach portrays himself as a Shliach Aguli, Shliach La'olava,
Hey, you near Rabbi?
I don't know.
No, he's in California.
That was under again, we're going to distinguish between Holich and
We're in Southern California.
Holich means
Word.
take it. Halach means the get is before you.
Zoo F.
Go outside. Oh, I just haven't told you about it. I got us a
What did you say?
house.
Halach is a contraction.
I got
How
a
do you
house.
how do you get a house?
Is now before you. So let's say, I want to rule over.
I got it a long time ago. Like
just take it as you go.
maybe a year ago.
Oh, no, not gonna run that.
Well, I didn't buy it. It was given to me. It was given to me by my great I was in his will. It said I got his 9 acres. I got all of his tractors. I got most of his money from his company.
We rely on her words. In other words, it will say, a husband understands that when the Shaliach is coming before him, and the Shaliach has been constituted.
Maybe you shouldn't be telling this big random people on the internet on a live stream.
Zoo. Shut the fuck up. No one's gonna hurt him, and don't put that in his fucking head. He can say whatever he wants. You're the one fucking asking the questions, Zoo. How'd you get this? How'd you get this? Where do you live? What kind of house do you live in? And then Zoot's like, oh, but you're sharing too much. Like, Zoot, are you hearing yourself?
Thank you, Rabbi.
I've checked wages off of this live stream. How big is my acres?
The original case is not the original case. The original case was she made him.
Rabbi, what's the big equivalent to 9 acres in acres, Rabbi?
It's a lot of land. It's California property. It's a lot.
How big's 9 acres?
Zoot, it's like maybe a quarter of a kilometer or something. Quarter of a square kilometer.
So 250 meters.
That's a different animal. And by doing that,
No, it's more than
what you've done is you've terminated.
Oh, I guess that would be no. It's maybe half a square kilometer.
So I'll say, I want to show you why this doesn't go both ways.
500 meters.
Something like that, yeah.
The Kabbalah, right? And you become a shliach la'alacha. So let's say those two shlichos do not overlap. Right? In other words, a shliach la'alacha is a courier.
That's like a high school. That's like a high school.
Oh, it's bigger than a high school.
Is an extension of the Sharia. So let's say, so understand, those two things don't overlap. So
what do you plan on doing with the land?
Actually, I don't want to do farms, okay? My grandpa, he wanted the property, but my grandpa asked me to do that. They hated on him, hit him, punched him, everything. And then when I was born in 2007, that flipped. So my great grandpa bought me whatever I wanted. I was a greedy little bastard. I wanted everything new, everything brand new, all the most expensive stuff. But then I came to realize they're not going to be here forever. I cherished these moments, and so I started working outside with my great-grandpa. And I finally got the will. When I turned 15, I had the will. I had the will in my hands, but I couldn't get anything until I turned 18.
Right.
So when I turned 18, I got everything. Now here I am. I'm very appreciated. Oh my gosh, I appreciate all the stuff that he got me and gave me. I love it. Miss him every day.
Certainly. How long ago did he pass?
He passed when I turned 14.
Oh, okay.
Because I had the will in my hand when I was 15.
Right.
And it said, when I go by Levi, I'm not going to leave my real name.
You're good. You're good.
It says my name, my last name, will not be receiving any of this until he turns.
That makes sense. Well, it sounds like a really great grandfather. That's really nice. Did it cause issues? Did it cause issues with your grandfather or your parents or anything?
It did. It caused a shit ton of arguments with my grandpa. My grandpa's long gone now. He actually died of smoker's lungs.
Okay.
I do smoke sometimes, but my fiance is like, don't smoke. I don't drink as much as I used to. I didn't really drink. I just really wish my great grandpa was still here with me. My mom is still alive. She's chilling. I don't know what state she even lives in anymore. I think she moved countries. I don't have a biological dad. He left me.
All right. Well, you're pretty set up. Thanks to your great grandfather. That's tight.
Rabbi, you lost. So I hit you on the phone like that. Oh, fuck. Remember how I said you lost? Your mind just came back. You know what?
I might go to bed at 1 a.m. Leave my live stream.
Absolutely, man. It's about content. Create as much content as you can.
But I'm probably gonna mute my live on Rumble.
Dude, totally understandable. Totally understandable.
But when I mute my live on Rumble, does that also mute on Twitch?
Yes.
Okay.
But I would check that. I mean, I'm saying so, but everybody's computers are a little bit different. So just double check that to ensure that is correct.
Yeah, let me just try check out. Disable microphone. Unmute my stream. Hello?
Yo,
Alright.
did it work?
So it doesn't sound like it echoes. Or I can unmute myself on Rumble and see if it. Hello?
Yo.
So yeah, it is muted.
There you go. That's what you wanted, right?
Yep, it's muted. Yeah, well, thank you for setting me up. I'm not going to bed yet.
100%, my man.
My fiance said she's coming over, so we should get some.
That's tight.
Well, thank you, all of you, for understanding that my voice is like, woo.
You're good, dude. Can you have testosterone or anything to help you with that?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't really mind it, but I'm gonna talk to my doctor. My doctor said it was just a chronic illness, and my doctor said it might be also because of my anxiety and stress that I have on a daily basis because I have depression. So my doctor said it can be a couple things. It can be childhood trauma. It can be you being chronically ill in the throat and vocal cords, or you just got like puberty.
It could be.
My doctor said it's mainly, I have a mixture of all three. I don't know how, but I have something in my vocal cord. I don't know what it's called. I also have stress and anxiety, which also carries lower down your voice, and also the puberty part. I didn't start getting puberty until I was 16.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I fully got puberty. Started puberty when I was 16.
All right. Well, you're getting married tomorrow, so you're doing all right.
So how did you have acne?
Well, it's because you can get acne in different ways. Like I used to play a shit ton of VR, and I never washed my face. And I used like this serum, right, a while back that was fucked up.
You still have acne?
Or I still have acne. It's still some of the shit. Looks real good. Mostly scars.
That shit's not to go away.
Yeah, it's gone. Mine might go.
Soon as I hit, as soon as I turned 17, my acne went away, like pretty much like a month before I turned 17. Yeah, a month or two before I turned 17. My acne went away.
Mainly, I left a lot of servers because of people near my sometimes it sucks.
I wish I had a nice little thing on. That's cool. But I rejected the reality.
See, I'm not gonna get too much into it, but all the aliens and the Russians and Beyonce's Asian, so it was a win-win.
The ability to influence other people in this world. So Rabbi says something so beautiful. And Rabbi says, everyone knows she aged through
But the fact that her parents live in Japan is
a person who feels that he's insignificant.
What about it?
Feels that he doesn't matter.
It's just expensive when you want to fly.
Oh, for sure.
When she was missing her parents, it's 10 more. My fiance really wants to fly on Japan Airlines and the Caribbean, but they're pretty expensive.
What'd you say?
When I
When
I went to go propose to her, this was the 5th time we went to go see her parents. We have, it was like a maybe like a 4-month gap between each visit. When I turned 18, that was the first time we went actually. And then we went like 2 months later because her mom was very sick. Then another 1 month because her dad got really sick. So it was 4 times. And then on the 4th time I proposed right in front of her parents. And her dad had to have a 5-hour conversation with him.
Oh, no way. So you didn't ask your in-laws or your future in-laws?
Yeah, I asked my parents. My stepdad and my biological mom. My mom was super excited that she's probably not. She's going to come to the wedding. I don't think my stepfather's going to. I think my grandma is coming. She's still around. My aunt and uncle, everyone's coming. My brother, sister, sisters. My sisters are my oldest sister. The youngest sister is actually 17. So she wants everything in the whole wide world. But back to the topic of going to the plane. We always want first class. But when I went to go propose to her, we both sat first class. And then the first time we went, we sat business. And then when her mom was sick, I flew economy and I gave the seat, the first class seat to her. When her dad was sick, since it was a 1 month gap, money was tight, so we both got common seats.
All right. And so her dad had to have a 5-hour conversation with you?
Yeah, he was repeating himself. Kind of like I did. He was like, I'm going to treat my daughter with respect, with loyalty, and you do not cheat on her. I'm going to groundbreaking. 1 to 2 months after you guys are married.
Okay.
I'm like, okay. And her mom, when I proposed, she was shocked. I proposed to her at Japan Disneyland.
Did your fiance know that you were going to propose?
Yeah.
No idea. I mean,
I was ready.
you were what?
I think her mom knew from the start. When I got there, I was acting very suspicious. And that whole day, I was buying whatever she wanted. Like anything. If it was $100, $200. So it was like, oh, you want a cake? Here you go. But when I said we're going to go to Disneyland, Karen she was super excited. We got the VIP tickets, so we didn't really have to sit in line.
That's tight.
But I think her mom knew from the start because I was paying for everything. Usually we split it 50-50.
Okay.
Like if an item's $200, her mom has
Okay. Yeah, dude. All right. So, did her parents eventually say, "Okay, you're going to marry our daughter"?
When I proposed, her mom was all in for it, but her dad was skeptical. He had to have that conversation, and 2 hours, 3 hours into the 5-hour conversation, we brought her mom. She started crying. Her mom started crying. She was like, you better treat our daughter with respect, stuff. And then finally, I was like, may I marry your daughter? I should have said in advance.
Right.
And so they were like, yeah, we trust you. You've been dating her since 9th grade. They moved to California when she turned 5.
Okay.
So I knew her since kindergarten.
Oh wow.
I started getting feelings for her in 6th grade, and then through 7th grade, I think she started getting attracted to me. But in 8th grade, she really started getting attracted to me. We became best friends, and then finally in 9th grade, she came up to me and said, "Hey."
Okay. All right. Well, that's cool. And
But the wedding is hella expensive. We're getting married in Japan. We're getting married in like a very nice area.
I thought you're getting married in like 24 hours.
We are. I'm flying to Japan.
No way. Oh, that's baller.
Yeah, it's very tight. But her mom and her dad texted me saying, "Hey, it's already daytime over there. That's why I said I'm marrying her in 24 hours. So the day after tomorrow, Thursday." Because it takes a little bit to fly. So in about a couple hours, like 5 a.m., we're going to fly to Japan. And we're going to land, we're going to get food, dinner, and we're going to go to bed. So I'm so sorry, I didn't make myself clear. We're getting married Thursday.
Oh, okay.
That was my plan, because her mom said she's going to get everything ready. We're getting married near Mount Fuji.
Dude, that's baller.
Her parents live near.
That's baller. So is she she kept living in the United States when her parents moved to Japan?
Yeah, so when she turned 18, she started living. So we don't live together right now, but when I was in the tiny ass apartment, when I'm in my apartment right now, she started living with me until she turned 19. And then she moved out to go live with her brother and sister.
Okay.
Her brother and his wife. And their roommate that they kicked out. And then we're gonna move in after the wedding. She didn't really bring much of her stuff.
Okay. And you're gonna live.
I have a shit ton of her makeup.
Okay.
Because she like comes over and stays a long time. Like 1 month she stayed. Well, 1 time she stayed for like a month.
Okay.
I swear she's a blanket hog.
All right. Well, just get another blanket.
Yeah, at like 2 in the morning, I was freezing cold without our heater was broken. So I had to go to Home Depot. I had to go to a makeshift market that was open. Get a heater, like a small little heater.
Yeah.
Put it from the cycle. And I had to buy like 2 more blankets because those blankets were costly. You know, like the emergency room blankets?
Sure. Okay. All right.
And then at like 11 p.m., I went to go buy a $200 heater from Home Depot. Then I went to Target and bought like $50.
All right. Why don't you get a space heater?
I'm thinking of it. Like, I know I can get a cheap one for $200, I'm pretty sure. I'm thinking of it. And I'm also thinking of getting a Generac or a Crawford.
Which Generac? Is that like a generator?
Yeah, it's a generator, so whenever there's a power outage, because we're going to be living on 9 acres in the country, so it's going to be hot. And I'm also getting Starlink. and all that stuff. But the Interact, whenever there's a power outage, it automatically drops. You don't even have to go out there. Automatically. It's around $12,000 for a contract to come out. And it's about $100,000 to install it. So, I know I said I had 1 cent to my name.
Yeah, you're doing okay.
Yeah, it's just insane. All my big money is insane.
Who's paying for the wedding?
Mostly her parents.
Okay, that's
I'm
cool.
paying like 10% maybe. Their parents paying. I'm really looking for the wedding overall is 100,000. I don't like my
It's $100,000.
I am so sorry. It is 30,000 USD. I dropped like $2,000 on my cake, but it was custom.
Okay, what kind of flavor cake?
Well, so it's a 5-layer cake.
It's a 5-layer cake.
Red velvet. The very top one, which is the tiniest one, is mango passion fruit. I like that. And then the biggest one is going to be half and half red velvet. My personal favorite is her favorite, green tea. No, matcha. So it's like half and half. It's so and then we got her dad's favorites and her mom's favorites, which is vanilla and chocolate. So that's 4 layers. That's 4 things. And then the other 2 are just vanilla.
Okay. So you bought the cake and they're paying for everything else?
Yeah, they're paying for everything else. I paid for the cake. And I also paid for
The performance?
Yeah.
What kind of performance?
We're gonna have we're gonna sort of have like a karaoke, but we're also gonna have a band come out. They're not really popular. They're just famous. They're good. It's like a K-pop group. They're just gonna sing for us. I also hired a DJ. So it's basically a Japanese wedding with American. There's American stuff in it. Since my great grandpa was part of the military, when we come back to California, we're gonna have another kind of small wedding. I'm gonna bring out. We're gonna go to another ceremony next time we're going to say like you got me.
Okay. To your great grandpa?
And then we're gonna have the firing squad like shoot up in the air. They're gonna shoot their bullets. Pretty sure 2 times.
Okay.
To symbolize our marriage.
Well, that's sweet.
So yeah, we're excited.
Dude, totally.
So I'm gonna be gone tomorrow because I'm gonna be on plane. But I'm most likely going to I'm gonna most likely be still on call. Yes, if I do, I'm have my laptop.
Okay.
In wise of pictures, I know people like seeing pictures, but I told a different server of this cooking server I'm in that I'm getting married. It's kind of personal. So like I'm not gonna. There's gonna be a photographer there, but I'm not sending the pictures.
No, I understand. No big deal. Makes sense.
Because it's kind of like a private-ish wedding. Like, we'll let some locals come in. Because Japan, for some reason, is one of those countries where weddings are public.
Oh, weddings are public?
So let's say in general, when it comes to a suffix mama,
But you can go sit down at a wedding if you get.
Oh, like of a random stranger? Oh, that's cool. So do you think you'll have any random strangers at your wedding?
Maybe a few, like, people I don't know, but probably, or my dad knows.
All right. Well, that's baller. Are you excited to get married?
I am. I can't wait. Like I said, I'm excited for the big day. I kind of gave her an exchange because she came at me first in ninth grade. So I'm coming for
I gotcha.
Honestly, I thought it.
So let's say, Sina, listen to this. Now, halakha myself. A husband has the ability to reform shit. Something goes a little bit out of order over from the Gemara. And so ultimately, again, so if the Shaliach in Kabbalah shows up at the husband has the ability to say, no, I'm making him to a Shaliach Ba'alacha. So that he has the ability to do, which makes sense because since the get is a husband-driven process, he has the ability to determine the mechanism, the delivery mechanism. So he wanted to be a Shaliach Kabbalah, to be a Shaliach Ba'alacha.
Yo, can you hear me? You can't hear me. Just yeah, can you hear me? You can't hear me. Just a moment.
So I said, fine. Now, however, so that's case 2 was out of order a little bit. Case number 1 is Shaliach Kabbalah shows up at the husband.
Can you hear me?
So if the husband says,
yo, you can't hear me. Okay, good. Okay, excellent. Apologies. I had to refresh my device. So I heard you say you love her very much, which I think is really great. And then, what's the plan? You're gonna basically start living together.
Yeah, we're gonna start living together. We're really gonna hear her talk. It's just, now I'm on Discord and stuff. She's one of those people that is bisexual, also has anxiety around people.
Yeah, dog, I understand.
So, like, I had people harass her.
So that's case 1. So in case 1, essentially.
You said you had people who harassed you? Oh, they harassed her.
They just said, like, please stop. And it makes her feel very uncomfortable.
Dude, totally. I completely understand you, and you should know nobody's ever going to ask you to do that. She could be a little old lady, and we never know what she looks like.
That's very beautiful. But it's not really about it. It's not really
what about the next case? Right?
I might head out or stay here. Think about it.
Absolutely.
Go to bed at 1:30.
Feel free to stay in here. Just leave your account muted or whatever. It helps. I love having people in here. It makes me feel like I'm not alone, which I know I'm not. I always have people coming in, but it also helps the server with its activity. And it'll also help you because you'll rank up faster and faster, and then the more time you spend in here, the more activity that you, or I should say, the more experience points that you earn. So if you ever can, just leave your device in here and go do your own thing. And then when you come back, just start talking.
Yeah. Oh, I really like that. That's really cool. I like on your profile, on my profile, it says
Where, Doug?
I'm gonna check if I can connect because I have my Twitch connected.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if
Okay.
Because in that case, being a shliach l'holacha is kind of embedded in the parameters of being a shliach.
Sounds like a plan, my man.
Let's go back. There's much more to learn in these cases.
You do you.
Interesting halacha. A woman cannot appoint a shaliach to receive a get from the shaliach of her husband. Okay, so this is just to illustrate this case over here.
So how many devices do you have?
Like 33.
With the shaliach. He's in the shaliach. Rav is saying that Rachel can't appoint the shaliach to receive the get from her husband's shaliach. Okay, so we'll say Rabbi Chanina says, Isha also shliach l'kavod yita miyad shliach b'ayla. Rabbi Chanina says, yes, she can. Yes, she can. You're right. There's no reason why a woman can't be the shaliach to receive the get from her husband's shaliach. So the Gemara says, my time of Rav. So what is going on over here? Why does Rav say that Rachel can't appoint a shaliach to receive the get from Ruben's shaliach? My time of Rav. By saying you shouldn't be saying the bow, so one possibility is maybe because it's considered to be disparaging to the husband. Look at Rashi, you shouldn't be saying the bow. To suffer, karosi be'inei, she'ina mekabla saba asma. Even ki abdul kafir kabla me'arabah, in kan hashash bizayin, the other will couple. So everyone say, so what we're concerned about here is maybe the husband is going to be.
I'm just testing something right now. Test.
I just realized how good that was. So much better than on my monitor.
Excellent. Glad to hear that.
Is why, like a shach. So maybe the husband is going to feel disparaged. Then we'll say to ourselves, who cares if my husband feels disparaged? We'll say, we do care. Why do we care? Because if he feels disparaged, what could he do? He could pull the plug on the entire operation. And obviously, again, the goal over here is always to get the woman her get. So Rav says, therefore, again, because if the husband feels disparaged, he may pull the plug on this. Therefore, again, we say that halacha l'maisa, a woman can't appoint the shliach to receive the get from the shliach of husband. I will say, now you look at this here. What do you see from this? This is pandering to stupidity, right? So the husband is going to feel, be a big boy, right? So I want you to put on your big boy pants, right? And just go ahead and maybe she's out that day, or maybe it's something else. Well, see, she's something very important over here, which is in life.
So the plan is my flight leaves at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I always get to the airport 1 hour before, or 2 hours before. So I'm going to be leaving. Oh shit! I'll be leaving my house at 12 p.m.
But now let's talk about on a practical level. Right? On a practical level, I will say, we have to deal with all kinds of people. And sometimes people act in irrational ways.
Since the nearest airport to me does not have international flights, I have to drive down to San Francisco.
Right.
So I'll be leaving at 12 p.m. My flight leaves at 5 p.m.
Okay. So that gives you enough time.
That gives me enough time to check. So yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep.
Sweet dreams, my man. We're here for you if you need us.
I might wake up and because I sometimes get sleep paralysis.
Okay.
Hence my fiance is now here. I just saw her she's here to comfort me. What I just, because I usually put sounds on, would I just turn my Discord volume?
Do you see at the bottom there? There's like a headset, and you can press it, and it says deafen.
Oh, okay.
Now, you still will get the sound of people like coming in and out. So if that bothers you, just turn your sound down. Absolutely. And if you're deafened, no one can hear you, and you can't hear us. So just giving you a heads up on this.
Well, good night.
Good night, my man.
If you ever want to know when I'm going to wake up, it's just
Did you keep a Google Doc?
Yeah, I've been lately keeping a Google Doc.
Okay, my man. Well,
Just to let people know that I'm
peace, my friend. Shout out to Levi, everybody. What a nice guy. And let's hope for many blessings for his future marriage and for his fiance and soon-to-be wife and her parents and family and his parents and his family and everything. Much good for him.
In order for king and chutzner to work, the chutzner has to be owned by the woman at the time the guest is given. That's called chatzira habala achamikan. Ultimately, again, a chutzner that came into her possession after the get was already placed there. Say Rabbi, a good concern over here is that appointing a shaliach to go ahead and receive the get from the shliach of the husband is xira of chatzira habala achamikan. So my deny, I will say, what's the path we can deny you because my the shagi shliach nekara. So what's the opinion would be is what if she appointed her shliach first? See, if it did in chatzira habala achamikan, that wouldn't apply over here. Why? Because her shliach was already in place before his shaliach. If it's a concern of Zion the Baal instruction the husband could still apply. Who Gabra? What's another interesting case? In great cases now. Who Gabra? The Shadar Gibel in this week. There was a man, he sent the gift to his wife. So let's say, so again, Ruben divorcing Rachel. Ruben sent the Shaliach with the get, so Shliach shows up, right? And what does he find? He finds that Rachel is needing dough. Okay. Amrullah, hey look, yitir. So right, Shliach says to Rachel, here's your get. Amrullah, we have any other. Do me a favor, Rachel says. I now want you to become a shliach l'kabbalah, right? I'm in the middle of making kavah, right? So what am I supposed to do? Like my hands, I can't receive the get right now, but I don't want to pass up on the opportunity, right? So when I said, do me a favor, shliach, you become my shliach l'kabbalah. You become a shliach l'kabbalah. So right there, Rashi says, the head of right? Let's say, what a fascinating case. So let's say, go this way. Someone not in Isa, Rabbi Hanina, of the Ba'ozda. So let's say, if I knew that the halacha was like Rabbi Hanina, ultimately Rabbi Hanina just say, Salomon is upwards. It's like, what did Rabbi Hanina just say? Rabbi Hanina said, a woman could make a shaliach to receive the get from her husband's shaliach. So the Pashtos, that's what this case is, right? Ruben sent the shaliach to deliver the get. Rachel wants to receive it, but like literally physically, she's needing dough. So she says, I want to make you now into my shliach l'kabbalah. So the Gemara says, so Nachman says, if we pass things like Rabbi Hanina, who said that a woman can make a shaliach to receive the get from the shliach of her husband, then I'll give out Uda. Then I would say that this case should work. I mean, Rabbi, whoa. You think that this can work? So we've actually mentioned this before as well. This is fascinating. When we say part of the concept of shlichus is that a shaliach has to have the ability to report back to the shaliach, to the principal, and say Mishnah accomplished. Now, I want to point out the shaliach is not obligated to do that. What the Gemara says is the shaliach has to have the ability to do that, right? So there has to be the ability that after the shaliach finishes his shlichus, he's able to go back and say Mishnah accomplished. And I will say, now here's what's interesting. In this case, that couldn't happen. Why couldn't that happen? Because I will say in this case, what would happen over here is the shaliach and the Baal would cease to exist, and a new shaliach would take his place. Who's the new shaliach? Shliach l'Kabbalah. So I will say this would be a case of ein shlichus chozer etzel Baal. So it's not a
Test. Yo, dog.
Send the question over Rabbi Ami. Shalchulehu lo chaz shlichus etzel Baal. We'll say first by mind. Rabbi Ami seemed to say it shouldn't work. Why shouldn't it work? Because l'maisa, any shlichus that can't return to the principle and say Mishnah accomplished is not a shlichus. And because of this, because the identity has been transformed, therefore the original shliach can't go back to the Baal and say Mishnah accomplished. Therefore the transformation shlichus shouldn't work. Rabbi Kiva Abba Amar Nisyashet Ha'Davar. Rabbi Kiva Abba said, you know what? Let me think about this. It's actually better. How do you show whole thing Rabbi Kiva Abba? So now this kasha of Rabbi Kiva Abba. Rabbi Kiva Abba says, Nisyashet Ha'Davar, let me sit and think. Rashi says, I involve after the Nisyashet Daikon Ha'Hashis Kalecha. Let's say, by the way, what is profound to Haskell? What is how much Haskell? What's the same? That he will ask us questions, right? If we told, we give immediate answers. And often we feel compelled to give immediate answers, even though I know deep down that answer is incorrect. There's absolutely nothing wrong with saying, let me take time to think about it, and I'll get back to you. And then still, let's say, whether it's that your child is asking, whether it's your spouse is asking, that friend is asking, a co-worker is asking, never anything wrong with saying, let me think about it a little bit. Nisyashet Ha'Davar. You feel the opposite saying you're going to time to think about it instead of it. So let's say what happens. How do you start looking at Rabbi Kiva Abba? Amar, Kohan Shark, the way to argue, Keegi the Masat, you the Hudu Bidai, Hajna, Mustafa Bidai. So let's say, listen to this. So they sent the question against Rabbi Kiva Abba. Rabbi Kiva Abba said again, I told you, I need to think about it. The same way that you guys don't know how to approach. We're going to stop over here for a day. I'm leaving you mid-question. We'll pick up with this question tomorrow, we'll say. All right, everyone's great to see everyone. Have a good day. All right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Today, guys, our sponsors for the month of Sivan Calling Kathy College. We're dedicating all the training functions this month. And we're supposed to for Kathy's sister, Donna Baker Madsen. We thank our Day of Learning sponsors, Larry and Marshall Loeb, in honor of their children and grandchildren from the East Brunswick contingent. Beautiful. We thank all of our sponsors for their continued sponsorship and dedication. Of us with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Chafal 24. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Chafal of Base 23, the bottom of the list. Afanoshi She'inam Ne'emanos Romatis Bailo, Ne'emanos Sahabi Estiva. Remember again, back to our default states. Actually, on the states. Remember again, the halacha is as follows. When it comes to types of arms, like the fact that it has been denied, and thereby allowing the right to be married, we certainly relax the standards with that type of age. However, there are certain women who are not believed to give this particular age because they are assumed and a mask between them and the woman about whom they are given the age. There's a sincere concern that they purposely try to go ahead and lie in order to mess up the worthy examples of the relationship, which contain natural animosity, as the Gemara says. First of all, Mishnah says, even those women who are not believed to give testimony that the husband died are believed to give testimony, ultimately again to bring her death, or are believed to bring her death. Who are these people? Chamosa, a mother-in-law, Bas Chamosa, the daughter of a mother-in-law, or a sister-in-law, right? Sarasa, which is also called Hawaii. Sarasa, Yudinta, which is a sister-in-law. Bas Baila, the daughter of So an reason not to let you go ahead and testify that a husband died. Yes, they are believed to go ahead and win a yes. Not being get with me. That's I asked the Mishnah, why is the distinction between yes and testifying about death? It's very simple. The Gemara says, Shat Sad Mofia. Get is different. Let's say why is get different? You have a document. Then document. As opposed to testimony that the husband died, the entire testimony rests upon the legitimacy of believability and credibility. But yes, I guess you have a bona fide document that said, I used to ask on the VA, which you've already seen this quoted a number of times. A woman herself is familiar with her so the advice she speaks alone and the funny next time and the funny next time. She knows talking about again that it's wrong from Gina Kayam overseas, so a woman is going to go ahead and bring her own guest. However,
Yo, dog.
she must obviously be able to say the funny next time and the funny next time. So there's a deception.
Yes. Yo. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my live 24 hours a day.
Even though these people did it, I'm not believed to testify about the death of a husband, they are believed to go ahead and bring it yet. The Rabbi says, the same way that these are not believed regarding the death of the husband, they're also not believed to bring it yet. So let's see, shot. I'm going to say, look, I'm trying to contradict, we will say, so the Rabbi stuff, the Rabbi is the most contradiction to our Mishnah, which the other says, it's not a kasha, I'm very no, kind of a spot. One is talking about reading against myself, and one is against the book. Which one is which? What's the last page? Alright, so Eretz Yisrael, the last has to do with the Constantino Mehenna. But in Eretz Yisrael, you don't have to say the final next after the final next after. So remember, you are not relying on the evil of the person saying the yes. What are we relying on? The document. You can also get into agency. Okay, the document stands on its own. And therefore, that's when you really are believed to bring it yet. That's the Eretz Yisrael. But again, very not hard, really part of the certification process. However, the first stars, that the word is just for something on low measure. But again, if one of these things are bringing a get to the first stars, once you're bringing a get to the first stars, what do you have to do? The funny next time, then it manage the word of this woman upon which we are relying. That we're not going to do. Take a look at the really very important is the Mishnah is talking about a case where they're bringing a get to Eretz Yisrael, and the Rabbi is talking about a case where they're bringing a get to the Mitzvahs. I really have this the opposite.
Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. In my hour of darkness, she is standing right in front of me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. With the words of wisdom, let it be. People living in a world of grief, there will be nothing, let it be. There may be parted, but there's still a chance that they will see. There will be an answer. Let it be. Let it be. Let it be. Let it be. Yeah, let it be. There will be an answer. Let it be. Let it be. Let it be. Let it be, yeah, let it be.
You know, gameplay part, whatever it is they're doing. I tried. You try. It's like you ate a whole meal. Yeah, like
To get back home.
or you're texting on your phone and you eat some. Just start cleaning up with a chicken.
Monsters away.
Yeah, no, man.
To get back home.
What happened?
Baby, longing, do not cry.
More mischief than preventing. So let me exactly.
Everything
Jobs are not out and about. Just out here. You fucking
goes on the
may just be there. Make sure I hotel over there and immediately hire security. They may just be there to make sure no one's coming out of the hotel. Maybe we're smarter than the people at the hotel. Like, we see the fallacies of the security, but they see security.
get back home.
If I were
I am here, you are here, you are here, we are all together. See how they run like pigs from the country all the time. I'm crying, sitting on a front place. I'm ready for the band to come. I've been making t-shirts, typical Tuesday man, you didn't rock the I am the Eggman, and I'm the Eggman. I am the walrus. Pretty little
because I do not necessarily think that you should judge a book by its cover. But if all of the books have the same scary cover and they're all together and it's all books that look like that, it's time to work with the library. And yes, and the books are smoking crack. So then yes, then you can judge the book. And then it's like, are you judging it by its cover? It has a crack pipe. So we can't judge a book by its cover, but we can judge a book by its genre. And the genre of this is like that looks like a crack pipe. A lot of sketchy people going in and out. They kind of like the book needs to. Book should be burned. But the game, the game thing I'll bring up first. So I know you watched the Super Bowl. I watched the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and then I studied
This year, I didn't really want to talk about the Super Bowl, but I thought it was game that thing might be good.
so please believe
So
my husband
there
died.
were two halftime shows this year. One was Bad Bunny. The other one was I never thought it was a team who said it was Turning Point. It was a Turning Point USA. They produced a show with Kid Rock, and I'm not sure who else is in it. I watched the Bad Bunny. So you had two choices, right? So I was thinking, how can I name off some comedians? You tell me which one they watched. You down? Yeah. Go for it. All right, Whitney Cummings.
Certainly she could bring her own
Yeah.
Let's go back to the origin of
Any reason? Because like she's a grifter. She's been from her left-wing bullshit. Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
She wants Gavin Newsom. Yeah, she wants Gavin Newsom. You know, she sucks. Not that's not why. I just think she sucks. But I agree with you. She sucks, but she wasn't watching Kid Rock. She was watching I kind of feel like she would watch Bad Bunny because she has to watch Bad Bunny. She wants to be in the loop, popular spot. Yeah, she wants to know about what's going on. You really gotta know. If you chose the Kid Rock thing over the Bad Bunny thing, that's a huge choice. I don't really want to know what's going on in pop culture because nobody's like, you don't learn anything from the Kid Rock. He opened up shop with the Bob that I heard, which is a song there. One-hit wonder song from my youth. It's a great song. Yeah, like cowboy song where he's like a she had her Cheryl Crow. I thought you were going to say Bob with the Bob should have been the closer, which is on the other side until you were just starting to shit on Bob with the Bob. It's a good closer. That's where I'm like, why do you put the shit closer? I don't even know if you know that. Someone told me. Okay, way too much time when it was Jeff done. You know which one he's watching. Which one? TPUSA. Okay, here's why that's funny to me, and I just thought of this. I saw a clip of Jeff Dye. I don't know if someone sent it to me or scrolling I saw it. It was him filming himself, which I assume his bucks, a bunch of comedians are here. Griffin was there. Montez, yeah. Someone else like Rabbi. I was kind of surprised by that. One person I was surprised by really watching. I just imagine him saying to them, "Hey guys, I don't want to make a big deal of this, but at the halftime show, it's coming up. I'm not switching to." He's like, "Are we all good? I want to watch Kerry, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, bro. Like, I want you to get a dress. Everybody's going, oh, come on." K-Rock's sick and Bad Bunny's I don't know, gay or something. We're gonna watch K-Rock for the halftime with your coach. He's probably guys go to the games. He's interested in videos.
Test. Test.
I just want to hear fucking something. Just album seconds of dancing in the background. I like that kind of stuff. Don't have Lady Gaga doing the fucking car wash. You wonder why Jessica Alba because she's hot as hell, dude, and she was wearing that's why. And then they had the Gasolina guy. I was actually sang that song. Yeah. Dead and Jane. Yeah. He wasn't there. He would have been on camera or something. Okay. I got a peanut allergy. Sorry. Okay, so I said Joe Rogan, he said Bad Bunny. Yeah. How about, because he hasn't talked shit about it. Dude, if Joe Rogan's watching K-Rock, he's falling. Well, let me ask you, in 2002 trip. Too lazy is a journalist. He's not just going to watch. He would choose to watch Bad Bunny, but the video's not going to be about Bad Bunny. The video's going to be about the T-Pusa. Isn't that what our TPUSA? Toilet Paper USA? What is wrong with these people? Their shit is whack. So yeah, I guess the rest two Super Bowl shows this year, and I was watching Super Bowl. I figured I might as well check in because a lot of people are and it seems like Eric Kirk probably had something to do with Charlie Kirk. I don't know how I can say it, but definitely he probably preferred Bad Bunny, even though I guarantee you something about Bad Bunny over the Kid Rock thing, but the video, the content. There's going to be a big and funny video about fireworks. Kid Rock, it's just like the other halftime show where you go to other celebrities like Ricky Martin and Lady Gaga, but it's just racist.
So husband Ruben's giving Rachel a get, and he's saying to her, the get is not valid until you get to the basement in your shut up. Okay, we can do that. That's not
I mean, I think the wildest thing about it is trying to compete with the Super Bowl halftime. That's like the most un-American thing you can do.
There's no need.
I mean, it's weird because why?
Because she's not a shaliach. She's not
They choose not to exercise tolerance. It's like, this doesn't affect me if fucking Bad Bunny's doing this. It's kind of weird that the whole thing was in Spanish, but your boy speaks Spanish, Daddy. Right. And also, I like Bad Bunny's music. I like Bad Bunny's music too. And it would be one thing if it was the whole criticism of like, they're trying to be woke, you know, like, oh, so, you know, they're like, there was two dudes fucking in a pickup truck out of all places. Yeah. There's two dudes helping each other. They were grinding each other. They were dick-to-dick grinding in a pickup truck. I was like, that looks like an emergency attack. Not on me, but like, you know, why couldn't they do that like on yoga mats? Why did they do a pickup truck? Make it some job. Oh yeah, their truck is. Maybe it was Bad Bunny's homeless like. Yeah, it takes 6 months to get it. And they're getting out. It's a long time. That's like a long time. But no, what I meant is not necessarily specifically in the halftime show. What I'm saying is Bad Bunny is not, like, I could be wrong, but he's very popular. And they want, I'm assuming he just won Album of the Year. He brings in a big crowd. I heard in Puerto Rico they were showing the game. So it's it makes sense that he would be at least a choice. So if you're not tuning in because it's woke and like hate speech language and all that, that is stupid and racist. It would be different if it was like completely irrelevant. I can't think of a good example. Like if they had that would be if they were like this year's halftime show, we're having the Nazis gonna talk about how men are shit. Or I think that's a great example. One of the better examples too. If the halftime show was us doing random chop fucking berries, that would be amazing. Oh yeah, right. But very niche. Yeah, to your point. It would not bring up no probably. Yeah, so what I'm saying because this doesn't really matter, but I'm just thinking of there are great African musicians. There was a guy, Fela Kuti.
Yo, dog. Yo, dog.
He's really good.
Yo.
He's dead now. There's something like that.
Yo.
Like legitimately good music.
Yo, dog.
They just were decided to put on Super Bowl.
Yo.
It'd be weird, like, fuck that.
Yo.
That's stupid.
Good.
Right? That's why the husband's shaliach transports the get. I want you to be a shliach l'olacha until you get to the basin in Yerushalayim. The moment you get into the basin of Yerushalayim, I want you to transform yourself into a shliach l'kabbalah, which is a shliach to receive the get. And therefore, I will say, and ultimately again, and as you become a shliach l'kabbalah, then obviously what? You're receiving the get on your own behalf. You're receiving the get on your own behalf. That's what he wants of her, I will say. That's what he wants of her. To which I will say, and therefore again, we'll say now what's the whole part? Because he's doing that, he's acting in the capacity of a shliach l'kabbalah, because she's shliach l'olacha, when she brings the get there, so what's she gonna have to do? So we'll say, what's the problem with this case? From this case, it's actually fascinating. Rabbi says, here's the problem. It's about. We're going to listen to this. So we'll say, this is an interesting guinness because, see, the problem over here, we'll say in this case is, part of what makes a shlichus valid is the ability for the shaliach, for the agent, to go ahead and report back to the principal and say, this is the concept. Now, I want to be clear. A shaliach doesn't have to do that. But in order to be a valid shlichus, the shaliach has to have the ability to go back to the principal and to say, I did it. So let's say in this case you don't have that. Why don't you have that? Because the shliach l'halacha ceases to exist because she works ultimately against the shliach l'kabbalah. Now look at the Kabbalah is not about shlichus. It's not about shlichus. Take a look at this case. I will point out what is catastrophically remarkable about this case. What does it point out to us? The profound and cathartic ability. So you could be a shliach lahalacha, transform yourself into a shliach l'kabbalah, and I will say, in life, you should transform yourself in such a dramatic way that what? No vestige of your previous self exists. Now, I will say, now again, I want to point out, often change does not demand that. Right? I will say, change does not demand obliteration of the previous self. I will say, so this is one of the things, one of the things that sometimes stands in the way of change is that people are afraid to lose themselves. And sometimes I think that in order to become a Baal Shiva, so ultimately they're going to have to totally eradicate and obliterate, any vestige of my previous self. That's not true. That's not what change requires. Change requires elevation of the self, not obliteration of the self. That being said, okay, there are times in life when I want to kind of go ahead and do away with the old self and remake a new self. So sometimes we can lose ourselves, that's not possible. I can never fully change. Those say being from down to the dollar. Those say here you see a shliach lahalacha could fundamentally transform into a shliach l'kabbalah. What does that teach me? That profound, personalistic, comprehensive, cathartic change is absolutely. You can transform yourself into someone totally new that you want. And that totally new person would have absolutely no connection to the person you was before. Now again, does change demand that? No. Change does not demand this profound eradication of previous self. But if you want that, you can have that. If you want to become someone totally remarkably new, that possibility is within you. You want to fundamentally transform from a shliach lahalacha to a shliach l'kabbalah. Firstly, what a profound thing. What a profound thing. You want to get the factory reset, right? You want to go ahead and restart factory settings. You want to start all over. You absolutely have to go. So in any event, that could be. So let's say this won't work. Why? Because punishment requires that the shliach to be able to report back. The problem over here is that the woman morphs from a shliach lahalacha to a shliach l'kabbalah, then in her capacity as a shliach l'kabbalah, she's unable to report back to the husband that mission accomplished. Okay, the other way, so let's repeat some of us. Hadi shliach lahalacha ad demati sasha. Okay, let's go over this. So I like this on the same level. So I even says here's the deal. I want to be a shliach lahalacha to Yerushalayim. The basin. And when you get to Yerushalayim, Shavi Shliach l'Kabbalah. Then, go and create your own Shliach l'Kabbalah. Let's see what's going on over here. Right? Go and create your own Shliach l'Kabbalah. Then, Rachel, what are you going to do? Listen to this. Rachel, give the get to your Shliach l'Kabbalah. And once you get your Shliach l'Kabbalah, what's going to happen? Then you're going to be divorced. So let's say, remember, what are we trying to do? We're just trying to change the situation where Rachel will be obligated to say the Panayah and Joshua will be Panayah. Therefore, if she does that, she brings the get to time essentially by saying, she seems to fight up to fight Hashem. She's able to get to her own appointed Shliach l'Kabbalah, and that's that she's divorced. Here's the Gemara says, okay, I mean, come on, Dama, you tell us the Shliach l'Kabbalah, you get Shliach Chayla. This all makes sense according to the opinion that says that a woman could appoint a Shliach to receive the get from her husband's Shliach. Element the Amr Ein Ha'isha Osha Shliach l'Kabbalah Shliach Chayla. I was according to the opinion who says that a woman cannot appoint Shliach to receive the get from her husband's agent. And we'll see why that is in just a moment. My Ushalanemar. So we'll say, so how are you going to set up this case? It's not going to work. Which verse is going to know? Time of night. I will say, why would a woman be able to appoint a Shliach to receive the get from her husband's Shliach? Why not? So I'll say, this is actually interesting. So I'll say, we're going to talk about this. But one of the interesting things that could come up is that we're concerned to allow a woman to to accept the get, we're concerned to allow a woman to appoint the Shaliach to receive the get either from her husband or her husband's share. What we're concerned about is that the husband is going to get offended. He's going to get doesn't accept the get. So, for example, say, now, that is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. So let's say, what interesting lessons we learned over life, like when we're young, we're like, no, I'm not going to get involved in this. Like we do this. And then as we get older, we discover that we spend most of our days dealing with this. And then you have to accept it. Right? Right? So it's like at the end of the day, like, this is ridiculous. But then I realized, okay, so I still have to navigate. I could say, I'm not dealing with you because you're ridiculous. I'm like, wow, this really is my calendar. Right? This is incredible. I'm taking up golf. Right? This is fantastic. So it's like, but then I realized, like, no, that's actually not how the world works. In other words, I have to deal with ridiculous. Like, I do have to deal with ridiculous people. I have to deal with ridiculous situations. And I have to deal with a certain level of unreasonability throughout the day. And then I say, see, actually, once you accept it, it's very liberating. Because okay, this is it. Like, this is what it means to navigate in life. You have to deal with ridiculous. So let's say, and once you accept that, what you begin to find is you're actually able to navigate the world very well. Because people who stand on principle, I don't deal with unreasonability. Well, hopefully, you will. You're happy as well. That's fine. That's good. Right? So let's say, but they end up always being in a state of anxiety or tension because, like, this one's unreasonable. This is, if you accept the premise that people are often unreasonable, not always, often unreasonable, you accept the premise that people often behave in all kinds of crazy ways, you accept that as a reality, you're able to navigate in the world fairly well. So let's say, what are we concerned about? Husbands delivering the get. Now, what are we concerned about? What are we concerned about? Until the woman gets that get. What are we most concerned about? Don't poke the bear. Whatever. It just, like, don't set anyone off. As crazy as it is, it's so unreasonable. So we're concerned that if she appoints a Shaliach to go ahead and just receive the get, then what? Then the nice stuff, he's gonna write crap on us. I will tell you, having been involved in multiple students, you would be surprised. So there are times where the wife is not there for a variety of different reasons, and I've seen it firsthand. So like husbands are like offended, and like offended. Right? That's why you're in this situation, right? That's right. If I was your wife, I wouldn't want to be here either. Like, and it's absolutely incredible to see. But like, again, you're getting before. Now you want to spend time together, right now, right? You've been a derelict husband all of these years. Now suddenly you need to be in the same room as them. Now let's say, but for myself, like, people are interesting. So there is this concept that you don't want to pass the shalom, go ahead, and do something that's going to rock the boat. So now let's say back to this. So the Gemara says, if it's an issue of desire the Baal, that's not a problem over here. Why is it not a problem? We'll say, why not? Because here the husband is the one who's orchestrating and choreographing this entire situation. So we're not concerned about. So we'll say, now listen to this. So there's another problem. The other thing I will say is, we actually spoke about this. We'll say, we'll say the following case. Imagine this case. Ruben's married to Rachel. Ruben wants to divorce Rachel. So what does he do? He takes a get. He puts it in Shimon's chutzner. He says, Shimon, gift the chutzner to Rachel. We actually saw this case a few days ago. That's called chatzera habal la'achina. So we'll say, so now it's going to happen. So Ruben thinks, okay, now Rachel's going to acquire the chutzner. What happens when she acquires the chutzner? What happens? She acquires the get as well. It doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? It's a disruptive mistake. It's a disruptive act of conveyance. So let's say, again, at the end of the day, the disruption, the flow of the conveyance, therefore, again, it does not work. They will say, so some say this idea of Torah Moed Mashiach L'Kamala ultimately also represents a destructive act of creating. So we'll say, what are you supposed to say? Therefore, the Amar Law, so we'll say, what's the case? Here we go. What's the last one? He says to her, Yeshliach L'Olacha, so Reuben gives Rachel the get. He says, Rachel, you are the Shaliach to bring you get to Eretz Yisrael. At the Matis Hasam, until you get to Nation Yerushalayim. So the key Matis Hasam, when you get to Nation Yerushalayim, Shavei Shliach L'Olacha, Rachel, you appoint another Shliach L'Olacha. What's we're going to talk about this case, right? So remember again, Rachel, you are the Shaliach to transport again. When you get to Eretz, when you get to Yerushalayim, appoint another Shliach L'Olacha, and then what? The Kavias became needed. And then you receive the get from that second Shliach L'Olacha. Okay, so what's the next word? Next word, by saying that by doing the Amara, Hari Shliach L'Olacha, and then Matis Hasam, yes, Shliach L'Olacha, ultimately again, until you go ahead and you get to the days in Yerushalayim. If you Matis Hasam, when you get to the days in Yerushalayim, Amar Kamei Beidina, say before the Beis Din, before the Neftal, before the Neftam, Umashli Beidina Shliach, and Beis Din will appoint the Shliach, ultimately again. Okay. So that again, that can be the case. That can be the case. So ultimately, again, he's appointing her. So let's say again, let's just go back. How do you get into this? The Mishnah said a woman can bring her own get to marriage. A woman can bring her own get to the Hayam. Provided she says the funny nechtam or the funny nechtam. Right? But that's the funny nechtam. Now let's say the mice will be. You might say, but what's that? Once she receives the get, isn't she automatically divorced? We'll say all of this was an effort to go ahead and all this was an effort to go ahead and explain the case about how it would work. So Allah will say, so how would it work? It works if he appoints her as the get of the local, sends her bring the get to Beis Din, she brings the get to Beis Din, and has the get the whole local. They send it by Neftam, then Beis Din ultimately again will go ahead and probably appoint another Shaliach to go ahead, so can they get the Shaliach, and then receive the get the Neftam, and ultimately be the let's say Hadrallah, how many do you get? Let's say Mazel Tov, new character, here we go. We'll get to the next up storage when you come, possible. So let's say here we go. Any get, not written, for the sake of a particular woman, is possible. So let's say the get has to be written. I'm going to choose already before next time. The get has to be written in Shema. So let's say, if you want to say, this is going to be some examples. Okay, so what are some examples of not the Shema? Right, so let's say some examples of where the get was not the Shema. For example, are you over the Shema? Someone goes over and not going to be one of the guys who comes. They're not complaining, but I'm actually the street plus the guy is going. Let's say a guy is walking by the big legend, right? He's walking by the big legend. So he hears ultimately again that they are, so let's remember again, the sofer has to practice. Let's say he walks by a big legend with sofer, and they're practicing. And let's say, what are they practicing? They say, okay, Reuben, he's married to Rachel, who lives in Baltimore, and I won't say what happens. Reuben, he's married to Rachel, who lives in Baltimore, is walking by. He says, wow, incredible. Simin Minar Shamayim, right? I was always doubtful. I never knew if this union was blessed or not. He says clearly again up in the Torah, right? The Lord showed me the light, and again, I've seen it. I've seen the light. Again, I'm walking by. This is my name, my wife's name, my locale. So I was like, he decides ultimately again, this is my get. It also will be free. That's will be free. Is that right? So I say, so nice again. So possible guys. So obviously lower, right? Because obviously, even though they're writing this get for Reuben and Rachel from Baltimore, it's not for that Reuben, it's that Rachel from Baltimore. So it's not going to work. Next. Yes, and I will say another case. Custom the guy says Ishta the Nimla. So let's say Reuben, who was married to Rachel, decided to divorce his wife. Then Baltimore they reconcile. So we decided not to use the get. Matzal ben Hiro ba'amalo shnik v'shnak ab'shim v'shnik v'shnik v'shnik. Plus the guy is not. They both say she has. So now Reuben has a friend, Reuben, whose wife also has to be named Rachel. So Reuben number 2 says, hey, you using that yet? Right? You using that yet? So let's say, so Reuben number 1 and Reuben number 2 reconcile. Right? Reuben 1 and Rachel 1 reconcile. So now Reuben 2 says, you know what, let me just use that get. Right? She needs to let a good get go away. So let me go ahead and use that get. So obviously possible guys, but not gonna work. Not gonna work. Common base, next. Yes, in the time. We'll say additional days. saying Shabbos, we'll say very interesting. Here's case number 3. Case number 3 is Reuven. Reuven is married to 2 women. They're both named Rachel. That will say, this is wild because the only thing was that he married to 2 women. That he married to 2 women who had the same name. Let's say, can you imagine this? Can you imagine just when I say remember again, they're using like a thousand more exceptions right? Because even though again once upon a time polygamy was like we never went to we know this. Let's say all you need to do is open up Bereshit. Right? Open up Bereshit. And then all of the stories of the laws. And again up to us right, what's it? This is by Tzaddik. This is by Tzaddik. But ultimately again it was just such a cause of strife. So the nice thing that the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, now let's say, how you know famous in the same something. That's really interesting. The Reuben has 2 wives, and they're both named Rachel. Because of the Garish has had no love, where Garish goes had a family. We're looking at one this. This is fascinating. And now let's say Reuben and Rachel number 1. Right? Rachel 1 had a falling out, and now ultimately again Reuben wrote up again. Then Reuben and Rachel 1 reconciled. But again, what happens? Reuben now is ready to divorce Rachel 2. So Reuben figures, okay, listen, the truth is going to use this get. Right? Because when I say I'm Reuben, right? I'm Reuben, right? So the name is the same. The location is correct. So I'll say, and now again, they're both my wife. Allah for my son, Lord God, ultimately, again, it will not work. Yes, and also another case, the last one, person says to his wife, Puzzle the Isha, Garish, Puzzle the Garish. So we'll say it's actually very interesting. In case number 2, so listen to this. Case number 3, same as this, case number 4, sorry, it's the same as the previous case, which is Reuben is married to 2 Rachels. He goes over to the sofa and he's like, listen, I'm pretty sure things are going to blow up with one of them. Right? So let's say it's good to be forward thinking. He says, you know what? Do me a favor, write up the get. Here's what I know is I'm divorcing a Rachel, right? That's for sure. Which Rachel, that remains to be seen. But so let's be forward thinking people. Draw this up now, and I'll just use it for whichever Rachel I want. Ultimately, again, possible Garish flow doesn't work. So let's analyze this business now. The cost of the Garish is the Rachel. So now listen to this. So the problem is cases number 1 and cases number 2 seem to be redundant, right? Because both are cases where the get is being written truly for someone else, and now ultimately you want to use it ultimately for your life, right? You really want to use it for his life. So what is case number 1 that's teaching you that case number 2 saying? So what's the fascinating? Now the race of the life, but let's remember again, the race is the case of where Reuben walking by, and he sees children lighting the blood. In the past, that sounds like the case of where they get redeemed into one person. Reuben, even though again it's the same name as Reuben and his wife, they can't use it. So it's being like, no. The children has to be in the climate. That was considered the fascinating. He's the one in the book that in the case of the get being written, not for the purpose of divorce. Why is he getting written? Why is he getting written? Why is he getting written? So the most like, case number 1 in the Mishnah is where Reuben is walking by and he hears that children are practicing the writing of a get. They're practicing. The most like, he's writing a practice get. What do you do? You want to include actual names. So they include Reuben, married to Rachel, so forth. So that's what they're doing. So we'll say, but the get is not being written for anyone in specific. The get is being written as a practice. So we'll say, that's the case. Although actually, economic economy, Sofer Makrin, it says Sofer are literally again are reading. The low class money Sofer Horus right now. We'll say, so what's happening over here? You have like a master Sofer who's dictating names, right, and locations ultimately again to his juniors. Right? That's what it means Makrin. They're called us. So therefore, we'll say, case number 1 in the Mishnah is a get that's not even being written really for the sake of divorce. It's being written ultimately for what? It's being written ultimately again it's being written for the purpose ultimately of training. So if it happens to be that the training get happens to have the name of Reuben and his wife Rachel and from Baltimore, you might have thought you could use that. Come on, slow and you can. Good, like So my yes, and that's supposed to say, if you notice, by the way, cases in the Mishnah, you didn't go ahead and build on one another. So we'll say, so case number one, that Allah put on myself, a get that was written for training purposes, even if it has all the right personal information, cannot be used for divorce purposes. And we'll say, my yes, every time. What did the second case go on? The time they spell, Moses, and look up, Shalom, Gerushin, Allah, absolutely, Gerushin process. So we'll say, whereas in case number one, the Mishnah teaches me, I can't use a get that was not written for divorce purposes, right? Case number one was a get written for training purposes. That's what Mishnah teaches me. Now, let's say, I might have thought, though, so I will say, not only can you not use a get that was not written for divorce purposes, what does case number two teach me? Case number two also teaches me that even if I get, remember again, what was case number two in the Mishnah? Case number two was Kasa the Garish Ishta B'Dimba. So also case number two was, right, Reuben was going to divorce Rachel, he decides not to. There's another Reuben married to Rachel. Ultimately, again, so we'll say now the Mishnah teaches me that even though in case number two, that get was written for divorce purposes, but because it wasn't written for specific Reuben, right? This Reuben and this Rachel can't be used. Furthermore, Reuben had written a get for himself to be used with a particular wife. He can't go ahead and use it for a different wife. Not only that, so we'll say ultimately again. Furthermore, we learn that next case will say that even if the get has the correct name written for this one, can't be used for a different one with the same name. My timer. What's the reason? I would have thought it comes to exclude earlier case. The law of Mishnah was that, sorry, get was not written for divorce purposes. What was it written for? It was written for ultimately, again, learning purposes. About custom the Garish Fishto and Nimba. I will say ultimately, again, if a man decided to divorce his wife and then he decided not to divorce her, the other Bishop Pisos. So I will say that document was written in order to affect divorce. I would have thought, Ima Kasher. I would have thought it should be good. I will say, by the way, that's the case of where Reuben 1 was going to divorce Rachel 1. He decides not to. Then Reuben 2 finds it again, and he's also married to a woman other than Rachel. I would have thought such a document should be valid. Why? Because it was written for the sake of divorce. So I might have thought that by definition validates it. Therefore, the Torah says, because of Rachman of a Kasab, Hava Mina Lamiuteha, the low Ihu Kasaba. So I'll say, this is the Kasab. I would have thought, no. Reuben number 2, you can't use it because you didn't write that. Hava Yeshua Kuyoshin, the Ihu Kasab, the also in the case ultimately again where Reuben has 2 wives. Both are Rachel. Right? He should be able to, and he decided he wanted to divorce Rachel 1. Then he changed his mind that he wants to divorce Rachel 2. He should be able to use that yet. Which the Gemara says, the Ihu Kasab, Ima Kasher, because the Rahmana law. Everyone says Torah says law. What does law say? Lishma, for the sake of a particular woman. I have a safe alamani. So we'll say, why do I need it? Why do I need the last case? So we'll say, now listen again. What's the last case in the Mishnah? Last case in the Mishnah is Reuben was married to 2 women named Rachel. They'll say, what does Reuben? And then he goes over to the sofa and he's like, look, I don't know who I'm divorcing, but someone's getting divorced. Right? So just draft the get that says Reuben is divorcing Rachel. I'll decide later on who I'm going to use it for. So why doesn't that case record was Hakamash Malon? Didn't Brera. So let's remember again, what's Brera? So remember again, Brera is retroactive clarification. So let's say that last case depends on Brera. Because let's say essentially what Reuben's doing is saying this over, write a get now for Rachel, and I'll determine later on which Rachel I am going to divorce, and it'll be retroactively clarified that when the get was written, it was written for Rachel number 1, to which the Mishnah says in Brera. we don't subscribe to the concept of retroactive clarification. So I will say, so bottom line, what comes out from this Mishnah is also the only way to write a valid get is how ultimately again for a specific woman who is known at the time of the writing of the get. That's it. In other words, if it does not conform to that, if it's not right, not a get that was used for educational purposes, not someone else's get, not a get to divorce this wife and then divorce another, they have the same name, no retroactive clarification. The only way a valid get works is if a local
Also, it's not Spanish.
for
Spanish
this
is different from
specific
Spanish.
woman at
Lots
this
of things in
specific.
Spanish. That's true. There's also it's not foreign to that degree. African's pretty foreign. Bombay at all. So you internalize as African, like I'm watching I'm tolerant, so I would watch it. That would be very interesting, especially because it's the yearly thing that everyone watches. Yeah. What I'm saying is it's weird to, just because the guy speaks Spanish, is to tune in and be like, all right, for Kid Rock, to be like, well, I can't. Look, I mean, it's not fair. It is funny, but for him to be so pissed. I'm on the show. It's worse than the Bud Light thing. He's instead of shooting, what does he shoot instead of Bud Light cans? It's bad. Go to bed, buddy. A stand of churros. He's like,
now remember again, what was the truth from the snuff? He was going to divorce Ruffle number one. He then reconciles with Ruffle number one, and he decides he's going to divorce Ruffle number two. So what does the Mishnah say? You can't do that. You can't do that. I said, but what can you infer from the Mishnah? That he can use the get for Ruffle number one. Right? That's what we infer from the Mishnah. I will say, this teaches us a very interesting idea. We're other Gosamaris, and you'll see from Shimon as Rabbi and Achos, Otziim Shtarchov Alakish. So what do you see from this? You see from this from the other in the city. Two guys.
Probably watches Kid Rock all the day, all the time.
Ultimately, again, they could go ahead and take their loan, lend money to people in the town.
I don't think that there's any necessarily huge harm. And he's at the top of his game. So you're right. Actually, you know what his competition is?
So now let's say Yosef
Because Jelly
lends
Roll's winning great.
$10,000 to
Bad Bunny's winning great. They're neck and neck. The two of them. They're competing for who's the biggest name. Who are the biggest names in music right now?
I didn't borrow from you.
Bad Bunny,
I borrowed from the other Yosef.
right?
So let's say,
I'm
what do you see
not
from
right.
here?
But yeah, sure.
Here,
They're a competition. So I'm glad you asked. I mean, here's the thing. He said that he has become a big platform this week about something, right?
Because he's in possession.
Something's
So
going on.
too, when you're getting divorced,
He's out, yeah, he's gonna now they has phones.
why aren't we concerned that when you Ruffle number two and say, I'm the one who's divorced, but I lost my get, and Ruffle number one found the document.
What about Brennan Shaw?
Documents ultimately.
Oh, and Bunny or
So let's
Kid Rock?
stop over here with this today. We'll pick up the next show. Let's say with this with you tomorrow.
I think so. Because he used to, like, he probably watches Kid Rock and brainstorms
All right,
ideas.
everyone's have a great day. Good chambers, everyone.
He's like, oh shit, we didn't get a merch drop from the TPUSA. The TPUSA crossover with Thick Club. Thick boy politics. Right? Yeah. It's one of those shorts that has like T-Pusa and Thick Town or whatever or what is it called now? Tri-Fest all gas. Oh yeah. Whatever the fuck it's called. Yeah. But here's the thing, guys. There's another element to this that we're not looking at. It's got a spicy rattlesnake. Rattlesnakes love Bad Bunny. King Slowjo's big into Bad Bunny. Probably right. I don't even know anything. I just even know her name was Joanna. I'm like, yeah, she listens to Bad Bunny. Yeah, he's pretty popular. He's liked amongst women too, I think. Yeah, Bad Bunny. The whole thing though, him dancing and all the different sets and songs, that was pretty good. I was like, oh, Bad Bunny. So it seems like it's probably exactly what his sponsor was. Right? Not bad. I could do without Lady Gaga. I guess, I mean, you don't like Lady Gaga, right? I'm indifferent about Lady Gaga. I don't understand what she's doing. I don't know. because he likes her, I guess.
I'll believe when I see them hugging.
They danced. Not that.
Yeah. Alright, so how much you hated it? Who should be me an answer?
I went outside to protest Ben Bunny. I walked my dog. I did walk my dog during it, but that had nothing to do with it. My dog had to go pee. So then I came back in with my girl. My wife, when my wife got home, she was like, I want to watch the halftime show. And I said, okay, so we rewind. And she was like, she started rewinding it in my mind. I'm like, let's go.
Yeah, did you see that? Did you watch the whole game, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was working during it, but yeah, I watched it.
Did you see that one? I hate how the broadcast tries to be real professional. It wasn't really funny yet. The fucking referee ate shit when players were trying to fight. When they kept showing the fight, I'm like, come on, man. Dude, the referee, like, not only face planted, but like tracked his face. I made my family, I was like, you know, I'm calling a vote right now, veto any votes. We rewind this right now. And everyone started laughing. They're not going to re-show that.
That's too bad. I didn't even see it on socials.
Oh yeah, it was good. Anyways, I don't think Bad Boy or Jelly Roll spoke out yet. Every thorn. This is 2 weeks ago, so no, not a change. It's just a birthday post for his leading. So he hasn't spoke out about ice at all. He's on the moving goat. He's promoting goat.
He must be one of the people because he just started singing.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I did save one of those. I didn't save a goat. What is it? Trailer. Oh, okay. Because I don't really want to watch it. Okay, that's kind of weird. What else you got?
Yeah, what else you got? I did over the weekend. I'm asking this. I don't know if this will be interesting, but I got a message from an old guest on our show, JP Flame. Remember him? Inward Junkies. Never heard of him. And this is the message that he sent me on Twitter. Hey, exclamation point. I'm running for ambassadorship. Sorry, I'm running for an ambassadorship position, and I truly appreciate your support. This role means a lot to me, and I'm excited to represent our community and make a real impact. If you believe in me, I'd be so grateful for your vote. Vote here. And there's a link. What's your first thought? So I wrote back, and I wrote in parentheses the best, because I always so did the best junkie get hacked? Because in my mind I was like, it's a little suspicious, right? And he immediately wrote back, no, I can't get hacked. So I thought he was doing a bit. What do you think so far? He said, you immediately did. Oh my God. So I go, I wrote, thank God, what is this? Because I thought, I gotta make him explain. So he said, I'm applying to be a co-host of a podcast event that Junkies organizes in collaboration with Google in all European countries, and I'm one of the Rare USA participants. Now, that Junkie organizes the Junkie, right? They're the sports junkies. As if Junkie is like a business of some kind, right? Do you think I still believe that he's real or not? I still think he's real. So I write back, oh nice, I'll vote for sure, exclamation point. And he says, thanks, I really appreciate you taking the time to vote for me, and I wrote MP. Do you think I clicked on the link?
Yeah, I did. Because you tell people you're going to do it.
No. No, I mean, that happens. But no, this time I screenshotted it, and I sent it to Oathman and Blue Shorts. And I mean, it's too long to pull up what they said, but Oathman and be there. That's no way that's real, dude. And they go, okay, thanks. And then they just left it alone, and I was like, well, if it's not real, are you going to tell him, you fucking jackals? You're not going to fucking tell your friend that, you know, he got hacked? So they did tell him, and he got hacked. His account got locked. He couldn't even get it. I don't know what happened.
His Instagram.
Twitter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, but you immediately knew it was hacked.
No, I don't think call it hacking when you said hacking.
Okay, so you can, yeah. I feel like they're kind of getting, I mean, besides the junkie part, it was sort of unbelievable because this guy, he's always trying to like do other things and like be parts of organizations and all this shit. So I was like, maybe it's real, but I wanted to check. Yeah, like Daniel messaged me once and was like, hey, try to get your pictures done. And I'm like, you remember there's no chance. People get hacked all the time now. There's another comic that messaged me. And I don't even understand the hacking. It was literally a picture of like some fucking what is the things that you can buy non-fungible NFT, right? And I go, what is this? And he wrote back out saying, what is the hack? Why would great, that's an image of an NFT. How does that get me to get access to your shit? Absolutely. I don't think you think it's looking. I didn't even click on it. It's just an image.
But whatever you click on, they've created that. They created that website to grab your shit.
Yes, I mean, it's weird because you always hear about comedians getting their Twitter or Instagram hacked. How do they do that?
Anyways, check this out, dude. So you hit that person on the face, right? And they're not even in the game. Watch out, he says sorry. Slides in, dude. You know, in Japanese culture, it's like a bow.
Okay.
So what is it? What is it? I wish we did this here, you know.
It might stop some fights if you're ignorant. I wonder why we never brought bowing. No one really bows.
I just think it's very funny.
I'd slow up the game a bit if they did this every time they mess with it.
Just, man, this is such a powerful bow. Dude, that right there. You have to forgive whoever did that. Like, somebody could kill my mom and do that, but
why is he doing that at all? He's practicing, maybe?
I know, yeah, this is a really good look too, you know.
And then this camera guy's like, okay, great, we gotta film him bowing.
This is on point.
This is like, you remember when you were a kid and you watch those blooper reels?
Yeah.
You know, people dunking and missing, or they like throw the ball out of bounds. This is like Japanese blooper reels is them praying, like bowing because they hit somebody with a volleyball a bunch of times and the Japanese guys are dying laughing. Who's that one where the guy is like, oh fuck, he really hit that lady? Alright, he's bowing.
Alright, so you can see here. First of all, his serve, that's way out. Why are you hitting this lady? She's all over here.
There's nobody on the other court.
That, and where's this camera guy come from? Boom! It's in the, not even in the face. Like,
yeah. Is this some sort of game where he's not even a volleyball player? He's maybe it's like a halftime show.
it's funny. He got a sick ass shot running behind him and then coming up behind him.
Yeah, he was ready. He was born ready.
Yeah, I don't know. This is very strange. I want to show you something else very strange. This right here, I want to get your thoughts on this. Did you see this clip?
I heard about it, but I didn't actually click play. It's the one where it's the 4 million and then it's like, oh, we know who they are, right?
I mean, you just know what you I always say everything got a price. Because people say, like, I love my dog. I get $100. No, I get $1,000. No. I get $100,000. Take that. Terrence Crawford is just staring him down.
The idea of Terrence Crawford giving up his dog for $100,000 is out the door. How would that look? He's like, you would give up your dog?
I'm like, your dog, man.
Yeah, no, he's not. No.
You don't love your dog, man? Here's the thing about another point of view I wanted to give you, dude. Our podcast.
Sure.
Okay, what are we doing here? We're trying to have fun. We're trying to make ridiculous scenarios, like be funny, but we're not signing some contract that this is how we are for the rest of our lives.
Yeah.
Granted, this guy, come on, you gotta get the vibe when you say $100,000 for your dog, you don't move. I stop going further, you know.
Oh, definitely, yeah, no. It looks like you've offended Terrence Crawford.
Let's see. Like, my thought is everything has a price. There's not a number that can get you back in there for 80 million, 100 million. Because now you sell your soul. $100 million, you can have my soul. Big mistake. $100 million, you can have my soul.
Yeah, if you don't go for the bit, if the guy has a frown on his face and he hasn't gone for any of the other bits, he's doubling down. You can have my soul. Does it look like Terrence Crawford is the kind of person to say that to? Yeah, probably not. He's still mad that you thought about giving away your dog.
Now it's not a bit, because you're literally not changing either aspect of it. It's like a real thing that you believe, because if it was a bit, be like, fuck the money, fuck my ass, you can have my soul. That's a bit. You know, yeah, if you're changing up like you just want to give your soul away for free, basically. Sure, you know what I mean? But he's just adding money and giving more to the person with that money.
Also, the guys that can buy his soul now, like the Epstein group, are like, all right, we can buy this guy's soul for cheap.
Does the camera come up?
Yeah, what does that even mean? You're gonna buy my soul? Crawford is taking him seriously. So, yeah, I think he's really offended by the dog.
The dog, because
He likes dogs. Crawford loves his dogs. I don't blame him. I'm not selling my dog. I mean, yeah, no, I would be like, why do you want my dog? Yeah. Why do you want it for 100? I would be like, you need to do something weird to my dog.
I mean, I'm on this guy's side. 100,000 for a dog, like take the dog. You know what I mean? But 100 million for the soul, I don't know what I'm selling. Like if I'm selling my soul, is that a lifetime? Like, is that an eternal thing? You know, sure, that's a good point too. It's like a soul doesn't mean like a real thing. Could exist, could not exist. However, it implies that you can do anything. So if this guy is saying that like someone owns a soul, that probably means they can fuck it at the very least. That's like the front door. You know, yeah, it could be worse. You're like, his family. They're now, he's the dad of his family. Whoever bought, they're like I can fuck your wife, I can fuck your kids. Like it's a bad thing to say. Put capital on the soul. You know what I mean? That's a rough thing. I mean, I can't imagine. He must be sad. You know, I don't know if he sees this. He's like, he just said, that's it.
This is a guy that's not an agent.
And then Terrence Crawford's response and the amount of earthquakes that are immaculate.
Definitely touched something.
Well, we know the character.
You have to let's say that something that is separate, right? It's separate between
I think Terrence Crawford is. He's just I don't know him really, but he seems like a deadly serious person, right? Because he's one of the best boxers ever, or something like that. So he works out super hard. He's got a very specific kind of mentality. So he's like maybe a David Goggins type, or just not. He's not the guy that this joke is gonna ever be the productive conversation. I make sense. You wouldn't say it, right? You pick somebody. This is the kind of make from this conversation. Yeah, you should say this to Brendan Schaub. Right? Yeah, this is not for Terrence Crawford. It's not going to take you seriously.
Yeah, Brendan Schaub's like, I just like a cow for like $30.
Yeah, Terrence Crawford would kill everyone that made the suggestion that he danced or dressed like a cat. Exactly. Everyone is dead at that point. Most importantly, the guy that came up with the idea.
Sometimes, you know, like I never was in a sport because of money. You know, of course, I was in a sport to make money, but I wanted to be a world champion.
I was kidding, Terrence. I don't want to sell my dog. I don't want to sell my soul. I don't even know what that means. Please, like,
What are you talking about? Nobody said that right now, Terrence.
oh my God. That is fucked up, dude.
Yeah. I don't know if you know this, but last Friday, I didn't really say anything on the show, but I headlined the show this last Friday.
Oh, nice.
At a sober bar.
Yeah. Interesting. I don't like this juice and mocktails.
Mocktails, vegan food, everything's vegan.
It was a good show. But it was cool. It was whatever. I did 15 minutes at the end. Okay, that's not bad. But I will say this. I forget what I wanted to say about the whole show. I don't really want to talk about the show because it's a bit of a comedy stuff, I'm sure. But I was at a silver bar, and a lot of people came to see me. A lot of people that know me came through and watched me comedy. And at the end, everyone left. It was all the comics and everyone kicking it, at a bar. And the owner of the bar came over and was like, "You guys can have whatever you want. I mean, you can have my soul." And we were like, "All right, tight." And so we all ordered a drink. And then I got my drink. It was some like watermelon thing with like the whiskey ice mocktails. Right? Yeah. I like cocktails, dude. You know what I mean? That's where I'm trying to get to here. You know how like they have the ice cube, the big old fucking whiskey ice? Hell yeah. You know what I mean? And it was like some watermelon drink. That looked like whiskey, so I ordered that. And then I walked away and I was taking a drink from it. And I was like, this is weird. It was so weird. It just didn't taste good. It tasted great. It was fucking weird. And then like going back to like a table full of people drinking drinks. And then I was like, oh my god, I haven't done this forever. Damn, what did that feel like besides weird? Honestly, it felt like I was like, okay, so there's an allergy to like drinking, but I feel like I want to have more drinks now. Isn't that what the allergy is? Yeah, did you get another drink? No. Okay. I just got addicted to lactose. Well, I was assuming the second one was going to cost money. Okay. Yeah, well, I wonder what that. So that's the first time you've ever been at a circular time anyway. I've been to one before, but I didn't get a drink. I just got tacos. Yeah. It's the feeling of ordering at a bar that you miss. Well, that and like having the drink that looks like a cocktail. Because I've gotten like Diet Cokes at bars, and I've gotten like, what is it called? I have done the thing where I get like a non-alcoholic beer at a bar, but something about the fucking drink, like the whole aesthetic of it and stuff. And so like immediately I was thinking like, okay, so people probably come here to get that again. Yeah, but is that a good thing? Because at the end of the day, I'm like, this is fucking weird. This is whack. We're none of us are getting drunk. I don't know. I mean, I like cocktails. I taste good sugary, like delicious drinks. When I get them, the rare occasions that I do, it's not to like have the experience of being like, I'm drinking again. It's like I can't drink, so I'm like, I want something that tastes good. You know, they put so much fucking effort into those goddamn drinks, dude. They're like squeezing and shaking, and it's always got some weird shit on it. And then it tastes delicious. It's not like a regular soda. So I'm happy with it. This guy had ice and a brand. You got a fucking blowtorch out. Yeah, I brand the ice. You need that for those things. It's gotta be cool. The drink is. It's not even drinking culture that, like, I remember there's a place called Sparrow, downtown LA. I think I talked about this in the show, but part of it is that they bring it out of these crazy, like, there's one where there's like a box that's on fire or something like that. And you open it and I don't know, it's like crazy presentation as part of it. And then it tastes good. So you're paying for the show. Okay. You're paying for how good it tastes, and then you can drink a mocktail and eat some vegan food. Guys, if you play vegan, it's like silver teppanyaki. Teppanyaki, was that? Yeah, I mean, I've not gone to any sober bars, really, so I don't know what the experience is. But that is, you just described the experience. I've gone to places that have mocktails, but not like specifically, like I've never stepped foot in a place where it's like, this is specifically, that seems like it's for people that are going over there. So it's right up your alley, maybe. Yeah, nah, but they're also like super heavy into politics. You know what I mean? Okay, you know what I'm saying? When they were like, we're not watching the TV. Oh no, they're like, that's on all the screen. Oh, okay, just I'm just curious. You're right. Vegan. We're conservative, and we asked for your documents on the entrance. No, they had a lot of protest material in place.
but it's coming from a place like, dude, it's coming from a place where they're like, we're gonna shut down.
Yeah, those kind of places probably don't exist too long. I can't imagine they're huge money makers.
Like desperate.
Also, in comedy shows, often the venue that they're in not doing the greatest. Otherwise, you wouldn't put up with the insanity of a comedy show. I mean, look at what happens in Hollywood comedy. Or our friend Christian Zaragoza gets salsa. That salsa could have gone to freedom.
The foundation is definitely unstable, for sure.
Have you ever, I'm trying to think if I've ever had something that's been a long time since I've done it, and I've done it again, and been like, that felt weird. Because, I don't know, Timo's, maybe you stopped a little bit. Did you feel like, did you have any of the same feeling that when you had the drink in your hand, then when we went back to Timo's once a week?
Well, that's your songs for sure. When I started making songs, yeah, we were okay.
And then you have a mocktail in your hand, oh my god!
And I have a blunt in one hand. I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ.
This is fake weed. I wonder if there's, well, there is fake weed, the HCB Nation, it's supposed to, but then you know, it's not there, you can't have fake weed, you get fake high,
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that's what I'm saying with the mocktail. It don't make sense.
but it's delicious.
Sure. But, like, don't drink your calories, Daddy. I like water. I like Diet Coke. You know what I mean?
I guess, if you're at a sober bar, it's the one place where it makes sense. That would be weird if you were like, at home making mocktails.
Yeah. Well, I've done that. That is not weird. Like, chicks will say, like, do you like mocktails? I'm like, yeah, I'll make a mocktail. And I make some bigger than that. Yeah. If I'm making it by myself, that's sad. I'm not making mocktails to make fucking bread and chop here.
Yeah, I'm making a song tonight, so I'm cutting a fucking block. You're doing the, you're spraying the ice cube with the fire, so this is how Kurt Argo or whatever, putting that in there. I can see, I mean, so you have done mocktails here?
I have.
What kind of mocktails?
I do mostly orange juice, ginger-based mocktails. With whatever little substitutions here and there. It's like, you're speaking out of my hands here. Yeah. But orange juice mixed with, like Red Bull is pretty good. I can't say. Yeah.
Sounds like a good time.
I look it up.
I guarantee you I have that.
I would look it up.
It's great.
I don't have any shower.
That's what's true.
Let me, pull up something. If we have any, voicemails. This is WhatsApp. Okay. Do you use WhatsApp?
No, the only time WhatsApp was when my parents went abroad. They were like, hey, dude, WhatsApp. You download, so I would like walk them through downloading WhatsApp. And then they never messaged me.
Alright, well, let's see this. This is all from the same phone number, so it's going to be 3 from the same phone number. This is going to be, our phone number is 775-557-8667. That's 775-557-TIMOS. And it's a voicemail. This guy spent all Tuesday night with these calls.
But you're also missing the offering of your commands. Let's say one step at a time. Here we go. Remember again.
Shout out to you. Thank you. I'm pretty sure this guy was watching our stream. I did get in a big fight with Moses on my stream, dude.
Oh, over what?
I don't even know Moses is going through it.
He just got mad.
He got mad at me. He was saying a bunch of weird things. Called me a bitch a couple times.
Jinx.
Yeah, and everyone was like praying for Moses. Everyone was like praying for Moses. I feel like he just went through some one night.
You know, these shows, they get hate us.
He was like, what would you do if somebody was making a podcast about you or every week? I was like, I'll be pretty happy.
He's now a shop fan.
No. Let's not think the worst, you know? Yeah. But pray for Moses out there, dude. Because you know what I'm talking about when I say Moses, right? I think so. I mean, I remember seeing the name Moses, but maybe, like, that'd be funny. There's some disease he has. It's like a brain disease that makes him, like, sympathetic to Job all of a sudden. Doctors don't know what to do. He watched my whole stream towards the end. Why would he be mad about Job? It's some random watching all the time. I'm not doing anything like Job. I was just saying, like, hey, just leave. I did this grief thing where you just leave kind of fix it, and I kind of upset him a little bit. Because I imagine somebody like this, and then everything he was commenting was like, just off topic. Yeah, I mean, if, well, there you go. But if you do see it, if you could just leave, then they are naked. What do you mean leave? You're a little page. See. We'll see.
Should certainly make the shlishi by Shlomo. That's the Kavakona. That's the Kavakona to make the case for a shlishi. For a shlishi, people in the book, I could ask the book for that. Now it's the book for the Avakona. So that's a real difference. It's William himself wasn't Avakona, right? He was the very source of Kiva. So ultimately, again, Yaakov looks like, as opposed to the Kuka, the Kuka is only a shit. But the Kuka itself is only secondary Kura. It's like, who's the Tvulyon? The Tvulyon is the guy who contracted Tumah directly from the source. That's what it means when it says that he had. So his power should be stronger ultimately again than a Kuka. That's a shitty. Whereas it's like TC is Tvulyon of Sheretz. So that's why I think it's like the case of a Tvulyon of Sheretz. So it's ultimately again. So it's a
high quality fans, you know. Just top performers in their field of choice. I do like this Joey Rogan voice, which is one guy. Yeah, it's basically puts their minds. And they kind of all, like a lot of them, not all, not blue for maybe, but a lot of them kind of started in a rock from Boston. A lot of them kind of started sounding just like that. Yeah, like the drunk, or like have been smoking weed for a long period of their life. Yeah. All right, man. Yeah, but they pull together for the Shamanisms. All right, man. And draw or whatever your name is, you fucking suck. But Brad, you fucking Bob. But check it out, BG, if they're in the midst of some sort of drug psychosis, they come right back to it and pull off the perfect Japanese, you know, and that's important. Well, let's see the last one.
Versus a person who's considered to be promo-Tumah. So put it on the case of Tvulyon of Sheretz. Because when a person touches the Sheretz of himself, he's not an Av. He's not an Av. He starts off ultimately again as...
I hope your neighbor's not mad at you. Well, I will say this. We haven't heard from him since, so I hope he's all right. You know, and it'd be funny if we start doing live shows and our whole audience is people like that. Well, we're on doing the show right now. You have to stop yelling out, but maybe that would be good. Yeah. It's funny, we find out that all of our fans are Christian fans. Yeah, they throw up. Hopefully they throw up before they keep the tree. Otherwise, get banned from the venues. That should be on the flyer. Like, should throw up before the show. Do whatever you want before you get here, but when you get here, just mocktails. Yeah, it's also salads. It's also salads. That'd be wild if you got like let's take the don't put myself out of this. All my writer at least left one sentence. Maybe such that for you. It'd be funny if that's something great. Or people say, you know how people bring food, like beer and I remember used to have people would bring in food. They talk about food all the time on this podcast. So for us, they're going to bring us like, I don't know, already somebody so tired of coffee cake. That coffee cake, remember that bakery was mentioning I was like, are you for real? Are you actually? They weren't though. You think it's fake still? Yeah, they had 200 followers. In the actual bakery had a lot. That's so weird to think a fake bakery
But it makes sense if you're trying to. We talk about coffee cakes every week. This was before that. You're just like, he's fat. Yeah, you're fat. Both of them are. I feel like we talked about coffee cakes for a long time. I could be wrong. We talk about food nonstop. Yeah. And I was a donut guy for a long time. Yeah. So I guess if you're trying to get by me, it would make sense to be like, by the way, I own a bakery. Yeah. Like, all right, well, where's my money? They're smart, these scammers. They're getting smarter. The guy that messaged me didn't seem that smart. Alrighty, well, that's it for this week. Thank y'all for showing up, dude. Release the Epstein docs, dude. Come on, brother. Yes. Anyway, bye.
Ultimately, again, these items are very dissimilar. So what is inside of Shadow? What is coming on later? Ultimately, again, they are permitted, ultimately included, to post them the Truma. But ultimately, again, invalidate Truma. Kosher can keep our shaming, so also the food, but also the Truma. Also, all the more so,
I know it. Oh, I'm on. Holy shit. Holy shit. Welcome back. I didn't know it. I said I'd do it, then it. Welcome back to the podcast. Welcome back to Breakfast Live. So, I'm a little tired, so Carter got me this giant diet Coke. That's what I'm thinking for that. Cheers. Thank you. You like your Diet Coke? You like it? Thank you. And one of the no one will understand this, but one of the comments, somebody said something nice to us, and I just wrote back, thank you, man. I'm done with Great Expectations. I finished it. Oh, man, John, it's pretty good. This is a book review podcast, and I've never been a book guy, but I read that book, and they say that a lot in it. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. Okay? We're happy to be back with you. Thanks for tuning in. Hit the like button or I'll immediately do the sideways thing and piss you guys off. I haven't made the sound in a long time. I'm absolutely willing to bring the sound back, the annoying sound that we all hate. I will bring it back. If there's not enough likes to the ratio, I will bring the sound back. The sound thread, so Jordan got the sound ready for me. And I'll use it often. Oh no, should I do it? No. You're not getting another bottle. You're not gonna like this. What happened? Season 2. Well, while you're bringing whatever you're about to bring up, the dolphin bottle that I ordered, I said I was going to buy a replacement and buy you one. We both have it as a secret. It came in, it wasn't the same bottle. So I have to keep looking. And they won't remember. So it's also like, it's not that anyone about going to see them in concerts. I think they're in LA. Notably, Finland, Sweden, a full hour nearly takes Goody out as is. Yeah, dude, listen to this guy. That's Janae, it's a girl. Oh, listen to Janae. Janae knows me well. It's concerns on my health. Mommy, and she should be. I'm almost done with I started. Alright, so Goody does not know what's happening with Hollywood comedy. And I want to take a poll from the people in the chat if you guys want to go through this saga with Goody or just go to the Reddit. Okay, yeah, those are good. Yeah, take a poll, but I definitely want to see the comedy. I've never been what's the status? Because I had already been through too many of these $5 silent mics. Yeah. Fourth wall, Becky's room, what was it? Bert's back room. There was a bunch of, I can't remember them all. There was one that was named after an animal, I think. On her room or something. The zebra room. That's like the name of the zebra room is real. It's another one. You had like, yes, I'm here. I'm back. Badgers and whiskey. Badgers and Hansel. Badgers and James. You gotta write the first time you stupid bitch. Or stand up for the first time at one of these atrocious venues. Like I remember I didn't go to it. Remember we did a whole episode on those the guys that prank football. Like just disgusting things that live in the world. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's great. It's kind of content like this, so I don't even know why I'm saying it's bad. They told me that it's gonna prank football. Prank football because of this thing. If you show up with an 18-year-old, if I show up with an 18-year-old, it's legal to do it. Fucking weird. Say this will get up listen. If anybody was friends with Jeffrey Epstein, and they was guilty, okay, you're a scumbag. You're a scumbag. If they knew that there were speaking reality, just like they didn't get to those positions. They're just like, oh, Epstein, I can't remember. Yes, but sir, Toronto. Yeah, keep it going. Okay. Got a story about being 16 and Alright, let's go ahead and tell me when to pause. I'll try to walk through so we don't go all 35 minutes. So all of us did. Nobody really talked about it. That was your hand. That was all from It's the it's like the caveat is I just think it's interesting. And it's really it's now like now and until hey man, I don't think the reason we do that, I think that's not right. We signed up for open mics and like the guys we know why the guys she doesn't talk I thought Canadians Canadians have that there's one caveat. I thought they said more like us. It was actually not the ones I know. It was very legitimate about that. She was 18. So this is society we all live. he was like, yeah, dude, you fucking, and like, give me all the shit. I was like, damn, I would strike out so hard on that. Like, listen, this guy's living the best possible life scenario. But anyways, let's get back to that. So screwed. And also the Uber driver is stupid. Yeah, he's, also, you know what I mean? These three ladies walking here, you're like, why do we have to be just a guy? And I have all three ladies for the rest of my life. After what? I have to kill this guy. Oh, there's a date. I see. Okay. The guys filming. They're friends. Oh, all right. I didn't see them again. I'm like, why are they live? Yeah. Well, they're reading their jokes. Oh, good. They're ridiculous. Uber driver had the chance to do us all. I can't hear you. I think that's pretty funny, actually. What'd she say? Hi, my name's Allie. Actually, my name's Beach. That's what I think she said, but that's pretty funny. BJ? Something different than Allie. Yeah, okay. That's funny, but that's not what she said. Yeah, okay. And it's nothing to do with funny, but that is like clever. Hi, my name is Alan. Actually, my name is Gerardo. I mean, I don't know. Maybe because her is this makes it look weird. She goes, hi, my name's Allie. Actually, it's Tim. Hey, my name is Gerardo. Actually, I kept thinking, Hitler is so horrible. It's so horrible that it's funny to say his name to me. And I don't say that you don't have to find it funny. But I was thinking today, and I'm sure other people have said this. I'm going to steal this as well. You guys still have most of my material while doing stand-up. Jesus Christ. Keep talking. All right, so Jeffrey Epstein, obviously a horrible person, right? But I started thinking about it. Why Jeffrey, right? And I was thinking, do you maybe trust people less if they choose to go by Jeffrey than just Jeff? Right? You're following me? And then I started thinking, who else is named Jeffrey? Jeffrey Dahmer, right? Prince Joffrey, right? Jeffrey is the... You gave me a pity laugh there, and I think, no, I like it. Okay, but I mean, like, Jeffrey is a fucking weird name. So you like Jeff Dye more than Jeffrey Epstein? That's weird. Yes. Yes, I did. More than Jeffrey Epstein? Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. I like Jeff Dye a little less than Jeffrey Epstein. You know, it's funny that you asked me that. On the way here, I was thinking about who's worse, Jeffrey Epstein or Osama bin Laden, because we talked about that on the episode. And I think Jeffrey Epstein, dude, over Osama. And I was thinking, like, who's safer, who are your kids safer with? And I'm not even sure of the answer. I think your kids might be safer with Osama. But I mean, probably, because he's probably speaking like this. We got him, but they're American. It was tough, though. I didn't think about it. And I haven't fully decided, but they're both bad. Okay, how about this? Who's safer? Would you trust them more, Tim Kennedy or Osama bin Laden? It's also because Tim likes to kill people, like a lot. But Tim, it's probably not going to happen. He wasn't like bragging about killing Americans. That's bad. I can't believe it, dude. I mean, you were giving a great speech right now because it seemed like, what are you doing? All you country motherfuckers on stage. Wait, guys. I mean, you made the choice. We're just bullshit. I felt something different right now. I don't even know how to address this without really, fully head on talking about it. So, because we're going to be in vertical mode probably the whole show. We'll get 10,000 views because we're in vertical mode, but it'll be a punishment to all of you. Okay? You need to learn. It's about what's right. Okay. Right, I'll go back. Okay, right when I say it. a dose of reality for you. That's right, man. Man, leaving. Look how many likes we get right when we go to Vermont, dude. You see that? People like the birds. It's not even function anymore. Yeah, they like it. That's what I'm about. People don't even like what we say. They like what we do. Yeah, just go back to Vermont. They want to see it for views. All right, so let's get back to me dancing right there, dude. That's sexy. Anyways, so I don't want to give any spoilers. Let's just go to when they show up to the place, and it's, you know, you're catching on to the vibes like this, dude. I've never seen your mouth open that wide. You know, but this is some happiness that I wish to attain on a daily basis. You know, dinosaur vibes. That too. You're douching her up saying that they're having a good time. Yeah, that's good. I like that you douche. Bro, I haven't had a burrito in 2 days. Whatever to my food. Where did you get a burrito from? You know where? Albert's? You know where I haven't been in a long time? It's huge. I'll tell you what. It's good. No, it's not good. I've been there in the recent 2 weeks. It's not great. Wiley Harris. Thank you, Wiley. You better like the video. So now that they're pulling up to me, I'll come here and skip forward a little bit. Nobody can have peace in an open mic. I guess they are there with like a big camera probably or something. Are you like doing shut the fuck up, dude. You know what they're doing. What are you talking about? Be like, are you wearing a black colored t-shirt? Yeah. T-shirt's black, moron. They can see that. Why are you asking me if I'm doing something I'm obviously doing? You stupid open mic loser. Are you all three with like super curly red hair right now? You guys have red hair. The job of a comedian is just to say what everyone else sees. Good job, buddy. No jokes in there. I mean, I'm just as good as him though, because when you walk into a open mic, are your teeth tiny? I'm trying to think of the most ridiculous thing I'm sure I've done things like this to people. I'm not saying I'm above it. I kicked a guy out once. I said, you have to leave. He was like a weirdo. I was like, you actually have to go. I said, I don't want to help. I would always be like, don't film if it's like somebody. I don't want to be part of your thing at this. I don't want people filming at the fourth wall at the Hollywood Comedy or whatever. I've done it to myself, but let me do it to myself. Let's people don't want to watch this now. It's like 50%. Let's go ahead and do a poll of which one's the worst. Which one's the worst? Fourth wall, Hollywood Comedy. Badger and Jam. They don't know what these places are, but that's funny. All of mine. Yeah. Fourth wall. What was that one? Badger and Jam. I know which one's the worst. What? Marty's? You ever go? But that's not Slug. That was a long time ago. That was a precursor to Slug. Yeah. Marty's? I did like this one tweet about Marty's a long time ago that fucking, I'm still proud of myself. Right? I can't remember exactly what I said, but like, I essentially described what Marty's was, and I said, and that place lasted until just now. It was like, so Marty's was, and you can't even really say what it was on YouTube, probably. So it's this guy that in his apartment had an open mic, and I don't know if it was like first come, first serve, or whatever it was, but he would open it up by doing material about prayer and 15 minutes on RAP. Yeah, and not just that, like, a strange kind of CHILD. And then it would, like, run all night. No one would ever be in the room. Nobody would watch. And that thing lasted for, like, 15 years. People were going to it. The wait, like, more than one time. Like, you'd go there, and there'd be no one there, and Marlon Wayans was there. And it's just, like, the strangest thing in history.
And please tell me if I'm wrong, but Marty looked like a skinny James Dean.
Yeah, I think so. I never did one.
Oh, you never got
No, this is just the torch. Did you do Marty? I always skipped it because people describe it like that. I was watching this.
Okay, so then let me describe it. I was there, dude.
Was it like what I said?
Yes. That's why I'm surprised you haven't been. Okay, so you literally walk in, and there's nobody there.
Yeah.
And then Marty gets up. I feel like Marty's always in the same chair. He gets up and he's like, oh, hey, what's up, guys? Skinny James looks up. And he walks you to the plane, and he's like, you got money? And then you give him money. And then he's like, all right, well, I'm going to host the show now. There's nobody there. He goes on stage. He does 15 minutes about the worst stuff you've ever heard. I think he tried to do the worst material ever.
Yeah.
Like the aristocrats kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then somebody would walk in, and he knows who they are. I think that he would text people to come through.
Yeah.
And so, like, Jamar Name would come by.
Yeah, him too.
And you go on stage and do 10 minutes. And then, like, eventually you get on stage, but they're making you wait all night, you know? And, yeah, you're out there for a show, you're like, watching everyone else do
It's like a bringer show for an open mic. And that's kind of, I mean, I don't know if it's up for it, but I wanted to shout out to GT there, Pussy and GT Racino.
We just talked about it all the time.
One of the greatest musicians.
I was walking down, I saw this hot girl, and I said, I want to eat that pussy on the pizza. And I thought to myself, there was something better than stuff that's pussy on the pizza.
And it's too bad. I mean, if he was still alive, I'd probably still be doing comedy.
Yeah, dude, it was a sad day. He was such a bad comic. He was just a great guy. But let's see here. Alright, so Noah, the guy that's going to go first. Okay. And he's the cameraman. Let's go ahead and check out how bad he does. I like that he's wearing ice cream shirt, ice cream pants.
Yeah, this is great. That's a crazy thing to wear on a mic.
Chicks that laugh at him when he makes red flag. Really? But yeah, I've been watching Phil Harris since 3 days.
You like the Gallagher sisters and stuff like that. They're like, damn, I used to be a fan. That's interesting that they're that young and married.
He looks ridiculous.
I thought they looked crazy. I like the way he dresses.
I know, I gotta say, that's you know the Hollywood comedies just do cigarette jokes. Yeah. With three other tracks. I should bring the verses and I would say I'm glad I got some video. And Hollywood what are we doing at tracks? That is so funny that his friends are yeah, they probably practice that shit. Yeah. I mean, not the reaction, but she's legit laughing. Oh, man. She's okay, so, listen, we don't need to watch the whole thing. Right? Now, this girl was up there, and this actually made me laugh the first time I watched it. Okay. Not in a, it's an end in a breaded chop. The way she starts is very funny. Yeah. My mom found that cell show by side. She has a problem with pronunciation or something. So let's see how she handles this. That's so funny. Man, that is funny, man. Have a good time. They fucked the guy that, no offense really to the guy that was hosting, but it's like, comedians trying, I hope that's not what it looked like. They looked like he was dead. Right. You know, like, you gotta have a little bit of life when your eyes dry. You know, I know I'm a low energy guy. I don't want to like look like I'm fucking sad and dead. But you're part of the problem, Gary. You know, you said something right now that people should actually, take heed of, and we should make an example of you. Because you just literally called the host. He wasn't the host. All right. So this was the host that you. Oh wow, reaction. I like that.
And I work at the Hollywood Club on Melrose Mine. I've been working.
So why did you say that?
He works there. It's a job.
All right.
Still has to learn, but it's a long time. So it's like according to that
Spicy.
Yeah, I work at work.
Been there for almost a year now. Recently, there was an altercation that happened at the club, and I was the host. The Wednesday night that the Gallagher sisters arrived from open mic, and they
war memory. Yeah, I mean, we're going to be popping in and out of all this stuff. Let's go back to what happened on stage.
That's close to
Yes, she's joking. I think it's so funny.
it is kind of funny, man. To fuck these humorless fucks in the audience, not giving anything to laugh. Fucking, it's funny.
I'm not on their side, but this is
I'm on no one's side. I'm on our side. I'm on our side. If somebody like did a joke and laughed that hard, that's crazy. I feel a lot worse than this.
Oh, she's been that wrong kind of deal that she was.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm down. I'm envisioning people that have made me much angrier than these people.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure you'll get this later.
Oh my god. I mean, look, dude, at least they're not bothering you. It just I can't even understand what she's saying. So she was saying something to the effect of my boyfriend's in the crowd. Unless there's a celebrity here, in which case he's just done. So, okay. Yeah. Anyways, so, and then look at this girl. I've never clapped that wide of it. Okay. She's like, oh, yeah, that's right. Like, if that was a fucking couch, they would be broken. I want to have like one of brothers that laugh at open mics. Like, I want to have 5 to 6 buddies being the support of me. My mom found my vibe hits. essentially lie and falsely label the open mic comedians that were performing as the host.
Just like you falsely
also labeled the guy as the host episode. This guy made a video because they felt the other guy that hosts. That's not why he made the video. Let's get to the next comment. Coming up, mission to stage is just annoying. Clark Grizz has been seen. Sometimes and then two joke about I'm not very good at stand-up exposition. That's not good. So hard. Like every situation What age is that guy? You guys watch Real World, which sounds like it's good. Yeah, you suck. Barry Montoya, you suck. Alright, so this girl actually, I can tell, she's in a comedy. I was like, but surprisingly, a lot of really younger work. Anyways, she's mom. Everyone moms. Not her. I hope you don't want good comedy. This is not happening. I wasn't expecting it. And as far as on stage activities goes, I feel like the last comic is the worst. Only because not only are they doing bad, but then she won't get off stage and she's asked to get this is this kind of comic that stays on stage so long. She got the line she would play. Also, which is weird. I've noticed that early. It's a little weird. It's like it's kind of like a pornographic, like X-Men costume or something. Right. Except for the girl with the highly I mean, I would not this week. Yes, he's not bad. I'm surprised. Because a lot of times, the first time, so this is like one of that's all man. They vomit on stage. Yeah. But this is like just stand like kind of standard man. Now she won't get off stage. So obviously that wants her off stage. That's why she's not she's even aware that everyone wants her off stage. You know what I mean? That's kind of messed up. I want to get off stage. Everyone in the room wants her off stage. Even she wants to get off stage. Why is she still there? Because it's the, that feeling of being on stage. You're not really doing the right thing sometimes. Like, why do I keep doing the wrong thing? Why did I say the end? It'd be funny if she was like really, like, you know how some stand-ups like, for some people when they talk about comedy, they're like, just break the rules and like dice so much random light. And she has heard that. It'd be funny if she was doing it just because she said so much respect for dice. She said that the mic, like, but dice always read the light. I want to be like the greats and losers pay attention to like the greats. Okay, wait, the Hawks won the Hawks.
מדבש הזיפים והספיחס. Also, with the exceptions of Lily again, So seeking that
Okay, I was afraid that
sniper
girls.
seeking that and sacrifice.
Yeah, I guess
So say what sacrifice the rush. You know, so yeah, let's say this was
It's hard to get a taste of what's the whole chest thing because manly outside he says he's waiting for that club. Okay. There's no rules. Let's just go ahead and get outside part for the day or something. So she finally gets off stage. And then starts and then the vibe of a real like I thought I noticed this but I wanted to my right is the weight. I mean, he's like so pissed, but they're also talking while he's on stage. Yeah, so it's fucking, but he's not the guy talking. He's the guy that said something while the other guy was talking. So now they are they fight. Let's we're right back. Let's go into this. So the whole time they were complaining about the comedy and how it's not a welcoming environment, right? Yeah. So now they get back to the hotel and they're still going to cooking. Okay, this is no longer a happy night. You can see she's very upset. I'm surprised. What did I expect? I guess I can't even go back to what I thought comedy was going to be like before. Maybe I thought it was going to be friendly. I thought it was free food, good times, the drinks on tap for free, everything free. Everyone laughed at me. Everyone laughed at you. That's hard to do. They were all like, wow, tough crowd. That's the best description I ever heard of it. Oh my god, the Formula One, dude. He said this is Cody's three breeds. This is what I'm thinking about. He was sitting in a chair. I said, listen, we can't do tonight. We did a very good time. I understand if you took around and stuff. You want to be very I know. Even if I was watching the video and it's not comedy, it's a certain thing for hip hop people. Whatever that experience is, 20 out of 10. It was a learning curve for me. And I don't do whatever you want, secretly follow me. I'm having fun. Don't be on the stage and be sitting down and be dirty. Don't do that. Now you're so funny if she's talking about that guy saying, you're not funny. You're like my wife. You want to go on a date? They're mad because it's free. It would be funny if you drink my gum. Everyone watching me like you just I want them to fight the comedians at the Hollywood Common. They seem legitimately angry. It'd be so funny if they got their videos fighting the host after it. They're mad at the host. This is the face a girl makes when I tell her what I do squirrels. It's funny. Yeah. It's funny, like, that whole thing of when people are they just don't understand how things are in comedy, and they get really mad, and they antagonize the other people in the room, and the other people respond, making fun of them, and they go, what? Why? How did that happen? We were so nice. It's like, no, you ruined this open mic for these 6 to 10 losers, and, you know, like, they're not going to be happy about that. And, yeah, they're one-liners that weren't good, probably not. But maybe they were. Maybe they were. That's another thing I've seen people do. Sometimes people get roasted for like good, and then afterwards they're like, it wasn't even good. It's like everyone was laughing, but I didn't see any of it. The comedy, you know, Cooney, listen, you know, and I love you. You know, you're awesome. You're a great guy. Never mentioned you. But I like that you're taking a different approach to this where you're kind of on their side. But here's the thing, Cody. Let me describe to you. I'm not on their side. I'm on either. I think both. Everyone in that open mic group should probably be that. Yeah, just like you said about Charleston, it's going to be both sides. I understand. So here's the thing. These people are on their phone 24/7, right? We don't need it. Probably, yeah. You think they're going to stop and listen to them? You think they have the attention span to like actually have a constructive view on the comics like sense? Probably not. Yeah, this is because we got a pure range that they did not have the time of their lives we're going to help. It's crazy that they're doing that because it's like it's almost unbelievable that they wouldn't realize it. But I guess they're very young. But yeah, no, they're a little bit funny too. Yeah. Let's see here. The girl, the crazy other girl. True. I thought that was that's more about horrors, right? Like if you have a big the bigger the maybe. That sounds like someone said, let's go forward 3 minutes. So they're kind of inciting violence. Yeah. I love the idea of famous YouTubers getting mad about specific open micers. Like maybe someone review. They're like, and that guy, blah, 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 he's a fucking asshole. Like, and then they start subscribing. Just some random guy who's been open micing for years. This is the most run he's ever going to get. He pissed off 3 random 20-year-olds from Canada that have 7 million followers. I wanted that make money go back to open mics. Maybe I'll be able to piss off 3 famous YouTubers. Janae, I didn't see your comment earlier, so they're not all 3 triplets. However, they can pass for triplets. This is very smart, yes. And the one does not look like the other 2. Yes. So they're not triplets. So the younger one is obviously young.
To be honest,
by the way, I didn't see it for 5 minutes there, so I didn't really see them in that room. Like, what did they film the room parts? It didn't seem that rude to me. They were very rude. It's literally just going to them. And then, being very sensitive about anything being sensitive. Which had an open mic, things are going to be sensitive. It's so funny to be sensitive when you're filming. Like, imagine you got, like, you know those people that used to set up your giant cameras? You got a guy who's, like, doing this, filming your open mic set, and you're, like, getting you're mad that people making fun of you. What did you expect? The guy that's in the Soderbergh thing, like, that's what it's probably what it looks like. It looks like you're filming a goddamn movie at the Hollywood Common. This is going to be my Hollywood Nice. Except we're going to put my movies here. They're not She starts sweating until she hurts her shirt sometimes. Sweating and everything. So they're explaining for 20 minutes, basically of this video is like one point, and it's just the same kind of segment over and over again. That's what they call it. Basically, it's kind of right. What's annoying to me is they didn't answer in a funny way. They answered in a like, we are losing our business way. Enter Jimmy and Sellers, dude. That's what they sell a computer. Yeah, I can't wait to see that. Can't wait is what they break. Am I wrong? Do you also get to do Snapchat again? What is and is that like a way to be famous? Are you trying to sound like interesting? He's not Canadian, right? He's English. Oh, that's what he sounds like. Oh, no, that thing. It's like not, it's almost not British. Yeah. Weird. And the chat. Am I totally out of base? Anyways, yeah. It's not that I was running into a trafficking ring. What I was doing was putting salsa. Yeah, that's close. Yeah. It's a hard accent to do. I have to, like, practice to get it here. Nailed it. Thank you. It's just weird, isn't it? Hey, thanks. She sounds so much like me. Everyone sounds like that to me. All my life, Lynette. So you're not at war in the middle of the yeah. Doesn't change the reality. It doesn't make your violence go away. It just makes you more likely to die. Right? He's not in a war. It's the violence goes away. I guess he has a bit more of like whatever that, a little bit of civil name.
All right, so let's say good morning. Great, this is what's there for some great team sessions. We begin by thanking all of our sponsors today. Our commentators, thanks for the month of Shvat. This is Roth Streamer dedicating all the Shuburim and Joshua this month in memory of her husband, Avram, Ben Kalman, Eliezer Halevi's Zechron Lebracha. Thank Ayala and Sarah Steinberg for dedicating all the Shuburim and Joshua this month. And this was a first Shulamis Das Susha. And to thank our Datumi sponsors for today, Baruch Gold, in memory of his father, Shasar Fall, Ben Avram, Zechron Lebracha, Yom Merit. About Samatora, all of the Nisham Slavin Avi, the families in the Chabad. All those who require the floor should have one together with Kol Choba Yisrael. With that, let us begin. Today's daf is Daf Zayin. Incredible daf. Says the Mishnah.
There is a moment where she gets tears, but
Rambam's
after the tears happen, it kind of
says the Mishnah. Amar Harini Nazir Achas Idola. Harini Nazir Achas Ikana. So it's an interesting piece. Remember again, we're focusing on the concept. We've already established in the last
so she's doing it where she's pretending like she's so offended
about
that the
the
calendars
here of
and that's not funny.
That's
what I said. I was like, dude, what are you funny? Yeah, that's everyone in this saga sucks ass. You know what it is? It's a fundamental misunderstanding of people. And like, and not just humor, but like where you are in the world, the context of things. Because here, at least from my vantage point, these are three random people that are not funny and not really.
Let's say a guy says, Harini Nazir Achas Idola. I am literally I am a Nazir for one period of a long time. For one long period. Right? Or Harini Nazir Achas Ikana. Or I'll be like this for one short period of time. So what happens? Let's say a person says, I'm going to be a Nazir for now until the end of the world. So what's that?
There they can see a little bit of fake cry.
When
she's doing a fake cry for for YouTube.
So let's say
there's a disconnect there.
The first case
this
is
is not the joke.
Okay, guys,
she's not making a joke. This is real. This is 100% real. Everything is 100% real.
So again,
and that's why the fake cry is so bothersome.
So she's actually sad.
It's a manipulative thing crying. If you ask me,
This isn't a bit.
no, she's so listen, dude. When you're at this level of doing LeBron James podcast, when you're like a fucking open micer at best, you figure out how to take a bad situation and turn it into a positive. So that's what she's trying to do is get more money out of it.
So she's when we watch the wrestle, she's legitimately sad. That okay? Then I take back everything I said. I know. I'm curious now. I assumed it was a joke. No. I wanted them to be funny about it. I would have preferred them to be funny about the situation and be like, "You guys suck." Just say like, "God, fuck you guys." Well, she's talking about legal action that they are defaming the club. Callie Garrett says they're suing them. No, she's suing. She said the facility is what? Yes. That's worrisome because now what I have to worry about flappers suing. Oh man, dude, I thought it was just a lame fake cry. No, it's not a bit. I'm telling you, she's really crying. She's not. She's thinking that way. You think she's crying. You know what I mean? There's different levels of awareness. And I feel like you're on a level like where you're aware that they are people in the world. You know what I mean? But fucking you.
Specific amount of time. Our people are going to be 30 days, and you're simply going to use your words.
Flapper's gonna swallow his dick because he said, let's just keep an eye. I want to see when the tears come from.
I don't even know if I'm not on Tony. It's another case. Listen to this. I have a Nazir from here until I get to a certain place.
I don't like manipulative people. You know what I mean? I like
we're going to see this tomorrow. Stop. I mean, Nazir I'm a Nazir. Was it literally translated from here until so and so place? Okay. So let's start that. Let's say a person says, I am a Nazir from here until New York. Okay, so what do we do? You look at it. I'm confused. From New York. So what's that? How does this relation go? If it's less than 30 days from here to New York, then what? Nazir supposed to know.
Can you go back? I want to see the concert.
Okay, fine.
There's no chance I can do
They
that.
laugh, and what's more than 30 days, Nazir can laugh ultimately, again, from Nazir, it is according to travel from here up until New York. But I don't understand. What's it? So what's the contrast? If you come to the channel, if I say, I really love you here, and the contrast of what's that about? 30 days. What do you do with that phrase? What do you do with that phrase? That becomes a descriptive phrase about telling about There's one 30 days, but to me, it feels a gift from now to the end of the month. Contrast that, I see on the regular from here until the end. So variable says, we're not looking at that as what are we looking at that as? An actual definition of
I have 3 jokes about triplets doing footwork by myself. I love the idea that there was the called Percy Twins here. She's searching one of one of them has no penis. But so the Hollywood comedy has to defend itself from being defamed by the Caligari sisters. That's great. My bad. Evan is talking about this drama's dead. I don't know what that was. We were cooking and I apologize for that. So what are your thoughts so far? Yeah, just that. I'm like laughing at the idea that the Hollywood comedy is being defamed. They have to defend themselves. This is where I'm coming from, dude. We know ourselves. Like their business model is comics need time. Comics are going to do time. Comics are not influenced by Caligari sisters. That's what you think of your market. Your market is just open micers. That'd be funny if I can't go there anymore to see how they work Caligari sisters. No, dude, that's what open micers are next, dude. The open mic community role and basically decides what it does on the whim of the Cali Air Sisters from Canada.
But here's what where I'm coming from. They're trying to flip this into some more money. There's donation links on every single one of those. You know that's what I'm saying. They're just posting about this nonstop. And Zhao Ying Summers has hundreds of
I say I'm hereby become a Nazir. You can, but I'm not
and she's just fake crying into the camera.
So I said, now
And
what's that?
also stating that she's trying to take her life.
Now I'm going to go outside.
That comedy is her baby. She's also 6 months pregnant now. It's like she's making a bunch of, she's adding a bunch of stuff on
30 days.
to try to like silence.
So as much as we said that there is
What is she
no
talking
reveals
about?
for
I know
less than
I'm a
30
suicide
days,
survivor.
you can be an Nazir for more than 30
Did
days.
Calic Harris threaten them in any way?
I don't know. She would probably rationalize that in some way. I fucking hate it. It's fake.
I'm a Nazir for
Everyone sucks. All
32
you guys suck.
days.
I know this is very inside. I
But once you get
apologize.
above 30, it doesn't matter.
Say
We'll get reference at
if the Calic Harris
So what's that?
Sisters
You know
hired
what?
an
That's what I
attorney,
was saying. You see now,
tell her like
I'm
someplace I was attorney,
traveling
that attorney
from
was.
Baltimore to New York, and I'm saying this now at multiple points.
Yeah,
Now,
Ron
what's this?
Pebbles.
I love these.
Ron Pebbles is,
Look
if
at
you guys
this.
don't know
It's
who Ron
attorney.
Pebbles is,
Less than 30 days,
Ron Pebbles is
more than 30 days, my residence is the amount of the journey. I would say like this.
Hey, I'm attorney Ron Pebbles. I represent Mark Holly against this case in his job or whatever. We do a lot of stuff here. We're not talking about
Suicidal pregnant woman cries Asian tears because of Greek influence in Japan tomorrow at 9 p.m.
generates its own
Subsidies.
So for every parasite, there's another 30 days.
Anyways,
Where it says, I'm not Papa, I asked you for the low money price. I'm at a place where they don't count these parasites.
another video about it.
But they hobby
How much staff does the fucking Hollywood Comedy have? This is insane. They have a manager? Is this a bigger operation than I thought? Dude, they have an operations manager at the Hollywood Comedy. That's wild. The fourth wall is so funny. One time, when I was at the fourth wall, it's fucking, actually, I just know story. I wasn't even there. I just had my just remember the story because I went there right after it. The food inspector came from the city and was like trying to investigate this random ass open mic, and he was asking me
Like your dump on your I'm going to be another like the dump on yours. Or say I go collect the hairs on my head. Like those things I want to do that. I make another. It could be another like the hairs on my head. Okay, my head. Or to call my head. Or like the granules of sand. I really that not just for love. I want to this person to be eternal love. Yes, no doubt love. And then I wear after this stuff. I don't think that the most of them put this all in practice in that. Which is like love your own love. I see love your own love. You like it forever. And the ability to hair work at the thing. That's every time I think this kind of stuff. We like this stuff. Right? Love you like this hair. One every 30 days. So what's it? So now what we have over here, I'm mixing in my bed, but I really know that you can't so what's the
He's like, I'm trying to get out.
Now remember again, now I'm also the mindset where I'm making this never right, but I'm journey with it. So now, we literally
This is
look
just
at
so funny, and just the idea. I remember when I, like, every once in a while, too, would ask me
turn. No
to do
problem.
it, and you could get paid, and I was there anyway, so I was like, all right, sure. And
Less
you
than 30
have to
days,
like, go to some weird place, unlock, get the key, door, lock up, whatever. It's just, it is really the
subtle or a night that you love, whatever it is. Why don't you look at every unit of the journey as triggering its own meta-energies? After all, compared to the following things, I am a Nazir, like the dust of the earth. I am the Nazir, like the sand by the ocean. I am a Nazir, like the hairs on my head. They will say, what does that do? That makes me a Nazir Odom. Because what we're seeing is what? Every hair becomes essentially every granular of dirt. So let's say, so you see that when you link a Nazir Nazir to something called earth, you become almost self-perpetuating cycles of disease based on the see no heal. You don't travel to the mission as already knows them as anti-vocal. Let every unit of the journey trigger its own independent regular. Which the Lord was incredible. From those such issues, no custom. Anything that has a defined let's look at the Rush. So let's say the Rush is not the widest line, but wide lines. Four lines. It's a rough bottom left.
I said, just, don't act
Right?
like I'm a
The
big
real
deal.
subject is you said the Rush says. Double sheesh of kids. Anything that also that has an established you talk about multiple things, like the you carve out a lot of zeros communion and so let's say
He was very happy to see me.
you see how many does
Anytime you want to hang out, don't even feel like it's like a fan thing. I go, yeah, well, what the fuck did this guy say to you that dude? What was that conversation like then? That is obviously, that's disturbing.
One standard of zeros links to the quantifiability of the item. Therefore, again, also, we are going to talk about control and so one of the zeros. What's the duration of the negative zeros? What's the duration? The length of the journey, with a minimum of 30 days. Finish the rush about Seyar, the offer, the call, the hair, dirt, sand, double sheet which are things that cannot be quantified. In normality, how about a lot of the zeros have like because it doesn't make sense. It's like one duration of the zeros.
Not really. I wish I was more
on one duration
like that.
One
But this picture,
why? Because you don't know how long the duration goes.
she goes,
So
should we do a redhead picture? And we're like,
most
I
of
was
them
like,
like this.
can we do like a redhead picture? You're like, yeah, that's hilarious. I'm just a bit tobacco. Yeah, redhead or whatever. And then she told him that she likes
one
show. They talked about that for a while. So they're like,
quantifiable duration of the item.
and I watched it.
When you link to something that's not quantifiable, so let's say
I wouldn't have
what
crop
do
out
you
this
do?
for appearance.
You assume that you're taking on multiple 30-day retrains. Isn't that fascinating? So when you say, I should be a nurse, like the hairs on my head, I know hairs on my head. I don't know. It's not quantifiable. Or quantifiable, I guess. I'm trying to go every hair. Like a nice cell, what I'm doing over here is I'm taking on multiple 30-day retrains. Corresponding ultimately to the hairs on my head. This dust on the earth. Stand by the belt. Let's hear it's fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. So the Rush continues, he says, Galen, don't want to die by the field of birthday youth time before Ephraim. I must be sitting down to individual 30-day retrains corresponding ultimately again to the higher dose. So when you say it's fascinating, you can add multiple. I mean, you can add multiple. Is that quantifiable? Absolutely. What we want to participate in is quantifiable. Well, if it's quantifiable, then really what I'm doing is I'm making one negative zeros with a quantifiable relation. Quantifiable relation. I say, I really love the like the hairs on my head, like the dust on the earth, like the sand by the ocean. Those things, unquantifiable. What I do with that, unquantifiable. What I'm doing is, I'm taking one, so now I'm going to do James Judas.
I'm agriculture.
Incredible. Incredible.
I'm agriculture.
You know your title. You know it says, so that kind of video, having you know, or you make high the first he says, I'm going to be another application of my life. Or having loves you forever, and you can love you forever. What's that about? Having that love you or if you like to love you forever. Hafilu Meir Shana, Hafilu Ala Shana. Let's say a person says, I'm going to be a Nazir for 100 years. Or I'm going to be a Nazir for 1,000 years. Aim that Nazir Olam. And let's say this is not a Nazir Olam. Allah, Nazir Olam. Rather, Nazir forever. Let's say you're going to be ready. You got to touch on this. There's a very big difference. Olam and a Nazir Olam. Let's say Nazir Olam. Like there's a person who does it the rest of his life.
Because a bunch of comedians with podcasts
He's got a lot of nice stuff. Every once in a while he has the ability to lighten the load
has
on
brought
his
us to
hair.
this moment of hell, which you'll
A
notice.
person who becomes
Some of
that
them
will
have
not
had
love
wild health
forever
flyers, of course, and that is
those same
only
type of
increasing.
Again,
Take, for example, Andrew Schultz, who on his recent Flavor
Let's take
podcast
a look at
had
the
a
left
couple of
front
interesting
now.
things to say.
Sorry, I
We're
know
going to play them,
no.
and then I want to react.
So the rock says
Once
over here,
again, I do think it is
the rock says back, hey, the pizza. Harry knows his message. Can I point out, these five minutes in watches are proof. Right, it's a proof that when you go ahead and you make the legend of Jesus, and you link it to something unquantifiable, right? So coordinate high right? Or Nazir Olam, right? So I'll say, so again, these are quote unquote unquantifiable. You don't know how long we're going to do this, right? You know, so therefore, what's the halacha? The halacha is, well, actually, let's take a rush. So like how many foods are already Nazir coordinate high, Harni Nazir Olam, Haris and Nazir Olam. So Game Shamar Harini Nazir coordinate high, Game Shamar Nazir Olam, who Nazir Olam, who make your batar, who maybe carbon mishum the less make you see. Okay, for example, these are unquantifiable items. So because you're unquantifiable, you become a Nazir Olam. Or as a Nazir Olam, you have certain immunities, namely, you're able to go ahead and lighten the load of your hair. On the flip side, Shana Elef Shanim, you say you're going to be Nazir for 100 years, 1,000 years, the rest says, Apagav, you know, Yahya Kokak, even more fortunate in you, but that's wrong. Nevertheless, even to the some who doesn't let Olam, the Enos Metalea, holding the Hayat, the Rami Metalea, so it's like the emergency pressure to back up this distinction. So let's say now what we're really fascinating. There's a distinction between linking the negatives to something quantifiable versus something unquantifiable. When you link your negative disease to something quantifiable, we understand the negatives one nether extracted duration.
Oh, I saw this one that's like first. How much did you love the Burt Kreischer intro for Sunday's football game? I threw a hammer at my TV.
Multiple independent 30-day
That's funny.
but again,
Did you see that Rogan just interviewed one of the biggest jumos on the planet? This is the guy that can't open the pickle jar.
one is called a Nazir Olam, and one is called a Nazir Le'olam.
I
A
can't
Nazir Olam
I'm really
is a
surprised.
type of Nazir like down and goes forever. It goes forever. That type of Nazir is supposed to renew
That's,
every day.
yeah, I can't. You know what? I never watched
A Nazir Le'olam is someone who is stuck in the ongoing cycle of the
and I had a feeling I wanted to do this where it's like a transition.
like incredible. You know, like
I don't know.
Rabbi on the last set,
No.
shiny saddles.
I just was making fun of it. I didn't really watch. I watched the podcast where just like on it, sort of, but I watched it like I watched podcasts where I'm just like I barely take it a second. You're taking 5 minutes. Yeah, but yeah, maybe 5 days a month for them on podcast, right?
Yeah, they'll say what you're doing is, see, as much as you
Not a
say,
chance. I'm never
you're
gonna sit
a
through that
Nazir like
fucking
the
podcast.
hairs on your head.
He's annoying. He's like thinks he's really smart.
Independent. So because each hair is independent, therefore each hair generally is only 30 days younger. I work in Rabbi Yomi now, you see, by hair by Yomi Yomi. So what's that? But by days, I can say the same. In other words, also, if I say how any resident, I'm by Mukham Code. Right? When I'm here as well, I get to the thinking whatever number it is. So you also, each one independent. That's the essential thing that what? Each generation is old independent 30-day negativeness.
They're spent
Plus
2
some
weeks in
lot
Oklahoma.
Mississippi had
Or go see Burt Kreischer every night for a week straight. I'd rather spend 2 years in
My farmer, the mama belaiba, hajjabu, or the old number max, the yagadi. There was a this is
It just sucked even more punk when you talk about how healthy the is. Can I get your opinion on YouTube? Is it really overrated or what? It's real low. I like YouTube. I hate YouTube. YouTube So he is an ex-CIA kind of guy. He does this show 2 or 3 times a week. And it's basically talking about world events, politics. Ex-CIA guy. He was thrown in jail by Barack Obama. And he's actually asking now for a pardon from Trump because it was one of those Edward Snowden. Why do you have to go ahead and have such shiny awesome Pakistani Haruni does your so let's say this is incredible. So Rabbi said, I don't say what everyone is getting all excited. It was like the case of the Gemara of Haruni Nazir and by Makasoni. Rabbi said the case of Haruni Nazir Ahas and by Makasoni. Oh, jeez.
let's say, wow, how much ultimately,
even if you know
actually,
for
particularly,
a fact that you're right. If you're talking with somebody, you don't want to say it wrong 3 times, so that makes it sound like
Yo, what the fuck?
so again,
Yo.
I might do my actual thing that if I got coached. I don't like to do that. That's so
So once you say I'm a Nazir and 1 day, you're even interpreting it as soon as say so. Hareni Nazir is what? 30 days. And you know the F one means I'm taking upon myself the second period of the year.
I was thinking it too.
And I want to articulate
I was showing people my
taking on
history.
myself 6 days zeros for 1 day. There's only one problem, which is there's only zeros for 1 day. Therefore, once you take on the second period of the zeros for 1 day or for 1 hour, for that matter, you've effectively taken on
I get it. I didn't get it first because I.
Since we are nominally the mistake called money. I got it. No, why do you have to give all of these examples?
I
Like,
agree
I'm a
with you.
Nazir and for 1 day. I'm a Nazir for 1 hour. I'm a Nazir and a half. I got it. Yeah, once you say you're a Nazir, and then you add on something else. What if something else is 1 day, 1 hour, 1 half? That you would once you accept the second period of the zeros, you are a Nazir for another 30 days. Why do you have to have examples? I'll tell you what, says the Gemara. So if you Tana Harini Nazir Yom Echad, people would have just said I'm a Nazir and 1 day, Hazel would have been in his Yom Echad. Amatulogi, Kamani Kaiser. So you can't do it for 1 day. So once you said 1 day, 1 day automatically moves the second day in his with 30 days. Harini Nazir Shah. The first he says I'm a Nazir. And for 1 hour, the Limni, Lamik the Echadot. Maybe I will say that.
Not to go creative, they got the fucking
Right, 31
voice
days
to
zeros.
wrong.
Kamash Malone. Kamash Malone.
How would I say
It
it?
says I'm a Nazir. And for 1 hour.
We need somebody to
that
give
1 hour
$200 for
is
it.
Say it wrong, huh?
And it was at the case of 1 hour.
All right.
Below
This is wrong, and
I am excited. Shout out.
I think so. I am as well.
But a guy says,
All right, we'll see you next week.
the shot is a 1 hour. What does that mean?
All right, we're going to be ending here, so have a great rest of your evenings.
There's no such
We'll
concept
talk
as
to you
luck. It's
next
like a limited, like, you know what?
Piece of cheese, piece of cheese, piece of cheese.
You know, let me take it off for a couple of hours. Right? I'll be on the
Later on, y'all.
Here, guys.
some people even other than look at my account. And I would say, but for myself, right? But you know, it says, so I'm only, there's no such concept like that. So I would have said, where a person is so unspecific, right? So that's when it triggers a second negative disease. Well, let's say a guy says, and he says, I'm going to be a Nazir for a Nazir and a half. Almost like Nazir and a half is pretty specific, right? What does Nazir and a half mean? 1/3 of 30 days a month, 1/3 of 15 days. It's very specific. I would have thought that that's weird. Mas como Nazir time. Say that was that not the one I saw, what this was not teaching me was very interesting. That the moment we become a Nazir, you see a Nazir, already Nazir, you don't have them. Already Nazir, you show us, already Nazir, we met. So once you go ahead and you get into that second generation, you are now a Nazir. Why did you call that second generation? Okay, but I'll say, watch next week. I really know you show us. Listen, I watch this. In this case of your person says, I already know you. I am
Welcome
know
back
you're
to Rackford Tweets. As always,
1
for the
hour.
Patreon, join the
30
Reddit
days
thread
in 1
this
hour.
week.
Or
The Patreon, you get early access to Stop Laughing, You
or on
Stupid
another
Idiot. That's what I want right there, dude. The energy, I don't know why your energy goes, welcome back to Rackford Tweets. You're right, I fucked up, like ouch. But then when I start laughing, you get angry. I like that. I would just start laughing at you at the beginning. I wasn't really angry, but I just wanted to be, live. I wanted to give the audience something, right? I want to be the wacky guy that you like on TV. Not on TV, but on YouTube. But anyways, on the Patreon, they get early access of our other show, 10 Minutes of Show. Yeah, I have a heart attack. But before the show started, we had a buzzing. I know that podcasts do this, and I'm sorry, but I think this is funny. We had a buzzing, and one of the, it was Gerardo's microphone. That's not a dead, like, that's not saying anything bad about him. Okay? It just happened to be his microphone. It's not his fault. It's the team's fault. So there's a buzzing, right? And he goes, do you know why the buzzing is? After we solved it, after Gerardo solved it. After I motivated Gerardo to solve it. And he goes, you know why that happens? I go, no. He said, what it means is that an electrical cable is on top of a microphone.
Not what I said, but keep going.
Is it how he said it?
Microphone is on top of an electric cable.
Or vice versa. Does it matter?
What did you say after I said that?
I want to get to this. But does they, which one is on top of the other? Does that matter?
I think it does because, the power grid is kind of on the floor and microphone cable is on top of your floor.
The power grid, you mean where you plug it into? Is that the power grid?
Yeah, like the grid of power, basically. Like all the power cables that go here, there, over there. What's a grid? A grid is like a line of cables.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, wait, I'm making this up though. This is not enough. You don't even know if that's what a grid is.
Listen, I speak my own terms. The shit gets recorded. It gets. I get you swapped.
Yeah, that's right. You walked into Cooney's corner.
Oh, you're obfuscating what you said. What did you say?
Yeah, well, I want to get to what I said because I think I know the answer to it, and I want to know if it's right. And I have enough, humility that I'm willing to see if it's right. I don't care. I think it's funnier if it's wrong. Okay. So I jokingly said, but also seriously, I said I don't even know the difference between those two kinds of cables.
we'll say like all things in life without counting.
And you laughed.
Not just what
But,
you do, how you do.
I mean, yeah, now that I think about it,
Not saying
I'm
that
like,
they
okay,
want
well,
you.
that just probably means that it's what you plug in for power, and the mic cable is what you plug in the mic.
Together.
So I didn't know. I just it's the Cody laziness. Where
31 days.
my wife,
But if you say, I'm an undisclosed
she calls it weaponized incompetence, where I don't even try to understand what's going on. I go, oh, I didn't know that.
My face exploded.
Makes sense. Because now what you're doing is, so we'll say, again,
Actually, when I do the electric cable, let's talk about it. And she gets mad at me because, like, I'm not really, like, trying to figure it out because I'd rather just be tweeting.
Oh man, I want to wait till later. I'm gonna wait till later in the podcast to get into this.
Yeah, but how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you, friends. Weaponizing competence, huh? Wow. You know, it's just like we live in a city called Los Angeles. You know what I mean? Yeah, I would prefer if everyone spoke fucking Spanish, dog. Oh yeah, weaponizing competence, dude. You know what I mean? Makes me feel like shit in my own city, dude. Why the hell? Because I don't know what the fuck that means. Weaponizing competence. I can explain it to you. Yeah, I'm gonna be incompetent when you do. It's like weaponize my feelings. It's when you put there's a wide eye. No, weaponizing competence is just being competence means you're stupid, right? Weaponizing means you're using it as a weapon. So I'm like, kind of, as a way of like not doing things, I'm using it as a, like I don't know how to do it to get out of it. I was doing a bit where I was acting like I didn't know what weaponizing competence was. I was being incompetent in that. But all that saying though, all that being said though, is that I didn't want to get into this so early in the podcast. I just told people to start listening to this podcast that I see all the time, and they were like, send me episodes, stuff like this, and they're gonna check it out on the big screen. They were saying like this, and this is the first thing they see is me upset and pissed off. Well, that's an accurate depiction of your normal. That's not true. They're like, oh, it's just like we just saw him the other day. He's the same man on the show as he is in real life. That's great. That's what people like. Okay, you should start yelling at them more. They'll be like, it's just like on the show. And I don't even have to pretend I'm just the stupidest person. I was peeing at an In-N-Out bathroom, right? Okay, look, this is where this is coming from. Granted, this is going to be like memento because it goes back in time, but like, I have like a delay of emotion sometimes, or like, how I feel about something, I won't know it until tomorrow. I'm like, wait a minute, I hated that, kind of thing. I don't know why, maybe because my parents made me up on the guys that beat me in the shower when I wouldn't eat them, stuff like this, right? So, what's it called? I was peeing in a bathroom, and I was like, dude, I'm so pissed about the conversation I had. But you were thinking about that from a conversation that I can't really talk about. What's an example of that conversation? She used the phrase, she used
Pretty good. But maybe I said it convincingly because she leaned in and she was like, it's not really that great right now, so we're all kind of struggling. And she was kidding, but I was like, oh, there's some truth to this, right? I'm saying great. Federal agents are mass shooting people in the street. There's all sorts of crazy shit. Wherever you stand on that, I think it's bad. Like, it is like trying time. The economy's wavering, you know? So I can see why everyone is stressed out. But it's also just Diet Coke.
Dude, drinking Diet Cokes or watching Brennan Chop, dude, everything's fine. People hate each other for whatever fucking reason. It's so stupid, I think. Yeah. Like, why can't I say something? Why can't I, express myself? That conversation I got in yesterday was not about something I did, but about something somebody else did. And I was in the room. And I wasn't even there when it happened, but they were still having this argument about this thing that happened. And asking for my point of view. And I was just in the corner, like a cuck watching them fuck each other. And I was like, oh, yeah, like agreeing with both sides.
It's kind of like if you're not even part of it, you didn't see it, why do I have to now have like a strong opinion about it?
And I was rolling back so hard, dude, because every time they would go to me to be like, because microaggression, because this, because that, and like, you know, you're Mexican, this kind of stuff, right? And me as a white person, like, I'm like, bro, this is, I do not want to be here.
Yeah. The microaggression, you know what's funny to me about that is the microaggression thing. So, on the one hand, please correct me if I'm wrong, because as a white guy, you're like, the microaggression thing, right? So, you go, white people made this microaggression thing in your mind. Not saying you're wrong, or maybe did. And you're like, it's annoying, right? Because you're like you said, making you now, they're making these terms up to define your race, right? But at the same time, so you get mad. But then you watch Jeff die, and you hate Jeff die because he's a total idiot. And he's starting to say things that aren't what you're saying, but they're kind of like that because he's like, microaggression, fucking whatever, you suck it up, and then you start feeling like, you know, and I can see how that would make
It's like in ancient medieval times when they would do that fucking, they do two different fronts and they engulf the enemy and then they just start killing them all. I mean, like, it's like I can't go any way that I feel like, and I feel trapped at times. And it's not because I'm Mexican. I just feel trapped, like I can't fucking express myself freely, like in any way. Aside from race, it's just, I say fuck all white people because that's hilarious to say, and honestly, everyone agrees. But no, just the white person yesterday that I was just like, Doc, I fucking hate you. I didn't say this out loud, but in my mind, I'm like, dude, I cannot stand you. You suck ass. You're like Whitney Cummings and Cardi right now to me, you know?
Do you feel like you can't say stuff because of that?
I'd rather not, because I don't want to have an argument or I don't want to go on this tirade about something. And then also, dude, I was telling somebody this the other day, I just bomb sometimes. Because I like bombing. Like, if I go on stage and if I'm bombing, I'm going to go further and then do stuff I shouldn't do on stage, like talk to the audience, shit like this. You've seen me do terrible.
Sure.
Yeah. And so, like, I do that shit in real life, too. Where it's like, if this is going downhill, like, let's go all the way downhill. I'm saying the F word for gay people, you know what I mean? I'm saying, like, the worst things of all time to them. And then I got to live with that moment whenever they're around my orbit again, you know?
That's kind of funny that you'd be in a conversation with somebody that you're like getting angry with them, but you don't want to say anything because you know that if you disagree with them at all, you're going to turn it up to like the top notch and you'll never be able to speak to them again. So you'd rather just be like, hey man, yeah, sure, it sounds right. I think that's about right. Because vice versa, that would be like, yeah, fuck you. And
well, not so much that creatively, yes. Whenever I work with somebody and I'm done working with them, I do go to this route. But I'm just saying, like, you sound like that's my sort of vernacular of like, let's have a laugh about this very intense, real thing you're making this out to be when it's not that. You know what I mean?
Do you think if you were able to say that, you would be less angry?
No, because then it becomes you know what that word does to fucking. I've got those brother kids. I was like, you can't get rid of that. I'm so sorry, dude. But like, you know, this conversation turns into something else, and then it's just like I'm trying to navigate this world of vocabulary that I didn't create, and I'm trying to speak the same language with this person that's in this different world, dude. Like this white person is just in their own fucking world that white people created to make us feel a part of, but I don't feel a part of, dog. Anyways, I wanted to wait till the end of the podcast because I want to start crying.
Damn. So
And then I was peeing at the In-N-Out, and I was probably done peeing and still thinking that shit, dude. Just like standing at the fucking urinal. Like, I don't know why it hit me right after that.
No, if I get that late, I think what I like right after is when I think about it. I'm thinking about things that make me mad, or I'm just intensely thinking I go the wrong way, or I forget to go off on the exit. So I'm just going, I start going to like other people, like other houses I've lived in LA, or like where my wife used to live, and then I'm like, oh, damn it, what the I'm going to fucking, what the fuck? And then I forget. I'm so mad at myself for like, going the wrong way that I end up driving back home and then I forgot about it. Oh, it's like a grave stuff. For me, it's direct, as long as I can go the wrong way directionally.
Oh, okay. Yeah, for me, it's like if I get in an argument with somebody, if they did me wrong in some way, like let's just say Gerardo's deemed this justice of like they did me wrong or something like this, and in the moment I'll be like, it's fine, whatever, you know what I mean? And then they accidentally like step on my toe 3 days later. I'm like, Dom, why would you step on my fucking toe? You know what I mean? Okay. It's like this delayed emotional response to something that has nothing to do with it. But, like, it's Catholic guilt, all this fucking random shit.
Because you're mad about something that's not the same thing.
Right.
Yeah. It's good that you realize that.
Yeah. Self-knowledge has done me nothing. Never.
Well, okay. Well, I don't know. Like, is it...
Listen, dude, I don't want to be an analyst, dog. I want to play the game, daddy. And if that's what Gerardo does, dude, you better watch out. Take this thing. I shouldn't have stepped on my fucking toe, daddy. I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's cool that I fucking noticed it, dude.
Yeah, it's growth. Or do you always notice it?
I always notice it.
And you actively ignore it?
No. I'm trying to be funny, dude. Don't fucking psychoanalyze me on the podcast, dog.
I just really... Can I be totally honest with you? The whole time you were talking, like the last few things, I was desperately trying to think of a way to bring in that I thought ham was a bird. I was like, how does it, or behind my brain, the whole time I was like, how do I make ham a bird into this? How can I get back to ham as a bird?
Well, originally Mexicans thought that birds but then my friend came around and said, no, it's big.
So I'm in touch with Mexicans people.
Exactly.
Fair enough.
Yeah, dude, feed me, it's fucking Canelo over here, homie. Okay, so, you want to get into this, dude?
Oh, yeah.
Jelly roll? We got a lot of jelly roll. We got a lot of jelly roll, dude. He might have gotten more face tats. Let's see. What he's saying here at the Grammys. He won a Grammy, I guess?
Yeah, some kind of Grammy. I'm not sure. I'm assuming maybe Best Country.
Not Best Name, I'll tell you that right now. Most weight lost on an album this year.
Strangest body transformation. Most likely to have a cousin named after a sandwich.
Most bots on YouTube.
People are still doing the bit where it's like Jelly Roll is the music for whatever. That's how he first spotted us. We did the Jelly Roll is Amy Winehouse for guys that fall asleep on our track. But it's still going. I just saw somebody the other day say Jelly Roll is the blah, 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 blah.
Okay, because I reposted one. Let me see if I can find it.
Recently?
Yeah. I mean, someone said Jelly Roll makes music for people who have tattoos of their kids, but not custody of them.
I hadn't seen that one. That's another good one.
That's good.
If you have any in the comments, please just keep it going. It's kind of our thing.
Also, just forget about the first part of the podcast. Let's see here. So just let me try to get this out. Okay, so I just want you to notice this rhythm of his speech here. He's like being silent in both. To show you, he's like not able to say what he wants to say up here.
I immediately picked up on that. I'm glad you pointed it out. But yeah, it's their thing. These guys all think they're being persecuted and held back, probably because they watched too much Rogan or something. I know they're not going to let me tell the truth, and then the truth is like, you gotta love your neighbor, man. Like someone's gonna tell you not to love your neighbor. I know they don't want me to talk about this, but make your bed when you get up in the morning. That's right. People don't. I mean, if I said that on the previous stage, you imagine you imagine the amount of kids they fucked that with mine? All right, somebody asked me a handshake. I said it. So, it's funny. But to me, like, I'm not totally putting this on Jelly Roll. That would be that, like, Like or like minorities, like it's like, but who's not picking up after this is all Jelly Roll? Well, I gotta go. Yeah, we know what you're saying. That the reason why people don't want you to say it because A, it's not true, and B, it's a blanket statement about an entire race of people.
Also, they have plenty to say when they're endorsing Donald Trump, but when it comes to anything anti-Trump, which is everything right now,
Right.
they're going to be like, they're going to kick me off the stage. Here's another thing that bothers me about it. He's using this stereotype of the Grammys music, taking off stage or Oscars, stuff like this. He's thought about this about his whole life. The first thing he says is, I know the Grammys ain't gonna let me talk wrong. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah. He's trying to be like the everyday man. You're not the everyday man, dude. He's got suey eyes, too. That's another thing I want you to see. And his eyes are so fucking weird throughout this whole clip, dude.
Oh, he's in a simulacrum.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That looks like that video of the guy that goes, remember that one? You know, the white guy is like that with his eyes? You ever seen that kid? Oh, yes. Doesn't that look exactly like that?
Yeah.
Behind the tattoos.
He's in a simulator. No, he's got suey eyes.
I'm going to try to kick me off here, so just let me try to get this out. First of all, Jesus, I hear you and I'm listening, Lord. I'm listening, Lord.
I don't like that, dude. I don't like his little... He's praising something that's not Jesus, I'll tell you that right now.
First of all, Jesus, I hear you and I'm listening, Lord. I'm listening, Lord.
Got a little devil fucking squid in there, dude. You know what I mean?
I mean, if I were a satanic, I would definitely pretend to be related to Jesus.
And it's just so weird looking how he looks like Hulk Hogan about to jump on you from a rope, dog. You know what I mean?
Jesus comes back, right? And take me to my supporters, Jelly Roll, Joe Rogan, Peter Thiel. And Jesus is like, what are we doing here, Papa? This is crazy. What? Why do you have a cross on your face? It's like the old,
Dude, I was killing at the cross.
yeah, what's his name? Bill Hicks is like, Jesus comes back and everybody's got crucifixes. He's like, what the That's such a great bit. But, yeah, no, I mean, he would look at Jelly Roll and think, what's on your face? Your name is what? Jelly Roll? What is jelly? You wouldn't know what either of those things are.
I think it's funny, too, that, do you think he talks to Jesus every day? And keep in mind, what is the definition of Jesus? Like, for him, you know what I mean? I feel like he's a plant, first of all. We all know that, right? And he's just, like, so stupid that he's going, Jesus, every day, like it's Jesus. When really it's some fucking CIA psyop plan. It's like giving him the life that he wants.
Exactly. No, I'm with you on that too.
But in this dumb hillbilly brain, he's like, Jesus did everything for me.
He's so stupid. That's hilarious. He's so stupid that he doesn't even realize, even though the CIA guy's always telling him, he still thinks it's Jesus. That's funny.
Jesus put my baker in my life and he's helped me through everything.
Just go up there. I also think it'd be funny. The CIA guy or whoever made this happen is telling him what to do, and Jelly Roll is just constantly fucking up and not doing it right. And the CIA guy said, no, he's in this. You're like, no, you're supposed to say this. But Jelly Roll's like, like a kangaroo with a finger on it. But cut that thing up. No. But Jelly Roll, he does it wrong, but it's actually still working because he wins Grammys, and the CIA guy's just like, I guess I'm wrong. This is working perfect.
Yeah. So who's right? You know what they say? Right 90% and leave the rest to God. You know what I mean?
Leave it to Jesus. They're gonna kick me off, man. I'm saying really controversial things like I love Jesus.
Okay.
He said that's another thing about him is that he does the bit where you're right. He says all this shit about you're supposed to do this. I love Jesus. I love God. But the second it's something that is controversial, well, I don't know about that.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, I can't really comment on that. Yeah, Trump's a great guy. I love him and all that. But I mean that's up to the government. It looks like Jesus wants the Somalians out of Minnesota. That's all I got to say about that. What would Jesus say about that, Jelly Roll? And you're not even the person that I was thinking. Jelly Roll doesn't even look like somebody that there should be like a level of iPhone he can't have. Like he should be stuck at iPhone 6.
Yeah, so there we go. Maybe success. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But not like he's not ready for a newer version.
Yo, baby.
He looks at the 17 and goes, man, I wish my bank read the Bible. He's like, I ain't never read the Bible. Jesus is in the Bible. I love Jesus. Jesus does everything for me. How come I got to eat out of a dog bowl? That's what we want. That's we told you have to eat out of a dog bowl. You have to walk around like a dog, at least for an hour. But I miss eating Burger King. I miss being able to see my family. You go to Burger King and have fun with it and read books. I told you, you walk around like a dog. You bark for an hour a day and you eat food out of a bowl. Understand? Oh, yeah. Y'all gotta get going. He starts crawling like a dog. Good boy. I'm like a woodpecker with a woodpecker cup. I don't know why I can't remember. I'm like a kangaroo with the picker cut off. What's that?
Second of all, I want to thank my beautiful wife. I would have never changed my life without you. I'd ended up dead or in jail. I'd have killed myself if it wasn't for you and Jesus.
I'd imagine saying, like, I mean, dude, listen, I know what happens. I was about to sound like a really dumb person. Okay. But imagine saying, like, I was going to kill myself. Like, dude, Jesus probably wasn't nothing to do with you if you were going to do that. You know what I mean? First of all, Jesus doesn't give a fuck about any of us, dude. Jesus was like, Doc, don't say my name at the fucking door because I don't know you. Find divinity yourself. Has nothing to do with me, Doc. That's what Jesus said. He's like, fuck you. My klika's not about you, Doc. That's what Jesus said. I like this introduction in a manager because it's like, if you're in the beginning of the episode, you're like very heated, and then you're like, Jesus doesn't even give a fuck about you. Like, Jesus doesn't care. Jesus sees this and he burns in hell. That's what Jesus does. He sees that and he's like a flame points out of nowhere. No offense to this woman, but I think it's funny to me. Like, if it wasn't for Jesus and this woman who's like, who looks like this, kind of like Jesus and this woman is a funny comparison, right? Both of them. They needed both. I needed Jesus, and I needed busty blondes. But then it was tatted up. That's a mixed prostitute that does. Oh, really? I needed them both. But hey, if it works, it works. I personally needed Jesus and Sure Shot and Rain. Yeah, or else I would have, grown like a dog. I needed tissues and lotion, Daddy. Yeah, she says, you look like a kangaroo with a pouch above your head. All I need is Jesus and my wife. It's like just a message from the government, because the government's like they're gonna get rid of Social Security and everything, and fuck us. So they're trying to do like Jelly Roll, be like, oh, you really need to pay your wife. Like we're starving to death, and it's like we're listening to music like because we need to be saved because there's no one coming to save us. But we have Jesus and the wife, so we just listen to Jelly Roll. We get drunk, we get diabetes, we die every quarter. Imagine this Jelly Roll is some amateur rapper in Nashville. Who cares, right? Where is he? Tennessee? I think so. Yeah. Let's just say Kentucky. He's some amateur rapper. Peter Thiel finds him. It's hard to miss him. He points at the big white blob and he's like, how does Peter Thiel sound like South Africa? He has a very strange. That one over there. He's not South Africa. I don't know. We're friends with all those people. Yeah, he has like that weird, like, if you're listening to the interview, it's scary. Because this guy, Ross Duthan or something, New York Times guy, he's like, does humanity have any hope? And Peter Thiel's like, I have seen it. So anyways, Peter Thiel's like Chili Blob or whatever his name is. That guy over there, he's in a helicopter, by the way. He's pointing down, he's able to see him. He named it. Yeah. That Jelly Roll over there. I'm going to show him some technology. You know what I mean? And then Jelly Roll's like, you want to hear me rap? And then Peter's like, no, check this out. Jelly Roll in his fucking stupid ass brain, I'll cut off the cussing out. Sorry about that. But in his dumb ass brain, he goes, this is Jesus. You know what I mean? And from that moment on, he's been praying to Peter Thiel and the CIA overlords that put him into power. I kind of love this because I'm thinking, on top of that, absolutely, and you're absolutely right that you pointed, that's how I got the name. You pointed at that Jelly Roll. That thing that looks like one of those hostess things, that thing that looks like what is it doing in Peter Thiel voice? The hostess thing over there, that thing. So he's like, put a chip in him, because he never talks to him really. He has his staff go sneak up, and he probably don't even have to sneak really. Just go up to Jelly Roll and put the chip in his neck, and then it changes him, and he becomes like a country guy, from a rapper to a country guy who's like has manners.
it talks about Jesus and his mama, and and goes to the abortion. It's like, I can't believe people are asking. Everybody wants to live, get to go to good schools, live in a good neighborhood with the roads are paved and they're safe and the bridges don't collapse. Everybody wants the helicopters not to hit each other in the sky because we're not paying the FAA. We don't have enough people to train where the airplane's going to be. But at the end of the day, all you need really is why are we asking why helicopters fly in the plane? Why are we doing that? It's wrong. Well, here's a great company. That's what get them off the stage, giving away the whole plot. I'm just thinking down if you complain about how the helicopter hit you're a bad person. I'm going to keep complaining about how that is ridiculous. They fucking don't care if we live or die. They don't care if we live or die. They're willing to just get an airplane one day and then because they fired half the staff, you're going to fucking, or because the airport itself, the wires are old, you're going to die in the airport.
They killed John Lennon. They killed Tupac Shakur, and it wasn't for them going on stage at the Grammys saying that they love Jesus and their wife. This is the safest bullshit I've ever seen in my life. Let's keep going. Thank you for that. I thank you for my label, Broken Bow, Country Radio. You called it the short circuit, but the suey eyes are what gets me. I thank you for that. I thank you for my label, Broken Bow. Look at this, dude. That Duncan Trussell look, dude. That's so weird. Isn't that fucking weird?
I mean, yeah, I see it. He's definitely a weird looking dude. His eyes look big. He's probably awesome. I mean, baby blockers.
There's that three whites, like, theory or whatever, where you can see three whites in the eyes. That was probably a lot of this episode for me.
Three whites. Are you talking about my family?
Is that three whites right there? Yeah. No, but when you can see three sides of white on somebody's eye,
What is that supposed to say?
that they're psychotic.
Oh,
Yeah.
can you see three whites?
Not yet. Not yet. But like if you see, can you see like three sides of white?
Yeah, all the time. Wait, from the beginning. From the time I met you. Let's not sugarcoat it. I'm sorry, I don't sugarcoat things.
Yeah, the whites.
On a good day. Oh my God.
That's funny. Let's hear it. Country Radio, baby, what's up, dog? Oh, Republic John and Neely, we get it, baby. There was a time in my life, y'all, that I was broken. That's why I wrote this album. I didn't think I had a chance, y'all. There was days that I thought the darkest things. I was a horrible human. There was a moment in my life that all I had was a Bible this big and a radio the same size and a 6x8 cell. And I believed that those two things could change my life. I believed that music had the power to change my life.
It was not a radio. He's trying to sound like a Vince Cole.
The transistor radio changed my life.
And I hate that iPod. Because I thought it was a cookie.
That was a lot of calories. And God had the power to change my life. And I want to tell y'all right now, Jesus is for everybody. Jesus is not owned by one political party.
That's the most devilish fucking smile. This is like a video game character that ends up being the devil.
Maybe, yeah, Rio's turn. Yeah, I can see it.
No, white people. I was kidding. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. This episode's called Toronto.
Oh, I mean, I know you. Well, I know you don't hate white people, but the turn here where he goes, Jesus is for everybody. Now, to me, I like that. And that part of it, it's a friendly message or whatever. But they know that I like that. So that's why, because it's a part of the control. They want to get everybody like, oh, okay. Because it is nice to say, you just hit that for every political party. Should you have to say that at all? I don't think so. But it's not bad.
That's like me coming in here and being like, that's
All this white.
Yeah.
like, oh, okay, good job. That's good for you that you can notice that.
They're pulling on our emotional strings, hoping that we're stupid.
Like if somebody went on stage and said Jesus is a scam and you guys are all falling for it, that would be more powerful to me.
That would be nuts.
Yeah.
I think it would be funny if.
That's why I'm writing an album and trying to win a Grammy.
Oh yeah,
Just kidding.
well, you've always been a music guy.
Thank you. Yes.
Somebody goes, Jesus is only for Filipinos.
There we go.
My ears perk up. Yeah, it's like you're one race, specifically a religion. And I'm tired of all you guys coming to our church. You smell. Talk about other races.
Exactly. Instead, you get this angry ass preacher, dude.
Yeah.
This evil preacher with the fucking craziest tattoos on his face.
Not all. I know music label. Jesus is Jesus, and anybody can have a relationship with him.
Look at that. Whoa. Sign a million needs to be stopped, dude. Okay. All right, well, let's see what he has to say on the red carpet, yeah?
Yeah.
This one is atrocious, dude. He's just like lost. So I'm gonna let it play through, and then we'll go through it afterwards again. Okay. I want to see if you can see where he contradicts himself. Sure. I wanted to play the whole thing, but come on. Right.
I agree. It's like the standard, like, okay, it's one thing to say that if you don't comment, if you're not at all interested. It's totally different to say that if you do comment, if you have strong opinions that you think everyone should be in a relationship with Jesus. Also, I don't know if this is what you were noticing, but it's whether you have social media or not doesn't mean anything. You can still follow the news. You can check, you can read the newspaper, or what most people do now is go online and look at news. You don't have to have Twitter to know. I mean, Twitter helps, but I don't think it's like you're super informed immediately if you have social media.
So where I'm coming from, he says, I'm a dumb redneck. Again, the white wall, right? Good job, dude. We all need that first time. But it's a way for him to, like, why are you answering that now? Why are you saying that now? You know what I mean? Yeah, it's a weird way to, like, forget the question and just, like, first of all, make it about yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Weirdly. And then he goes, I had no phone for 18 months.
Oh, yeah?
No, I don't know.
Yeah. It does sound like a lie, and I think about it, because if he has no phone, how does he have all his social media?
And then he goes, I had a phone for 4 months. Okay, did you not have a phone? You know what I mean? It's just a weird thing. So you're going, so,
Yeah, that is a weird. That's right. That amount of time is strange. 18 months? What does that mean?
I didn't have a phone for 18 months. I had a phone for 4 months.
So there's a year and 6 months.
So nobody said you had a phone for 18 months. That would make sense if somebody was like, but you had a phone for 18 months. He goes, I didn't have a phone for 18 months. I had a phone for 4 months.
No, in his life.
I think in the recent past.
So for a year and 6 months, he had no phone at all.
Let's hear from you here, Rabbi.
I understand what he's saying there.
I do. Right. What he's saying is, you understand why he's saying that?
Fuck. He's saying he had no idea that all this stuff was happening now because he didn't have a phone.
He doesn't want to answer the question, dude.
Yeah, but it's like a tactic, right? He's saying because he didn't have a phone, he only knows what's been going on for the last 4 months, but if it was on social media, he doesn't know. It took me a while to get there. Because I'm literally, I haven't had a phone. But, you know, it's
Yeah, I have a person that comes and tells me the comments and I beat him up. So now he has a lot to say about it. And he's going to, just not right now, when I could have said it when you asked me the question. He has a lot to say about it. He said,
yeah, even though he's a dumb redneck.
He hasn't had a phone for 18 months, but he did have a phone for 4 months. I grew up in a crazy ass house. Like, none of this has to do with the question at all.
Yeah. It's a way to get out of it. And it's a standard thing of the, like, but here's the thing, Gerardo, for me, I agree with the first one. He is a dumb redneck.
No, I said that, yeah, 100%. But I'm always white, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I get that. But where I'm coming from is like, he shouldn't have any, and not now, not back then, not in the future. He should never have anything to say. It should just be the terrible music he makes. And that's it. Or if he wants to go on these tours where he meets with people who are desperate, that have nothing, that want to, like, get out of the drug thing. I have no hate for that. Keep it up. Could do it.
100%. Right. So, answer the question. Say, I have nothing to say about that.
Yeah. Say, I should go even further. Look, up to about a year ago, I was sexually abused. Okay. A kangaroo cut my finger off, or whatever the fuck he said. My wife, she's great. You know what I'm saying? I won't talk about her on the airwaves, but listen, I am not a smart guy. Do not ask me any questions about anything at all, because I don't know the answer. If it wasn't for Wonder Drug, a trainer got me dead. But Jesus, making me not eat chicken sandwich, it was GLP-1 and cheese. So I thank God for Ozempic and Zepam. I thank God for the people that stopped me from eating chocolate.
He calls it Oceana because they call him fucking so personal.
Why should anyone listen to what you have to say? Because it's kind of that makes I'm 100% on your side.
But here's why I bring up this whole thing at the beginning, because he goes right at the end and says, when you can notice that they are not feeling his answer, he goes, well, I have a lot to say. Now he has a lot to say about it. Yeah. And then it's going to come in the next couple of days because he's a populist, dude. He's like this fucking grifting little piece of shit, dude. Like rap stuff. Remember, way back when my criticism of him was like, stick to rap. Sure, I mean, why do you switch up? Like everything else in your life, you're going to switch up on everything. You're going to cry when you see Mitzi's fucking bar because other people that have power and influence like close to Mitzi. Yeah, want to relate. He's a fucking grifter. I hate this guy. Yeah. I agree that he's fake. Oh yeah, I mean, I said I hate him, but I'm just he's one of the greatest to do. I also listen to his I mean, at the Grammys is the most loud and spoken way you can hear it. He's waiting. I like at the end of it kind of sound like that George Bush thing in the 9/11. Soon everybody, I hear you, you hear you, soon everybody else is going to hear you too. Whatever he says. So Gerardo, imagine if I was telling you about Gerardo wrong. What would you use the platform? Definitely to find a white bimbo wife, you know what I mean? Like that white blonde bimbo type shit. That's good. Okay. So you get a wife, get close to Jesus. If you got this big, would you be very political? In the worst of ways. Yeah. I would be on Joe Rogan once a week, spitting facts. I would be running for office if I was a major artist. You really want to do that? No, you're asking me if I was Jelly Roll. If I was Jelly Roll, we were Jelly Roll, yeah. Yeah, that would be. I don't even want to think of that Jelly Roll. So later, I don't think we're there yet. But why is he losing all the weight, dude? Because he wants to run. Imagine Dwayne The Rock Johnson versus Jelly Roll. We're screwed, dude. Who runs on one side? Dwayne The Rock Johnson's a liberal versus Oprah. Okay. And Jelly Roll's a Republican. It's funny because they're both so, like, obviously disingenuous, the two of them. The Rock is a completely made up fake personality. He exploited that UFC fighters with this shoe deal. He's like a shithead. It's completely in it for himself. And then Jelly Roll's the same. Like they could, but they may very well both be CIA assets. It's unfortunate.
Well, general, wish you the best. Looks like you're going through some hard times right now, dude.
There are some good people in the world. I don't want this to be all negative. We talk about good people all the time.
You don't know, it's right one right there. Yeah, and that she's always the last guy person. I think everyone's dumb, which is good because we all feel normal.
Everyone?
Yeah.
To some extent, we're all going to be dumb at some point.
Yeah.
When I read comments of, like, when someone, I was thinking this the other day, when I read something on someone that said, like, oh, Anna Ray's funny. I'm, like, saying someone else, not like, listen to, but Anna Ray's funny. I always want to talk to them and just find out more about them. I guarantee they haven't read a lot of books this year or last year. I'm just curious. Have you read any books at all this year? Someone that thinks Anna Ray is funny? I'm 90% of the time I bet the answer is no. Or maybe, I read a book, there's just no way that they're reading. What I'm getting at is they're probably stupid. I'll go, what's your favorite movie? I guarantee it's something it's not going to be a good movie.
It's like a sequel to a bad movie.
It's like a bad sequel to a good movie, maybe. That would be funny if they're like Godfather 3. When you ask what their favorite movie is.
Right. I mean, you're giving him so much credit to say Godfather. I was thinking more of like Daddy's Home 2.
Or one of the. I don't have movie, but goddamn, it's supposed to be. Adam Ray fans, you ask them what their favorite movie is, they probably go, well, I really like Horrible Bosses a lot. Horrible Bosses is really good. It's hard to pick between the three of them. I think they're in three, which is unfortunate.
I really like Jordan Peele's Nope.
See, Nope sucks ass. We both agree. But I don't even think they would say no because the Adam Ray fan would think that was like, actually maybe they would.
That's what I'm saying. It's a good choice.
That is a good, you're right. That's not far off.
Second place is Us.
The two bad movies. They say, I didn't Get Out, I didn't really get it. That's kind of like, but it's other stuff's great. The worst, boring shit. Jordan Peele is M. Night Shyamalan at his very worst. Because there's no funny part of it. At least Shyamalan is hilarious. You can't take him seriously. He's a madman. Every movie, the characters explain what they do based on their job. They go, I'm a driver. I drive. That's what I do. I'm a doctor. I like to heal people. And that's like every character says that in every movie. Just wild, absurd things that happen. And they're fun because they're so ridiculous. I'm a comic book food. I'm making shoes. And then later on in the movie, there's something where someone has to make a shoe. And you're supposed to, oh my God, look at how he planned everything. This is amazing. No, it's not. There aren't any more fucking cobblers.
Just did it.
You stupid. M. Night Shyamalan is hilarious. I enjoy watching.
I found something. And I think you're going to like this, dude. So, first of all, I want to just take back anything I said in the past. It turns out Jeffrey Epstein is a fucking pedophile. I'll say that. I mean, you drop is insane. I don't know if you've seen it.
Some of it, but I don't know what's real.
Well, it's like what's real. He's a pedophile for sure.
That part I know.
Now, for sure. Now that they dropped 3 million, I was joking about it. I'm like, last Friday my 3 million pages were at my spank bank. Nobody likes the joke. Nobody laughs at all. Everyone knows what 3 million pages is. So I found this though. Some sort of shop connection here, dude. No way. Dude, Brendan Epstein here. I'm not using your name. I'm saying Brendan Job Epstein. But Jeffrey Epstein says, great guy, never met him. In reference to Peter Thiel. Let me go back 5 seconds here. It's him talking to
You're welcome. I'll be there in a second. Yo, dog. Just chilling, dog. How'd you find out about me, my man?
But my first thought, mean, it's a stupid thing to say, I guess, as far as socially dumb. Yeah, but I mean, after saying somebody's a great guy, but
Okay, I'll be there in just a second.
or is you are fucking stupid. I'm trying to refrain from
Thanks, big man.
So Epstein, as bad a guy as he is, he's kind of like a mastermind, right? He's an evil mastermind and plays all these people against each other. Yeah, like he's friends with Chomsky. Noam Chomsky said that he was like somebody that he could spar with intellectually, right? So, and he goes, great guy, never met him. So is Epstein that, or could Shab be that, or is like a Shab an evil mastermind? When we talked about Shab and like Andy Kaufman,
It does point to the Andy Kaufman theory, dude. Yeah, it does give us some credence to that.
is Epstein stupid, or is he doing that on purpose to manipulate?
Do you want to hear my honest answer? Sure. Which is not a popular take on mine, for sure. I watched the whole 2-hour interview with Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein, doing some research for an outside project. And yeah, Jeffrey Epstein's pretty smart as far as some sort of whatever life is in a sense. I feel like he's really good at being
What's new?
strangeness of life in a sense. Okay, he talks to me. He mentions
You're just chilling?
thinking stuff like this, So in that way, yeah, it is an interesting listen for somebody like me that's reading the Iliad currently every day of my life. And it follows a lot of the fucking Gnostic teaching shit that I've been looking into lately, right? So I'm like, holy shit. It's weird because the reason why I started getting into all this stuff is because the elites, apparently, this is my introduction to this, maybe I told you this months ago, but the elites are like, this secret to life type shit. That there is no, I don't know, there's no cause or whatever. Life is the strange thing, in a weird way. Okay, that in the deal with this 100 grand. But he's talking in that way, and I'm like, that's a trip. That this, months later, I'm looking at this now, and it is true. Like this fucking Beijing teacher that was online is talking about like.
Oh, Mustafa, what's new?
This is what the elites believe. Not that I won't believe.
Chilling like a villain, dog. How many days since you last had a cigarette? You never smoked again? Well, that's great.
I feel sad today.
Why do you feel sad, my man?
Because I just can't wait, like, like, this feeling, I mean, like, sometimes you hate everything, like, you just want to leave where you are right now.
What do you mean?
I mean, I just want to leave,
Well, dude, you'll be out soon enough. I wouldn't worry about it too much, big dog. You've got a lot going for you.
I feel so sad, like, that I come here, like, I just want to talk to you.
Well, okay, you got a lot going. How's your job going?
Oh, it's nice.
Okay, so you got a job. That's better than most anyone on earth. And it pays like 5 times more than the job that you previously had. Now, I know you like construction, and that's cool. But no one said you can't do that.
It's not like my job. I feel sad, I mean,
Baby.
Like when you look at social media, there is a videos for American life. Like when I see it, I feel so sad because I'm so far from that place.
No, you're not far from that place at all. Okay, here's what I want you to do. Download an app called Countdown. COUNTDOWN. Do you have an iPhone or Android or iOS device?
I have iOS. Wait, hold on.
Okay.
Let me share screen for you.
All right, do whatever you want to do, big dog.
So, spell?
COUNTDOUNT. Yeah.
Sound?
Countdown. It's got a blue. It's got a blue star.
Instead of saying publish Chinese fund, you say
Blue star.
publish.
Yeah.
I got everything and I will not eat anything that is
Like it is just salt.
or that is
It's called
or that is salted. So like
Countdown. It's a blue. Let me see. It's called Countdown. I mean, the thing is called. Let me check the specifics. App icon overview.
Okay, so you can drink my
I'm looking at your screen. Okay, type in COUNTDOWN. Countdown. No. COUNT.
T or T?
T is in Tom. Countdown. One word. It's got a. That's not the first one. Keep going. No, keep scrolling down. No, dude, I said keep scrolling down, not that one. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling.
Which one?
It's none of those. It's none of those. Go, keep going. Okay, it's that one. With the blue. Yeah, that one. Okay, download it. It's free. Let me know when it's installed. Alright, so change the background first off. I don't want all this fucking canvas. Okay. Yeah, okay, so in the upper right corner, you're going to see like the settings. And then you can. Yeah, and then you're going to upload a new picture. I want you to choose a picture of an American flag. With yeah, I actually want you to choose Times Square in the United States.
Oh man.
What's oh man? There you go. With the American flag. No, not that one. This guy sucks there. Give me one with a nice like blue sky.
I like the dark.
Okay, yeah, I do too. Go all the way to the top. No, that's Wall Street. That's not it. That's Wall Street. Go back. Go all the way to the top. No, why do you use Pinterest? Don't use Pinterest. Just go to Google Images, dog. Pinterest is no. Go to Pinterest. Go to Google or Safari. Yeah, that's right. Google. Put Times Square night American flag. Okay, that's fine. NIGHT. So that includes again whole fish, big fish, little fish, salted fish, raw fish, cooked fish, whatever it is, but it doesn't include any dish made with Times Square night American flag, and pick a picture that you like. Where you want to be listening to that song that you told me, and have your headphones on, and feel like you fucking did it.
I'm literally listening to it right now.
Okay, excellent. That's what I want. But I want what do you imagine when you do this? Like, what's the background? What's it look like?
Like, what do you mean?
When you imagine in your head, you're going to have your headphones on, you're going to be listening to that song. What do you think it's going to look like around you?
Heaven? I don't know.
Okay, it's definitely not going to look like that. Times Square actually kind of sucks, but that's okay. I want you.
Listen to me for a second, please.
Sure.
It is gonna be a heaven for me because I love this country, you know. So I hope you understand me.
I understand, and it may be heaven for you for the first 2 minutes of that song, but then somebody's going to bump into you. Somebody's going to say, hey, do you want to buy my whatever? Somebody's going to interrupt you. Times Square is very busy. Everything's there is really expensive. Everybody goes there, but that's fine. What do you imagine when you think of Times Square? What picture? Those are all American pictures. That's not what I want. I want Times Square.
Good morning. We begin by thanking our sponsors.
That one's so beautiful.
Sponsorship for today.
Rainy.
I
love that one.
Okay, you love that one?
Yeah.
That's what you
I
think?
love that one so much.
Okay, save it.
Can download it?
Yeah, download it. All right, now make that the background of your countdown. So there you go. Okay, now so I want you to choose it. Okay.
Did I actually wait to get us choose it? Like,
Did you choose it?
I choose it. Like,
Okay. No, you still have candles.
Which is a continuation of the previous
Yeah.
video.
All right,
So
so
we mentioned yesterday.
okay, is there? Stop. Go back to it.
Seems like the Mishnah today
okay.
is a continuation of yesterday's
Is there something that says like in the upper right corner, like a plus or add or something?
or stringencies
No.
that the Dharam have over Shavuot and
Only
stringencies have over the Dharam.
library
We're going to continue in that discussion.
of the
We're going to say that
Hold on.
each neder b'suf neder
Hold on.
Let me choose this one.
No, don't choose that one. Just go back.
strict nedders.
Okay.
I just want to
Neder.
you know how
Neder
to change the
actually
picture,
double
like
itself
background,
up.
you know.
Okay,
Be a
that's
little
fine.
bit vague on what that means because we're going to have to find it very soon,
No,
but at
go
least
back.
for the
Go to
sake of
wallpaper
Mishnah,
library.
neder can be doubled up.
Don't worry about that.
One neder piling up.
Wallpaper library.
Okay.
Can you add any pictures in here?
Piling up
Yeah, the upper left corner. Stop. Stop. Go back. Upper left corner. What's the upper left corner? Yeah, that. Now, what are your options?
There's literally nothing. You know? Like from here, like delete it.
Hold on. No. That's because they want you to, like, pick what you want to see. Do you see that, like, you are just looking at a really small part of it? Like, expand it. Expand it. Like, hit the minus. Dog, you fucking up. Click the thing again. Yeah. Okay. Now, set.
Like, where could I, like, click? I cannot click on anything. Here, delete it. And here, go back, you know. Like, I can't do anything with this picture, only this. You know, like,
Hold on.
Very, very long time.
Are there options at the bottom?
Say on every single line here.
like, oh, I'm going to say this special or something.
That could be.
The Rishonim spend a tremendous amount of time on this particular Amud, debating what exactly each line is. I'm going to try to make it as simple as
Stop.
possible.
You've got some weird thing on your screen.
I do want to let you know.
Zoom out.
The way that we're learning is consistent with the Ran.
Zoom out? Like, what do you mean zoom out?
Okay, I'm gonna close it. Maybe it's my screen looking at your screen strangely, but okay.
Just for example,
All right. Mustafa W. Ahmed.
Does
We're
that
gonna try this again.
that it ends up manifesting itself
Okay, it's work.
consecutive
Hold on.
Nidarim?
Okay. Did it save?
Or does it
No.
mean that at
Okay,
the same
I know.
time they have
All right.
a neder one effect,
Stop. Just close.
effect as well? So if I were to violate
Go back to
neder,
the birthday
I would have
candles.
to
Okay. Do you see a plus?
We're going
Nope.
to go
Wrong
with
thing. Wrong thing. Go to a plus. Okay. Now type in. Do you refer to it as America or do you refer to it as the United States?
What do you mean? Like,
When you say I want to move to the United, do you say I want to move to the United States or I want to move to America?
Typically, yeshivish terminology. The gavra and the chef's understanding that it's something which is relevant to the person as well as being relevant to the item you're discussing. But there is also a lot of discussion when they're talking a lot about the zeros. There's also a large discussion about the kedusha.
Do you hear me?
And
I
separating
can't hear you, so
the
I want to
and the
move
practice.
Oh, okay. So do you say if somebody at work says to you, okay, just one moment.
Let me get it.
If you have time today, throughout your day, you're able to find some of the literature on
Dog,
this fascinating discussion.
There's just one more.
Hold on. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
Okay. So
Just so much buried in here. But on a simple level,
if some chick comes up to you, if some chick comes up to you and they say, Mustafa, what are your plans for the future? What do you say?
One shvua at a time. That's it. Once you
My plan to the future, like
it's it's booked. You're gonna have to come back.
look to the United States.
Okay, stop. The name the new event United States.
Then you what?
Name the new event United States.
He says that the exact same phrase again. Hareni Nazir if Oka. I will become a Nazir if I will eat. So again, what strikes me right away about this line? We're talking about a nether. All of a sudden, the Mishnah moves on into the world of Nazirus. Be a Nazirite. What does that have to do with anything? Why are we talking about Nazirus? And second of all, even more than that, why does he have to make this Nazirus contingent on whether he will eat or not? Talking about a nether, why can't it simply just say, Peitzad, person says, Konam Kikar
Okay.
alive.
Okay, cool. And today is February 11th. So put it in for February 11th. Change the date on it, February 11th. No, that's not how you. I don't think that's how you do it. There's like an edit button in the upper left.
That a person says, I will be a Nazir if I eat. I will be a Nazir if I eat. Now, what happens?
Yeah, so February 11th, 2027.
Becomes a double Nazir. Double Nazir, we're going to explain that is, he starts
2027.
Correct.
goes a full period of 30 days, and then starts all over.
Okay, excellent. What are the other options?
Like it is time 12.
Shvua Shlo Ocho, takes a shvua, he's not going to eat. So Hareni Nazir, he needs to become a Nazir.
Okay, that's fine. All right, now go to your settings, not of that, just your overall settings.
Says twice, takes a shvua that he's not going to
Oh,
eat.
apologies. Settings of countdown. Go back to countdown. No, go back to countdown.
Why? Because the shvua can only take effect once.
Yeah.
Once he activates the first shvua,
Click
upon
done.
itself,
Yeah.
there's no more room for
Okay,
the shvua.
but the
Therefore,
settings
he does it 100 times.
on the upper right corner, yeah, where it says homepage thing,
Now, just to simply answer the question, why we choose the reason
it says favorite event. The very top thing. It says favorite event. Do you see favorite event? Yeah, delete anything that's not yours. I think you swipe to the left.
Now, why does he have to make it contingent on
Oh, okay, then click on it, and then it should be at the bottom, delete event.
a different explanation, but ultimately the answer is since it became Kishvua, the way that the Shvua will be
Okay.
explained is by
Not I found. I found it.
So we wanted to have a consistent
If you're going to move to the United States, you got to speak like an American.
Also talk about eating. So just like when the example of a Shvua that doesn't take effect is when a person says that Shvua, we also want the first case condition to be
Okay.
But again, it's not actually important.
Yeah, it is. Okay, now create a new event.
consistent,
Like to what?
smooth way.
Just like a new event.
Okay, I thought
According to the Ron,
Okay.
that we're learning is actually missing a number of words.
Yeah.
Therefore, I'm going to draw your
Now
attention
go
down
to
the second wide line.
a new event. Make a new event,
Both part of the Ron.
and I want you to make the date.
Tomorrow is just simply missing some text. It's not there.
When I want to make the day?
Yeah, make the date January 1st, 2026.
According to the Ron, tomorrow starts as follows. Give us all my Hareni Nazir.
I don't know how
Once
to
he
think
said
to like
Hareni Nazir,
think about that.
Havalei Nazir.
Doug, just
He also
don't
spoke
argue. Just do what I'm saying. Change the date on the new event to January 1st, 2026.
Those are the words that the Ron has in the
Okay,
book.
January
Look in the Ron.
2026.
January 1st, 2026.
Go down one line. Word
Okay, that's first to
There's two
2026.
questions.
Yeah.
Kada,
January 1st, 2026. Entitle the event Non-Smoker, NON-SMOKER. Actually, yeah, just type NON-SMOKER.
Question two.
Type in the word non, N-O-N, then a hyphen. Yeah, then a hyphen. That's like a dash. And then smoker, S-M-O-K-E-R.
He doesn't have to say it.
Okay,
In other words, the Taimul of Pershvush Taim Basra, Mishnishbash Lo Okal Kikar Zeh, Al Kol, Zayas Zayas.
so non-smoker.
Correct.
In other words, what the Ron is saying is as follows. A person takes the shua that they're not going
And
to
choose
eat
any
bread.
background you want.
The understanding is, the Kazai of one eats a Kazai of bread.
Okay,
So if
now
you take
hit
one Kazai of bread,
save.
rather than the shua, sits down to another Kazai of bread, rather than shua again.
Cool.
A third Kazai.
Okay, how many days does
Why do you need him to actually
exactly?
say,
You've been a
Hareni
non-smoker
Nazir,
for approximately 41 days,
Hareni Nazir
and you want to
Okal,
keep that up. Let's go back to your American flag.
Dependent on an eating. So every time that he eats,
How many days?
in the zero.
It is
Why does he have to actually express
354
that he would be a Nazir?
That is all right.
Once we understand that if a person makes something
minutes
contingent on his
and 5
eating,
seconds.
Okay, you didn't do it correctly then. I said to change the date to be February 11th, 2027.
question of the Gemara.
Okay, February
All the way down in this large rod,
2027.
February 11th,
it goes
2027.
3 lines before the end of the rod. Umitarza.
This is the best advice I'm ever going to give you, Mustafa. You need to be more detail oriented
Umitarza.
in everything you do.
Since the Mishnah says, Shua Shla Okal,
You know, like, I just put a show you what I
Hareni
was
Nazir, Hareni Nazir Sagi.
Suddenly feel
Would
so
have been
sad.
enough if you just said,
Okay, show me what you were
I'm a
watching.
Nazir. He says again, I want to be a Nazir. Inami, Kol Nazir's Bivokal, Bakad, Hareni Nazir, in Okal, Sagi Lekal. I did the Mitli Shua Bakila.
On that one.
Okay.
On Nami Shlo Okal, Kilo, Shita Shinakayava Akas. Kol Nazir's Bakila, but
All right.
says the Ran, ultimately, the Gemara.
I mean, you shouldn't feel sad. You'll be fine.
In other words, the Mishnah did not need to say all this. But you
All right.
wanted it to be smooth at the end of the
That's
Mishnah,
cool.
and therefore it is. In other words,
That's beautiful. Like that or whatever you want to do. That's cool.
according to the summary, says this was a question.
Yeah, but guess what? You're not, unless something amazing happens to you, that's still a dream. People in New York don't live like that. They live in a really cramped apartment and really small, and you're not even going to live in New York. You're just going to go on vacation there once you move to California.
Okay. Like the times you where this cleans with the rain.
I understand.
Like,
Just on this
Yeah.
point itself.
Okay, that's
but
cool.
I told you, like, because, but that's like told you because you're the age
Once
person.
the Ran explains that, the Gemara is asking
I understand.
that if a
Okay,
person
now
takes
go back to
a
your
shua on a
countdown.
particular item, that he answers himself from eating bread.
How many days
Every Kazayas that he eats
does it say?
starts a new shua.
Just saying, like, it's January or what?
That's why I said, no, it's not January. February 11th, 2027.
11.
Yes.
11, 2027.
How many days does it show?
It is 364 days.
Okay. That's how long, approximately, if everything works out for you, until you're in the United States. Now, understand that you may have to change that date. That's under best case scenario. Okay? So when you're like, boo hoo hoo, woe is me, I'm Mustafa, I'm sad, I'm seeing all this cool shit. Dog, it's only 364 days until you're there.
It's also relevant if the person accepts something upon himself. And I heard this out as well. The person accepts to learn Mishnayos.
Absolutely. Now, here's something else I want you to do on Instagram. I want you to follow. I think it would just be, just go under U.S. citizenship. I think it's called like U.S. nationalization and citizen. So just type U.S. citizen and then look at accounts.
He's a Shiva hopper. So he goes to several Shiva houses and he fills out that Masechta.
CITIZEN.
Shiva house that he went to, but he learned it once. Say, hey, listen.
CITIZEN.
You know what? I'll learn it once, and we'll knock it off for everybody.
What comes up as an account?
It's not very simple. You just learn it once. So here, we're trying to paper a bunch of times. We have to repeat it.
No. Okay, I'll just find it. Just a moment. I'll find it for you.
It could be one acceptance of an eder can actually.
It should be, but let me just see.
Now we get back to the actual text of the Gemara. Amar Abuna. What's going to happen here is just a little bit of a preview of the Gemara. The rest of the Gemara for today.
So,
a line that Abuna says.
Okay, so everything U.S. citizen you want to follow. So citizenship guide, U.S. citizenship app, and you're going to download the U.S. citizenship app. So you don't understand, or maybe you do, but there's a test that you have to take to be a citizen. They just don't give it to you. So type in U.S. citizen app, U.S. citizenship app.
Okay.
U.S. citizenship app.
Okay, so
it should be the.
it is an app
that a person can have.
It's on the app store. You're missing it, dog. You're missing it. You need to be detailed. So just stop. What's the first thing say? What's the first thing say?
The first thing say citizen in U.S. citizenship.
Okay.
That's the first one.
Okay. Download the first one. Download the second one. Download the third one. Don't pay for anything. Don't pay for anything.
No, I'm really beyond that period until May 31, and then.
I'm never done like paying for anything because Apple Pay doesn't work in Iraq, you know.
Okay.
That's so bad, Iraq.
Right, in other words,
Okay, that's fine. Go back.
According to the Rod, when a person accepts
No. Did I say open? No. I said go back.
30 for the
Okay.
first Nazir,
So should I download more?
Wait. Stop. Just stop. You don't take directions very well. You have to. United States, you have to take directions well. All right. So you download the first one. Now download the second one.
Once we say that a person
No, that's the third one.
during a period of Nazir,
All right.
the second expression of a Nazir can take effect. That says
What
if
that?
only if you add
What does it
on
say?
One day. If you added on nothing,
Like it is,
then the second Nazir is as well as going to
I trust come
Now,
shell.
interestingly, the way it works,
Okay, go back. Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back.
you want to start thinking of it tomorrow.
Yeah, that one.
Essentially what
Download that
happens
one.
is the first 29 days,
Like
the
the face ID.
expression of the second Nazirus
That's okay.
actually works, and it works only for one day, you find yourself in trouble. Because there's no such thing as a Nazir for one day. So
Is
since
US
the minimum time for a Nazir is 30 days,
citizenship
the truth is,
days
your expression of Nazir only works for one day.
2026 plus.
But there's no such
No,
thing
you
as
don't
a
need
Nazir
that one.
period.
Go to the American flag
So it
one,
stretches itself out for another
the
30
app that you downloaded.
days.
Yeah, just open it. Yeah, open it.
According to Rabuna, you
All right.
cannot keep a double Nazir at the same period of time.
What are the
The
options?
only way that can work is if you add on another day.
So,
Once you're adding on another day,
what am I
so
supposed
then
to
the
do
first
with that?
expression actually works.
There's there like a study?
Consequently, what happens is it extends for 60 days.
I am
That's
no,
what it is.
like,
Just to see that
I'm
again
not
inside.
told, like, I leave this code because the teacher was torturing the children, so I afraid to go to school anymore.
I'm becoming a Nazir today, and I'm becoming a Nazir tomorrow.
Okay, that doesn't matter. What does it say?
Is it
This, adding
say,
on one day,
choose date,
Naila Naziros al Naziros.
recent,
The Naziros can't double
choose
itself over and
date,
take effect.
settings,
Avo Omar Reni Nazir Hayom.
choose your
Nazir
mode,
Hayom. So the exact same thing
below.
twice.
I don't know,
Becoming a
create
Nazir
it.
today.
Okay,
Becoming a
hold
Nazir
on.
today.
Hold on.
The halacha is Ein Tala Naziros al Naziros. The second Naziros cannot take effect during the first period of time.
Hold on.
Shmuel Omar, Shmuel disagrees. He says, "Afil Omar Reni Nazir
Okay,
Hayom."
go to the first one you downloaded.
Mishnah tells us a neder can be doubled up. So it says Shmuel.
Okay,
The Mishnah face value. It says you can
And
double
so
up a
the
neder.
support
Zerus the
language,
neder.
info,
Therefore,
select as you go.
and indeed manifest
go to whatever
itself
language you want.
twice in one period of time.
English,
I observe that according to the Rab.
English preferably.
I observe that by observing the second period. of 30 days.
So select your series generation if you spot your in for 400 application for citizenship before October 2020 October 2025 you will take the 2028 28 fees case. If you upload on your
Outsource yourself.
after that date, most date the 25 version. Like what should I choose now?
The 2028 version.
There's a difference between a double neder and a non-double
So
neder.
enter your
Just
zip
know
code.
there are sometimes
I
double
don't even know
neder.
what is my zip
And there
code.
are
Let
sometimes
me get
when
it
I
from
can't have a
below.
double neder. So what is that? How is that going to
That's
look?
usually an American thing.
Already Nazir Lamachar.
Like
So-
choose American.
Yeah, so just put in 90210. Just put in 90210.
That's the example of when you could have a double neder. However, already Nazir
Yep.
Hayom, already Nazir Hayom, turn the page to the top of the design of his base. A neder v'sof neder.
I found
That
like
means
this
that's the
person.
case. When you can't double up a
Like
neder, so why do you have to
this.
compare?
They're just represented. Skip, go to the next thing.
A neder could be more
next,
intense,
okay, I should choose
and
one,
the neder
like
double up, and
one
the
for
can't double up.
like
Tell me,
the
you
next
just don't
person.
choose the
Okay,
neder
just pick
itself.
anybody.
Sometimes it has
Cool.
to be double
Yeah.
up, sometimes it can't. What the Gemara says?
I'll choose the top one.
Good kasha. In other words, kasha
For downloading, or with that, I don't know. Dairy user.
No, you can't prove
Privacy, sorry.
Privacy. Say it.
Privacy.
Not
Privacy.
not privacy. That's not the word. It's privacy with a P.
Tracking and always use to understand how you use the app. No, it's just
Right,
use
one more
the
time.
app. So, what's the next step?
Is there like a guide or like a thing that says like what you need to study?
Oh, it is like for study or something?
Yeah, you want to be a citizen, right? They just don't give you the citizenship. You have to take a test, and it's a hard test. Most Americans cannot pass the test.
Yeah, so what's the next step?
Is there a thing that says like? Oh, I bet you just. Okay. Uninstall that one. Uninstall the previous one. I'm gonna look for the one that you want. Just one moment. I should have done this in the beginning. I didn't figure it would be as hard and sure. Okay. Go to. So just uninstall that one and uninstall the other one that you downloaded.
One case to the next.
Okay, so
The Gemara says, if you want, if you're right, that the case of neder is
hold on.
that a person says,
okay, remember the one with the flag? Download, either download the one with the flag or open the one with the flag.
the flag I deleted.
That's okay. I know I did. Just re-download it. No big deal.
Because it's not parallel. They don't line up. They have to be the same. The case of was today and tomorrow.
I downloaded it.
Okay.
Something different. Sorry, the case of neder was today and tomorrow. Then Shavua also has to be
Download
this and that.
Yep.
Which is
okay. Do you see it says flashcards?
Okay, that's one.
Yeah. Click.
Oh my gosh.
Well, there are going to be ads. Like, it's not free. So you just don't worry about them.
Yeah.
Rahuna, you're right. That the only time an neder works is when you take two separate nedarim on two separate days. So in other words, a neder manifests itself on days, and a shvuah manifests itself on two types of fruits. Why can't that work? What's wrong with having a double shvuah? That should also work. Words of Elahekidami must be.
Latex.
Elahekidami the local shvuah. What's the case? Where shvuah is not going to take effect on another shvuah. Because the Amar shvuah shvuah okel te'inim. Because our Amar shvuah shvuah okel te'inim. He said the same thing twice. In other words, that must be the case. In other words, you must identify a case of shvuah where the shvuah cannot double itself up.
There should be I think there are multiple answers. If not, then just say, like, serve in the military.
He says the same line twice.
So, next.
Yeah, see what it says.
Is essentially just
Okay, next. Why does each state have two
what's going to be the parallel case when it comes to
Senators.
the Amar?
Senators. Say it for me. Say it for me. Senators. Say it again. That's correct.
The Nazir is I'll be a Nazir.
That's correct.
The Katani, Yesh Nazir without Nazir. Mishnah says if it is Nazir without Nazir, that double Nazir doesn't work. So again, if you compare the cases, as the Gemara, you have to have a parallel case. And we already clearly established that when it comes to
It's not hard.
a shvuah, it can't be the
No,
person
it's not.
says, I won't eat grapes, I won't eat
Requires?
grapes. Because of course that's going to work. There's no reason why that shvuah should not take effect. So I want to only one shvuah at a time. The person takes a shvuah not to eat grapes. And not to eat grapes. And no figs. Parallel case.
Oh my god.
Of a neder,
So,
which is
You're good.
the parallel case of neder, which is then it must be that the case of shvuah that doesn't work
representation.
doesn't work is when it's the same twice.
Yeah.
So then it has to be
confirmation.
contrast that to another. That's the set of reasons that you must be wrong. Over time, double self up.
Okay, so next, James
It's not so complicated. Essentially, all the Gemara is saying
for many
is that
things named
that the neder
okay,
one
further
and
of
neder two has to be a little
the
different states. And the
constructions
shvuah one, the shvuah two, has to be a little different. But once they're different, so then the guna, it's either going to always work
further,
or
okay,
you're
what
wrong.
does that
That's
mean?
assumption.
Like, I don't know who is James Madison. I listen about them, but I don't want to, like, I don't know a lot of information about them.
The question of
the closest come to America for many reasons, namely feed on
We know that
feed
already told us
feed
the only time
people
he adds on one thing.
go
So I will be a Nazir
library.
today. I already know the Machar versus Nazir tomorrow. What's the parallel case by Yeshua? The Omar
Some states have a more
starts off by saying, I'm not going to add eating.
order states because of the state
I'm not going to eat figs and grapes. The first one was only figs.
because
Then,
some
in the
states
second
have
expression, he
more
excluded
people.
figs again,
Next,
but he
name
overlapped
their
it with grapes. In other words, that's the way Rabbi
regions
understands it. And in such a case, says Rabbi, the shua is not going to eat. The lochai. In such a case, the second expression of the shua is not going to eat. Okay, that's how Rabbi understands it. Let's just be clear about the Rabbi understands the mission. The mission is very vague, according to Rabbi. The mission says, each neder himself, you can have a double neder. It means the person says, Hareini Nazir Hayom, Hareini Nazir Lamach. What happens according to Rabbi? He becomes a neder for 60 days. First, he has to work 30 days. He reaches carbon, finishes up his years, he gets a haircut, and then starts over in his years for a second time. What's the case of shua that does not work according to Rabbi? A parallel case exactly. Person says, shua also rights. First, he takes the shua not to eat figs, and then he says, you know what? Shua also I'm not going to eat figs and grapes. So the second shua included both figs and grapes, which essentially was already accomplished. The figs were accomplished in the first. Now the Gemara asks, hold on, it's still not going to work. Because the Ha'amar Rabbi taught us, shua shlo'ochel te'enim. Person takes a shua not to eat figs. Except in this case. He repeats, he says, I'm not going to eat te'enim, and I'm not going to eat another. But ochel te'enim. So he violated his word. And what does he do there? First carbon. Carbon to bring for a kapara known for violating his word. Now, the guy can console himself. So the chazar v'achal anavim. Now he went ahead and ate grapes. Says Rabbi,
two parts of the U.S. government.
Says Rabbi, when he went ahead and ate the grapes, he can't bring the carbon.
Okay.
Why? Because he already had a kapara on the table before. Now on the anavim, he can't bring the carbon because
listen to me.
I'm listening to you.
It's only
You're doing really well.
Read it,
prohibited
and I
himself
came back.
from
Okay.
grapes and figs. Now he ate the grapes,
Okay,
but he only violated half
How many
of
days
the
until you come to America?
on after your word. The point is, says the Gemara,
That's correct. But I would say approximately 364.
Yeah.
But let me just tell you this. Let me just tell you this. Let me just tell you this. We're going to have to adjust that date. It is not going to happen that quickly. But maybe within the next 2 years. Once we get to that date, then it might be a year away, okay? But I don't want you to think it's never going to come. Now you know. How many days since you last smoked, approximately?
When you say, I won't eat figs, then he said, I won't eat figs and grapes.
Not like, you can look it up. Look it up.
So why is Rabbi telling me you don't bring a carbon because it's a Chachishir? But that means that there's another half.
Okay, it is 41 days.
How many hours?
So say you don't bring a carbon because the shul was.
Yeah.
16 hours.
No, that's incorrect. You
27 minutes.
No. Do you see that? Stop. Do you see that little slider?
Which one?
There's a slider under 41.
Does say that
Do you see where your 41 is? There's a white circle. Move that to the right.
So we've tried at least twice now
That is 1,000 hour.
There you go. So you haven't had a cigarette in $1,000.
Yeah. 60,000 minutes.
There you go.
3 million seconds.
That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild that I was here with you on the 1,000th hour since you've had a cigarette.
Yeah. I have a 12 months and 7 hours, 31 minutes, 20 seconds to go to the United States. I told them.
It's going to take longer than that. It's going to take longer than that, but just know you can say approximately.
And he took off a carbon. Part of the process. Part of the process of coming out of
explains of
decided to reverse it.
Appreciation in the United States. Okay.
So again,
Run for office. Join the party. Help.
he brought a carbon for it. They said, you know what?
In America,
I want to go ahead and update. So we got
Europeans.
who is the first is what's the halacha? Also lo shnia barishona. The first one's God.
Make America
But he observed a period of time for the zeros. Says Kumar, he's got credit for it. He already earned the credit for it because he already observed the 30-day period of the zeros, so therefore he's good to go. Kumar says, thank you. How does this case work out? What was the case?
Like it is
Hareni Nazir Hayom, Hareni Nazir Lamacha,
American Indians or what's how guys don't count the term 12. You listen to me?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, even in America before the Europeans, American Indians or Native American.
Doesn't work.
So currently we
In
say
other words, according to
Native Americans.
According to everything is good. So you could have observed that the zeros have the
Why do
words
the
of the
flag
zeros
have
can
13
be about the
stars?
same time. Hareni doesn't
So,
know. Hareni
because
doesn't
there
know.
were 13 original colonies,
Extra day added up.
Colonies.
I could use the credit of that time, the second
Oh,
zero.
God, I'm so bad for me.
You're not.
Because I am.
No, you're
Listen,
not.
you listen.
Oh, I hear you. But trust me, you're not doing. You're doing great.
I have to listen for books, something like that, for my reading, and it'd be so good, you know. But I have like somebody help me to like explain my mistakes, you know, with the reading. So, correct. First to the original colonies.
Work for him. So,
what is the right court in the United States?
But since he has one more day on the line, so serve one more day on the Nazir to finish up what you were missing.
Supreme Court.
Now he says you are going to keep
Supreme Court.
the zeros.
Okay, agree.
This is not the case with Rabuna or Shmuel. It's not where it says already Nazir Hayom, already Nazir Hayom, or already Nazir Hayom, already Nazir Hayom. You look in the Rashi second line, where he says it is.
Famous for many things named on.
That's all he says. The person accepts upon himself to the zero. So that's it. Doesn't say Yom. Doesn't say Lamach. He just says it shall be upon me
President of United States. In
That's one way of doing it. He says, Hooray, alive, instead of voice, problem, and it just essentially means he has to be another.
Why we are
that case, that price that he brought in, where it says he basically gets credit
what is the
for it,
name of the speaker of the house of nation? Okay, please go to state settings to add your state.
And I think we will stop here.
Okay.
There
But
are a number of interesting runs.
what
We have
do
some time.
we show like
A lot of the run here, especially the big long one in Zion the base.
Literally to when
The reason is because
we say a
parallel. I didn't really
song
know
of the top of
that was so
elementary,
clear that I would have
the
initially
United
thought
States
that the
was
parallels
like
that Gemara draws up are the right
an
parallels.
inch of
There could have been better examples of parallels. So if you get some time, read through these runs. It will be right today. And wonderful
wait,
Shabbos.
I will be back. I will read it very well and I will be back, okay?
All right, I will say good morning.
Okay, you do what you have to do.
Beautiful dance ahead of us today. Beautiful dance ahead of us today. I want to begin by thanking all of our sponsors, our co-sponsors for the month of Tishrei. Dr. Rina Weinberg, Sarah McGrath, Julia, Rina, and Eve, in loving memory of husband, father, Zeta, Dr. Paul Weinberg, parents, Joseph Ben Avram, Dayal Steinberg, Dayal Sarah Steinberg, the guy who is showing his most resources of Jerusalem, Shuvam Nisifas Sisha, and Anne Zip Benzev, the dedication of this month, and the source of all of our kilos in Niskano. So with that, let us begin. We also must note today is the yard site of the Yitzhak Richard. So who say that one who knows so many things, but chiefly amongst them, incredible, overwhelming Abbas Yisrael. Love of every single Jew, no matter who and what they were, we should be looking at person to internalize this beautiful lesson of whether if he has some time at the end, which is highly unlikely, but if he has some time at the end, in that section, maybe we'll share a little bit of Torah from Rebbe. Listen, with that, let us begin. So today's topic is Kuf Vav 106, and we have to get off on Kuf Hey on the page 105b. We left off on Neymar. Great. So we'll say in the wide lines, 2, 4, 6, 8 lines in the wide line. Just remember again, the topic over the Gemara was discussing was the power of Shochad, the negative power of Shochad. How again, well, to be more specific, the Gemara is focusing on over here on the concept of bribery is not just applied to monetary gifts, but can also apply to other non-monetary items as well. So Neymar, Neymar was going ahead and judging a particular case. So what happened? A feather fell on his head. Also, Gabra Shakle, right? Ultimately, a man came over and removed the feather from the head. I put some of the clothes on there. Okay. So the Gemara says, so a man went ahead and removed the feather. I'm really mad at it. So Neymar says, what are you doing? So Amalei, this way. So the man said, I happen to have a din Torah in your basement. So Amalei, Neymar said, I can no longer adjudicate this food. So again, once again, Neymar felt that small favor, right? That small Torah, that small act of kindness, biased Neymar in his really big favor, and would compromise the effectiveness of the day. So once again, you're going to see a number of these types of examples, and the lesson is always the same, which is how easily susceptible we are to outside influences. We like to think that we're strong, we like to think that we can resist, but at the end of the day, we are so incredibly susceptible that even the smallest favor has the ability to bias us. And again, here's the examples in terms of favors. But Lamaisa applies to so many different things that we're susceptible to outside influences. Mar Ukva, Havashadi Loka Mar Ukva, there was saliva, spit on the ground in front of him. Also, Gabra Kasi, a man came along and covered it up for him. How many am I of it again? So let's get our first said, no. So what are you doing? What are you doing? Amalei, Islam. So man says, listen, I haven't been Torah in your days. Amalei, Asula Lecha Medina. Sanctuary, something. I'm going to put it in my life where something doesn't work. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. So therefore, ultimately, again, I am not allowed to go ahead and adjudicate this case for you. Rabbi Shmuel, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi say to have a nice day, Kamali Shatsa concept is. It was an interesting piece. Rabbi Yossi had a sharecropper. I will say the way this work with the sharecropper is that the sharecropper used to bring him a basket of fruit every Erev Shabbos. That's what he brought every Erev Shabbos. I will say that wasn't a gift. That was payment. That was payment. That was the least of it. So what happened? So Gemara says, I'm not trying to cousin Dave. Yom Echad, I see the Hesham. So one day the sharecropper brought it to my Thursday. On Thursday, so I'm a very nice Shnohai. So the Yossi says to the small Yossi says to the sharecropper, what's going on? Why are you bringing me a basket of fruit now? I'm a very I see the I have a din Torah today. So I with you. So I figured on my way to the baking, I would drop off the basket of fruit. All right. So we know how about we know. So first of all, the Talmud will see you accept the basket of fruit. And second of all, he said, I'm not allowed to adjudicate the case because now I am effectively biased in this situation. Okay, so listen to this. The also the Tuesday Rabbi, therefore Rabbi Yossi went ahead and established another set. He went ahead and established he appointed another set of rabbis to adjudicate the case. The Kaidina, the Kaidina, right? All you just talk about us, the Amar, eat body time happy, you eat body time happy. Okay, this is incredible. So what happens? So remember, if the Rabbi Yossi refuses to give, that's number one. Number two, he appoints a different group of rabbis to go ahead and adjudicate the case. And he is saying that you're going to adjudicate the case. What is he saying to himself? He's saying, this litigant, this litigant is referring to a sharecropper. This guy could kind of like this, and this guy could kind of like this, and if he made this claim, maybe something else in his mind, what's happening? He's advocating for the sharecropper. He's advocating for the sharecropper. So Rabbi Shlomo says like this. He says, Amar, Tepa Nafsham Shamekam B'Shochad. Literally again, the souls, right? The hearts of those who accept bribes should decay, which is a klala. In other words, a punishment should come upon those who accept bribes. Uma'ani, Shalona Tal. And so he says, you know what? I didn't even accept the bribe. And the inatalti, had I accepted the basket of fruit, shalina talti, I would have, that was mine, by the way, right? Basket of fruit wasn't a bribe. Remember again, what did the basket of fruit represent? What was it? It was the wage, which is what they made. So I would have accepted that which rightfully belonged to me. So again, I would have influenced. I didn't accept it. And had I accepted the basket of fruit again, it wouldn't have been a bribe. That was rightfully due to me. And yet, look how much it influenced me. A judge who does accepting actual bribe, how difficult and making impossible it is to adjudicate correctly. Incredible. Very thoroughly, very short. I see that whole Gaba, Rachel Haddad, was a Kohen. What's a Kohen? A particular man brought him shearing. First shearing of a sheep. That belongs to the Kohen. Rachel Haddad goes to the Kohen. Amalei, Mehecha, which Amalei doesn't recognize the guy. He says, who are you ready from? Amalei, we took one. I'm from so-and-so place. So we went to the house of the have a Kohen in this way. So he's going to reach the fifth one was far away. So he's going to reach the next thing. So he's telling me, there's no Kohen between here and there. This is going to be left all the way to me. That I never do that. I'm a very unit because I have a dream for the invitation. The Amina Agap or Koi, I see later on. And I figured the truth is on my way to the baking, I would bring you the first season. I'm already talking about the when you talk about Rita said, I can no longer agree to you. I am possible. I'm not allowed to go into it. I'm biased. So don't trouble me later. Furthermore, the trouble is did not expect to see. Ultimately, Jesus Rabbanon, instead of Jabal Rishon goes ahead and sets up, right? He appoints two other Rabbanon to go into the case. And they're adjudicating it. So a small Baal Misha is dead. He listens to the case. So Bahadika Azal Asa Amar Ibai Tainasi, Ibai Tainaki. And he finds himself in his mind coming up with the arguments on behalf of this guy, advocating for this guy. It's the same thing. So you see from here how terribly powerful a bribe is, and how a bribe ultimately goes ahead and slants, it fundamentally blinds the eyes of the judge. Umani Shalonakati. The Rishma Balisha says, I didn't accept the bribe. I didn't accept the bribe. Umani Shalonakati. And had I accepted it, right, it was mine. I'm a Kohen. I'm entitled to this. And yet you see how much it impaired my ability to be impartial. All the more so, those who accept the Chassid act to a bribery, how difficult and virtually impossible it is for them to adjudicate cases properly. So let's say, let's go back there. So Rabbanan, I see Leahu Gabra, Kansa, Dikildon, the Begili. Rabbi Anan once had a guy who brought him a basket of small fish. So Amalei, my ability. So Rabbi Anan once again says to the guy, tell me, what brings you here? Just bringing this basket of fish. Amalei, Dina Isli. So the man said, Rabbi Anan, I have a din Torah in your basement. Look, come on in. Rabbi Anan did not accept the fish. Right? Amalei, Pasul Chaladina. And furthermore, he said to the man, I am unable to adjudicate your case. I'm biased, I can't adjudicate. I'm late. So the man says back to Rabbanan, that's fine, you don't have to adjudicate my case. But Kabuli Likbal Mar, the low Mar Me'akrube Bikuri. This is beautiful. The man says to Rabbanan, that's fine, don't adjudicate my case, but can you please accept my gift? Please accept my gift. Because if you don't accept my gift, it will prevent me from offering Bikurim. First fruit. This Sanya goes say that why is a gift to Rabbanan called the Bikurim? The Sanya, the Ishba Mibal Shalisha, the Yabeli Shalikim, says Bikurim Esrit Alech Episol in the Kardel, the Ziklono. So what says, so Nabi describes over here a gift brought to Elisha, and it calls the gift of the 20 loaves of bread of Bikurim. The Elisha Elcha Bikurim Haba. Elisha wasn't a Kohen, Rabbi Elisha wasn't a Kohen. So therefore the gift wasn't called Bikurim. So what wasn't because why did it call Bikurim? Because it's so beautiful. Roma the Chal, maybe throwing the Tam Chacham, even Makra Bikurim. It's the teacher said whoever brings a gift to a Tam Chacham is as if he's bringing Bikurim. It's just a beautiful idea. It's giving a gift to a Tam Chacham. Being the finest, it's giving a Tam Chacham. It's equivalent of going ahead and bringing Bikurim to the New Testament. So therefore, this man says to Rabbanan, so it's like, what's the connection between a gift to a Tam Chacham and Bikurim? It's on a basic level, what's the whole hashkafa of Bikurim? Why does the farmer have to bring first fruit? Because bringing first fruit ultimately highlights the idea that what you have doesn't belong to you. It belongs to Hashem. The gift for Tam Chacham says that just that case, so what I have doesn't belong to you, that's fine. So then what am I supposed to do with it? And the idea of it is I'm supposed to give it to others, specifically to use what I have in support of Allah. I'm supposed to use my material wealth to enable the proliferation of spirituality. And the Tam Chacham, one who ultimately again is there to proliferate spirituality amongst the masses, actually God. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, giving a gift to a Tam Chacham is to do one is really cool. A very beautiful idea. Therefore, the guy says to Rabbanan, that's fine, but don't adjudicate my case. Don't adjudicate my case, but please accept my case. Samalei, Abuli lo ba'inan da'achno, Hashem da'amet l'chaimah, Rabbanan said, please, I wasn't going to accept the gift. But now that you told me you're leaving, give me a gift for them. Offering a Bikurim, then I'll accept it. Okay, but obviously Rabbanan was not going to adjudicate the case. Tiger was named Rabbanan. So he sent this guy to Rabbanan to have his case adjudicated. To Shalachlei, Medaine Marla Haigavra, the Anna Anan Pasona Leiludina. So, and he said with the master servant, give me a favor, adjudicate his case. Because I, Rav, Adnan are disqualified from adjudicating us. So the Gemara says, Amar Rav Nachman said, so clear. The boss is interesting. Adnan says Rav Nachman, adjudicate this case because I am possible to adjudicate this case. Now, he doesn't tell Rav Nachman why he's possible. So it's interesting. What does Rav Nachman assume? Rav Nachman assumes that the reason Rav Anan is possible is because Rav Anan is related to the guy, because of a relative. So that's like the most common answer. So that's what he figured. Rav Anan must be the relative of Rav Anan. Now watch what happened. So in the docket of Rav Nachman's court, he had the following. On the country of there was a case involving orphans. I will say the Pashtus, the state case, is something involving orphans in the docket. So now the question of Nachman to deal with was what? Which case should I deal with first? The Solomon case or this guy who Rav Anan sent to Amar Tabov Kofov, Amar Hayase Vahayase. It was that there's always a mitzvah d'oraisa upon the judge to adjudicate the case. It actually says Vishvat 7. You shall judge righteously. There is always a mitzvah d'oraisa upon a judge to adjudicate the case correctly. Hayase Vahayase. It says the Kabbalah Torah. So it's obviously the Kabbalah Torah, but in Rav Anan's case, so going ahead and adjudicating the case is relative. He's giving honor to a Talmud, and therefore again Rav Nachman said you should probably adjudicate that case first. So the Gemara says what happened? So they set aside the case and they bumped up the case of this guy. So what happened? Even the Chazal Baldine, we'll call the fish guy, right? The fish guy, and his fellow litigant walking to the basement, and now they see that they've been bumped up to the front of the document. So I will say what happened. The fish guy's litigant felt that now, obviously, the fish guy is receiving preferential treatment by the court of Nachman, and therefore he felt unable to properly advance his case. So it's incredible. So then what's happening over here is a dramatic misunderstanding. But remember again, Rav Anan sent the case to Rav Nachman because he accepted a gift from the fish guy. Right? So he doesn't say, that's Rav Nachman, you adjudicate this case, I can't. Rav Nachman assumes there we have the mistake. Rav Nachman assumes that halacha l'maaseh, the reason why Rav Anan can't adjudicate it because the guy is relevant. Because the guy is his relative, Rav Anan bumps the case up to the top of the docket. The other litigant, feels that now the fish guy is receiving preferential treatment, and as a result, he felt, that's the word, but and therefore was unable to properly advance his particular claims, and the Pashtus lost. So we'll say, now listen to this. The Gemara now is we're going to see that Rav Anan was held responsible for not properly explaining what this is. Now, Rav Nachman was held responsible, right? Rav Nachman just operated based on what he thought. Rav Anan was held responsible because halacha l'maaseh did not properly frame Rav Nachman what was going on in it. So watch this. Rav Anan have a regular Elio the Asi Gabe. Was it Rav Anan? This is incredible. You learn with Elio and you used to learn with Elio Hadav. It's incredible. The Havim Masnei Seder Elio. The first thing is what's called in Torah Shabbat, a concept called Seder Elio. We'll explain it more interesting, but it's a compilation of teachings that Elio and Rabbi gave over to Rav Anan. Gave on David Hafi. But once Rav Anan did this, I will say, he did this was he went ahead and inadvertently undermine this case. Remember, had he undermined the case by not fully say sometimes in life, like we make mistakes by what we say, and sometimes like we make mistakes by what we don't say. Right? In other words, here Rav Anan passed. He went ahead and he sent the case over to Rav Nachman, and he did not fully explain what it was that was going on at the end. As a result, Rav Nachman just assumed that he could handle Rav Nachman also made a mistake. That's true. But the burden wasn't the real burden. The responsibility was upon Rav Anan to fully articulate what was unfolding over here. So as a result, so remember again, so what happened? Kevan, the Avid Haki, once this episode occurred, and now there was a miscarriage of justice, and the miscarriage of justice was really the responsibility of Rav Anan is stopped. And we all know he stopped coming. They don't stop coming to visit him for a little bit. So Yasa Betani, so by Rachman, Shabanan fasted. He got to come back for also. And then he all came back. So also when he did come back, how the Mavis lady, it wasn't the same. And Rav Anan was scared to be in the direct presence of Eli Navi. So what did he do? Ra'avet Kibusa, Yasa Kameh. He literally means he made himself a box. And he sat inside of the box. The idea is he made him a pizza. He made a partition so that he was not directly in the presence of Eliyahu and Navi, but rather again he was there able to learn with him, but wasn't directly in his presence. Yosef Kameh ad Afikle Sifei. Behind the Amri, Savior Eliyahu Rabbi, Savior Eliyahu Zuba. The most actually incredible. So in the teachings that Eliyahu and Navi gave to Manan were actually two sections. There's what's called Savior Eliyahu Rabbi. That's the section of Allah that Hanan learned from Eliyahu and Nabi prior to the judicial incidents, and then there's Savior Eliyahu Shita, which is literally again the order of Eliyahu, the smaller is the order of Eliyahu. That's what Hanan learned with Eliyahu and Nabi after his birth. I would say it's such an incredible lesson that understand what happens over here. Rav Hanan is indirectly responsible for the fact that he never was born. Like that's what the whole people do. Remember again, when was Eliyahu Navi comes? Whenever he comes to you, if you're exceptionally masculine, never end up having it. If you're very masculine, if you're very careful how you treat other people, it's a moment that will never be respected because of something you did. Even though it's totally inadvertent, and the other is empowering the system. I'm sure that already you start to this because again, the Rebbe was so immaculate again on how you treat another Jew, how you love another Jew, how you take out the feelings of another Jew. So here, Rav Anan, as this Chavrusa with Eliyahu and Navi, you did something that inadvertently impacted another Jew, you are responsible for that. So you're not going to have the Chavrusa with Eliyahu and Navi for that. You're going to get in the Shuvah. It's also, once you become a person who negatively impacts other people, that leads to residual impact on who and what you are. Season of Lebanon happens, and Eliyahu comes back, he doesn't come back in the same way. It's not the same action. It was how careful we have to be in our interpersonal behavior, not just for how we advertently or intentionally impact other people, but even how we inadvertently impact other people. Remember those like this. The same Rabbi Yosef, Havarista. In the years of Rabbi Yosef, there was divine anger. It was a divine anger ultimately as a mean towards the family. Amar Rabban Rabbi Yosef, divine Nachman. Rabbi Yosef, daven for us. Amar Lahu, Ashta, Umma Elisha, if you have a Rabban Muslim Kameh, Hazukai Shikhe Alfi, Ummasan Rabban Rabbi Ibanti, that is for Hazabai Lachani, those are students. The Rabbi says this. Elisha is much greater, like Elisha and Nabi. Elisha and Nabi, when people would be invited to come into today's message, there were still 2,200 people left behind. So vast is the community and those dependent on Elisha. People, when they would get up to today's message, there were 2,200 people left behind. And yet, even this stuff, started by that. It was a time of divine wrath, a time of famine. At least it wouldn't happen. It was like the idea being that sometimes and the midas of being so acute, the attribute of divine justice is so intense. It may not be the right time to supplicate. It may Aisha's her compassion. Which was the might of Haishiyahi, but how do you know that when Elisha and his family come back to this message, there were still 2,200 dependents for Elisha left to this message. The loneliness starts to take place. This is the middle of famine. As Rabbi talking about over here, Malachim days, where there was famine in Eretz Yisrael. So the Yom V'Shosha, so the Henning of Elisha said to Elisha, Ma etein zeh. How should I do this? And what the Gemara is actually moving back in the pasuk in the Gemara 40 at the end of Kotem days, where the Gemara discusses that Elisha was given 20 loaves of barley bread, which sustained all the disciples. 20 loaves. So the Gemara says that Elisha was having a question. What am I going to do with these 20 loaves? Lifnei mea ish. My lifnei mea ish. What does it mean 20 loaves in front of 100 people? Even with the cool lifnei mea ish, if you say it means literally 20 loaves in front of 100 people, 20 loaves in front of 100 people, Shani B'Tzoras Tubahabi. That's great. Like 20 loaves for 100 people in a time of famine? That's fantastic. Ela the Cholchad, the Chad Kanei mea. No, rather what it must mean, it was 20 loaves, for, right? 20 loaves, each loaf in front of 100 people. So it's like giving us ultimately, telling us the number of people who ultimately had to be sustained by Elisha. And if you made Rabban and Megillah in the Lab, in the Talmudim would be Yeshiva, Rabbi, and say, Shabbat, Hadupaishi, Alpit, Umasan, Rabbanan. There was still 1,200 Talmudim Chachamim left. In other words, even Shir was over, and people leave their Medrash, there were still 1,200 people left. So that Talmudim. When the students of Rafu did the base Medrash, there were 800 Rabbanim who were still left in the base Medrash. Listen to this, it's incredible. So Rafuna had a Darish the Glaser Amorai. Rafuna had so many Hamidim, right? Had so many Hamidim that when he would give a share, he had 3 Amorai, three spokespeople, right? 3 mature ones. Right? He would go ahead and explain the shares to everyone. After the shir, when the Rabbanim would get up and leave the base Medrash, right? So we'll say, remember, Talmudim were often sitting on the ground. So when Rafuna finished giving shir and they got up, what would everybody do when they got up? They would dust off their clothes. Listen to this. Havu Savik Avka, the dust would rise, the Kasi lay Bidoma. And literally, it would cover the sun. There'd be a dust storm. So many times they give up when had. So when they would get up from the year, they would shake out the jacket, shake out the clothes. Literally, again, the sun would be obscured. And I will say, this was in Babel. And ultimately, again, they would see this in Eretz Yisrael, and they would say, Hamulei Mesifti Rafuna Babla. Oh, Rafuna the Babylonian just finished giving shir. That was like, there's a lot of beautiful metaphorical meaning in this as well. We're not going to get into this now, but I'll just point out. So let's say, just imagine the beauty of it. Imagine it. So let's say, it's interesting because today, in today's day and age, when we think about like massive numbers of followers, so we think about like, this person is like a big online following, right? Which is fantastic. But also, let's just understand the imagery of the online following is fantastic. And also, just again, imagine being among young viewers. Like, I remember that I saw a couple of times ago that was learning English, and they were in the Usher student. And the Usher student here, there are now about 900 Talmudim. So I went with Shir to them. It's in a basement in one of the buildings of the yeshiva. And again, if you can imagine just a massive room, literally filled wall to wall with Talmudim. Going into the stairwell. It's I don't understand the word of the Shir, but I'd say it's incredible just to see what it looks like to have these loves of Talmudim coming or aspiring Talmudim coming, listening. I was like, I have to say, like, it's something overwhelming. Right? Just it's so different because today we're like, 5,000 people watch this, 3 million people tune in. That's fine. That was in the living room. That's fantastic. There's a beauty that I think we miss. I don't know that we necessarily have it today in singular appreciation for it, of just a lot of people in one space all soaking in Kedusha. So here, this imagery will say, there's a lot of examples. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, the Gemara says, during the Regalim, used to go ahead and give shir. in the shade of the walls of the Beis Hamikdash, because there was no Beis Medrash that was capable of going ahead and containing all of them in one space. The Huna, they're getting up, they dust off their clothes, and literally, figuratively, you can't see the sun. You can't see the sun. How that we should be talking to see such a thing. Rabbi said, when the students would leave the yeshiva of Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef, there would be 400 Rabbanim left in the Medrash. The Kohen actually asked them, they called themselves orphans. They felt orphaned from the rest of the group. When the Rabbanim would get out with yeshiva Rabbi, Rav Ashi, Halu Paishi, Masan Rabbanon, the Kalu Nafshai Hu Yasmi Yasmi. They will say, the idea over here is that we're trying to highlight how many beautiful talmidim each of these rabbis had. And when Shir was over and people left the Beis Medrash, there was still a significant contingent ultimately left. We'll see, I'll just say something amazing also. It's fascinating to hear that when Shir was over, there'd be some left in the Beis Medrash, and those left in the Beis Medrash called themselves the Somer, orphans. They look like, when you're not part of the Chadra, when you're not part of the Kabula, when you're not part of the Torah, you're lost. You're an orphan. What it means to be a Yid is not to live on the periphery. What it means to be a Yid is not just, okay, I have a small cover. This is what I. What it means to be a Jew is that you're part of something so much bigger than yourself. And if you're not part of something so much bigger, if you live on the periphery, you live on the margins, you just go ahead and have your part of the being part of you're orphans. You're orphans. You're missing out on something so incredibly beautiful. So there are hundreds of people left in the Beis Medrash. There's hundreds left. But when the primary group left, we're orphans. We're orphans when we part of the country. That's so incredible. Similar to that. I was just years old here. The back in Yerushalayim, I know this kind of Mizrashka. The Lord said, those individuals have jobs. Their job was a job. Now, there's some time when they said, it's a full-time job. Who paid the salary? Job is the case, and they pays the salary. Where did the salary come from? Shumas Haleshka. What's the Shumas Haleshka is? Machzis HaShekel. Came from the half shekel collection. Okay, already done this well. How you know Linda Swallow the translation, who taught the laws of Shita to the Kohanim. They were also employed by the Beis Hamikdash. Where did their salary come from? Their salary came from also the half shekel. Or Ziva Rav, somebody from coming around the Zilkos Mitzvah. Somebody coming to went ahead and taught the laws of Mitzvah. Right? The most I can come in Mincha, Kohen only goes in and sweeps up with his 2 middle fingers, has to shave off his sides. Right, so that was a skill. So the concept from the concept of Hanan the skills, no things around the Shumas Halishka. Ultimately, again, they would go ahead and get paid on the Maximos of giving us like giving a lot of business. But also the conscious, these people don't have to be the heart. Right? How you come and will go ahead and this Shita was we need to learn how to be the heart. Speaking about this, for those of us suffer from sound, and I'm going Kohanim and right, I am chief amongst them. Right? That's one thing I would love to love more than anything to be a Kohen. I realize this is our in. This is our in. Now, being that I'm not really a stupid guy, you can't think I'm going to carve out that. I think this is going to be also, it doesn't sound right? Like, and also, this is your ticket for the Islamic class. You come to Christian in either Knitza or Shkita, and then you could be the Shalom Prophet. You could become the person who goes there and teaches Kohanim. Now, once you're the Rebbe of Kohanim, the Pashtos, that's like a backstage pass. Like I'm saying, like you've got VIP, right? Okay, you still can't go in, you're not allowed to go in, but at least you have a seat at the table, right? At least, again, you're there. So something you need to think about. So my goes like this. The Gemara says, our Rabbi, Magi essentially Shalayim, are you know this time those Sofrim who were responsible ultimately again for fixing Sifrei Torah would also take their salary from the Machzis HaShakal. Amar Nachman, Amar Nashima Argos Parachos, Parachos, Note with Skarm Chumasalishka. Women who weave curtains, the pashas curtains for the they also go ahead and take their salary from the machzis of shekel. However, Rav Nachman says, I disagree. I think that you take it from tzedek life. So let's remember again, in the case of there are different kells. There's Chumas Halishka, which is machzis of shekel. Then there's tzedek habayis. The tzedek habayis are the cheap and repairs. Two different accounts. So Nachman says, I think that the women who take care of the curtains, I think that's those salaries really come from tzedek habayis. Because think about it, a curtain is part of the structure. Right, so the nice thing again mentioned comes from tzedek habayis, not how much is a shekel, which the Gemara says. Why? Because essentially it looks like, where do you put a wall? A door, a wall. So therefore, by definition, that's assuming again, Garmu family of the Garmu family knew the secret to making proper lechem upon it. Right? There was remember again the six times. We saw this, right? Remember again, they knew how to make the lechem upon it was a U-shape. U-shape, and they knew how to take it and to remove it without it collapsing. The Avatinas family knew the secret of Torah specifically. They knew the identity of the secret ingredient, which is called Male Hashan. Male Hashan, which caused right, the smoke to rise in a space color. So they were paid for their services. They took their salary from Shumas Alishka. This is Pastor Ramachman, because Ramachman said that the women who weave the curtains to get paid from the Kabayas. Here it's quite clear they're getting from Master Shekel. Okay, first of all, I learned something I was talking about. There are different types of curtains. There are curtains that serve as doors and were more decorative in nature. Curtains that serve as doors definitely are paid from Tzedek Habayis, because those are we'll call it structural, versus we'll call more decorative curtains were paid from Shumas Halishka. Now, we say Amarav, Moshe Tzvei Paro Kater, which there are 13 curtains in nature. So the limit that chain in Saudi, Shiva can every Shiva Sharim, 7 by the 7 gates, after the Pisco Shahechal, 1 by the entrance of the Hechal. One of the entrances of the Ulam days is here, 2 by the Kodesh Kadoshim. Not all curtains are created the same. Some curtains literally serve as entranceways. Those become posits that make structural, versus others, like the Kodesh Kadoshim, may be more decorative. So again, come out of incredible. Turn up. But I won't take you ready for this. Joshua Hamadad was Kenaya and the Torah. It was actually incredible when we've actually seen this before. The verse says as follows. Women who raise their children to perform the service of Torah. You don't have time for it, but it requires a little bit of explanation. And the God loves the name of the Torah. The context, remember again, one of the most dramatic possible that Torah is most as we hold that Julio, which means someone who became close to Julio, a man that becomes coming, and then goes through the club, but still requires what? Harem Shabbat. We constantly that if Julio committed to Paraduma, Siddukim don't do not believe in that. Fundamentally rejected this. One of the ways in which we publicly refuted was, let's say, this is crazy. The calling was in the Paraduma, we made him talk, into the mikvah, and we only allow the people who work at school zone to go ahead and do part in order to publicly repudiate the position of the school. What was the concern? Not the point. That's the concern is people will then come to NATO, in what? In all other aspects of life. So what we did is, in order to offset, in order to go ahead and prevent it, we make a part other area of Parajima. One of the overwhelming commercial things is that children, like these children who draw the wall, never in contact with any type of people. How would you go ahead and find a child who never came in contact with any type of people? It actually points out it's amazing. These are children who were raised look at actually, the Carlos Pineda Lepara, the Cacheros have the newest Islamic time. They were raised at cities, courtyards in Yerushalayim, and these courtyards they were raised on elevated platforms, so that they were built on elevated platforms, so there would be no chance of any type of like there's no dead bodies, and even if there's a dead body below it, there was a space in order to in the these children were essentially raised in isolation. As isolation by themselves, with their mothers, away from contact with any type of you'll look at Carlos Pineda Lepara, Harinotlo Scharam Chumas Halishka, was a who supported these kids and their mothers, so that money came from the Masters of Shaka. Abu Shalom Marshall says, no, nothing. We try to use some also part of the rich women of Yerushalayim supporting these women and their children. So these children and their mothers, like the mothers would go to give birth in these isolated courtyards in Yerushalayim that were built separate and distinct from any type of okay, supporting them. So first the opinion said they were smarter from the half shutdown. Second opinion says no, they were actually the other rich women who took upon themselves to support these women and their sons. How much days? They showed us. Shavuot said, what about the Beisharis? Service they're going to use on the outer Mizbeach, right? The outer Mizbeach is a stone Mizbeach. So now we have to make service utensils. What funds do the service utensils come from? From temple up to Tuesday, start Mizbeach, and you'll Mizbeach, let's remember again when you hatched the ground. That was heavy, it was big, and it was built. So do we say that was the Mizbeach came from the So to what? The utensils in the which was also maybe not offering up us carbonos. Carbonos come, but remember again, all communal offerings should also come from that position. Is it like since the death itself comes from Derek Abayis? So too, the utensils are there for the carbonos. Carbonos come from Trumas Alishka, Maxis Shakel. And therefore the service utensils also come from Maxis Shakel. Amalei, a Nas and element Trumas Alishka. Ultimately, again, they only come from Maxis Shakel. Okay, basic, but as a kasha, Ukis Halos son, Sha'ara Kasef, Sayas, Kalim, the base Hashem, so what's his name? Monies, leftover monies that they brought before the king. And before the Rashi says, "Now some Kazakh is better have I been Yehoash, and these are Yehoash. We did a massive capital campaign. That capital campaign, we go ahead and we furbish the base of the money. They had leftover money, and what did they do with the left? They made utensils. So let's say, what is this money? It's all made so far. Rabbi, that base Hashem has for that base Hashem is the person also not privileged in Shabbos. Right? What I mean to say is, if you don't go see the night, for Tzedek Habayis, and now ultimately again there's leftover Tzedek Habayis. Already, about late days in Master Olet, in what's the they love the English for the Shabbos. So also it's actually interesting. In general, also there's an interesting halachic discussion when you collect money for a particular tzedakah. As you collect money for a particular need, and then there's leftover money. Does the money have to be allocated for that need, or can it be allocated for something else? So let's say generally talking about local money collected for a particular need. If there is extra money, that money to be allocated to a different cause. We are suggesting the same thing applies to the Kabbalists. That's 20% of the Kabbalists. And it turns out, and now there's extra money. That extra money to be allocated to a that's why they're not being the case of Noah. They collected money for the Kabbalists. Baruch Hashem, they had extra money after that. So what did they decide to do? They decided to allocate it ultimately to each other. That wasn't possible, but under normal circumstances, Klisharis comes somewhere, Tumas Alishka, Maxis Hashata, because it's considered to be part of the carbonic process. But if you collect it from the Kabbalists and have this extra money, you can go ahead and use that extra money for Klisharis. Incredible. The Gemara goes like this. As there you spell. Klisharis by the Shoas Harishna. The Gemara says, so those say service utensils by the Kabbalos comes from Maxis Hashata. It's Sha'ara Kasef, leftover money. So the Gemara says, Eisu Kasef Shish Shirai. So let's say, what's an example of money which has leftovers? The owners at Trumas Alishka. So let's say, this is the first class. Why was we learn this? We learned this scholars. Remember, the way it works, let's say, for Shkalim is how? Is halacha, you do a half shekel collection. So let's say, comes in Rosh Chodesh Nisan, you no longer use the shkalim from last year, you only use the new shkalim. So the Gemara says over here, which money was used ultimately for service utensils? Sha'ara Kasef, the money which has leftovers. There's only one money, right? One type of fund which is regulated by the laws of leftovers, and that's what? The Maxis Hashata. So from here you see that the service utensils was made from Maxis Hashata. So the Gemara said that even Shirayim decided, maybe literally the actual leftover money being sold, that's used for the Shirayim to the Amar Rabba, Ha'ola, Ola Rishona. Just like when the pasuk says Ha'ola, the first Ola, so Rachanami, HaKesef, Kesef Rishon. HaKesef, and also means the primary money. So it doesn't mean use leftover money from Rishon. What it means is the primary money collected from that year.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. You're absolutely right. I'm a Giga Chad. First and foremost, you should know I have hundreds of thousands of followers on social media. And if you want a free follow back, send me a follow. I'll make sure to follow absolutely everyone. I'm the king of following back. Additionally, you should know I've been running 24/7 X spaces for 362 days. So we're closing in on 3 365 days, or 1 entire year of 24/7 X Spaces, and actually an entire year of my life live on X Spaces. If you ever want to check it out, my most recently reposted account, it's another account that I use. You can always check me out in there 24/7. I plan to just always have an open forum for people to be able to come in, chill themselves, talk about what about which they're passionate. So, with that being said, those are some two cool things that I've got going. And now for the shill. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making that true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated I'm a resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friend, generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link's available in my post. Additionally, you'll find it in my profile. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my Linktree. I dare you to look at my Linktree. Nobody dares you to look at their Linktree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. I'm continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing the program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Or dowry is she gets married as a Chicano. Remember, that was a piece of our Mishnah. The mother or the brother marrying her off as a Chicano. If she got married off with a lower amount of the dowry, she can go back and reclaim that higher amount as long as what she objected at the time of the marriage. That's where we left that. See where this should I line? How can I establish also the including has Otherwise, the idea is we say, remember again, brother supported by her brothers means what? The fathers died, the brothers have inherited the estate, and ultimately, again, the brother is supported from that estate. So the Gemara says, if so, it is a situation like that, she receives 1/10 of the estate for her dowry. Remember again, 1/10 is like the default amount for dowry. So the Gemara says, go on a second. Nizon is in, Shimon Nizon is no. It sounds like she only gets dowry when she gets Nizonos. But once Nizonos and I so dowry ends as well. And that you consider even in the case of marriage, technically speaking, she would be entitled to dowry as long as what? As long as at the time of the marriage, she received the lower amount, she lodged. But I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to lie about it. It's not even just Rabbi. Rabbi said that in the name. Badra, in a sweet holocaust. He says, in a sweet holocaust. Badra, when he says, sweet holocaust. So interesting statement here. If a girl becomes a Bulgaris, she does not have to make a mahar, doesn't have a logical claim in order to retain her dowry. Similarly, she doesn't have a logical claim in order to go ahead and keep her. I'm sorry, Bagger means she's super important. She's a girl Bulgaris. And got married, she does have the logical claim to keep her dowry. So you must remember Rabbi actually says, Vice, you know, so much. Shani the Hardimaki, don't say again, this is what we brought up before. We brought up this one so much. You yourself, that seemingly, that seeming contradiction. You can say, when was the case of Shiva? When was the physiological place? Which we went to Bokasha, how to come Mr. of the night, how to come Mr. of the night. Interesting distinction. One is when it's talking about people receiving sonos from her brothers, i.e. from the estate, and one is where she is not receiving sonos from the estate. Okay? Amra Puna Amrama. So Amra Rabbi says, I know saying it is not true. So say an interesting case. Rabbi said in the Rabbi, I know someone's number again, I know something dowry is not nice. Not part of the nice. So what does that mean? Parnas is not part of the nice. So remember again, let's take a step back for just a moment. Look at Rashi. It's almost right across. Parnas means doing no dowry. Nice suba. Mizono shoga. So remember again, in the realm of tonight suba, there are a number of different things that are tonight suba. Right? These are stipulations that are part of a suba. Right? Suba, mizonos. Right? Mizonos. That's where a man says again that his daughter is going to be supported by him and by his estate. That's tonight suba. Comes from Rabbi. Parnasa on the dunya is not one of the Tunai. So the Gemara says, my dunya is like suba. What is that? What's the meaning of that statement? In the mud, you would Parnasa are from the Shibari. It's like suba. If you want to say that ultimately what that means that Parnasa dowry is collectible from encumbered property, right? And ultimately tonight suba are not collectible from encumbered property. In other words, we'll say, hey, that's what it is. Now, local element stuff, maybe dowry. Let's take a step back. The Zonos can't collect from suba. Let's give an example. Right? Relating God. Behind so now remember again, tonight like that when a man dies, his daughter is supported from the estate. Let's say now there's no properties in the estate anymore. The daughter doesn't have the right to claw that those properties that her father sold during his lifetime in order to provide for his owners. That's what it means. That Mazonos is not collected from the budget. So maybe when we say that ultimately again Parnas is the law back in the valley. Is that what it means? To which the Gemara says, if that's the case, by Kamash Malon, the truth is that we actually already know. We'll discuss this. We'll discuss this. There is a clawback for dowry, not a clawback for Parnas. So the Elos, so that would be obvious. We haven't seen that yet. That would be obvious. Which the Gemara says that Elo, the Parnasa Gadya, Nami Mitalkali, Utnai Suba, Mimakakoi Gadya, Mitalkali Lo Gadya. So it says many other possibilities like this. That ultimately, Parnasa is collectible even from the Talmud. Not only is dowry collectible from Karka, but it's also collectible from the Talmud. Right? And on the other hand, Tnai Suba is only collectible from Karka. Both Parnasos are both collectible from the Talmud as well as Karka. Sanyo, Echan Nefasim Sheish Nachayis, Ve'echan Nefasim Sheish Nachayis, both seen the Muslim Isha, Kulevaros, the Rabbi. So ultimately, Rabbi says explicitly in the Rabbi. So both of us remember Chasim Sheish Nachayis means Karka, land, real estate. The Chasim Sheish Nachayis is Mitzalkolim. Both of those items are used to satisfy Motzim the Muslim Isha. Kulevaros is used ultimately again to support a wife and daughters. In a Rabbi, the Elamai, Parnasa Ino, Tonight, so also remember again, we're just trying to figure out the meaning of a simple statement. Right? Isolated statement, tonight, just trying to figure out what does that statement. Rabbi Gemara says, here's what I mean. Okay, this sign though. Homer, Ayozonu Benosa, do not want my daughter to be supported from my property. We don't listen to him. Everyone said, why don't we listen to him? Look at Rashi. 3 lines up on the bottom. The heart is very simple. When a man signs a ksuba with his wife, tonight ksuba is that what? He's not doing that. On the other hand, the man says, I'm not giving my daughters a dowry. Ultimately, Shaparnasa ino chov alov kitnei ksuba elechov al hayisomim echad lo tziba ha'av shelo leparnasa. So says, so interestingly, Rashi just made this distinction. The man says, I'm not giving my daughters mazonos, we don't listen to him. But if the man says, I'm not giving my daughters dowry, we listen to him. Shaparnasa ino kitnei ksuba tapok samates. So Tala le Rav le Rabbi. That was a very interesting expression. Tala le Rav le Rabbi, Beni or Beni Chati. So Rav, the Rashi is actually expression as follows. Shalom lo Yares Shlomin, the Tala she'ira zubin hashitim. So let's say something like that. This is the way it works. You would write a letter to someone. The primary point of the letter was a correspondence, just like shalom, just to correspond with each other. And in the middle of the letter, what would happen? You would go ahead and put a question. So the expression I would use is you put a question in between the lines of the letter. That's what it means. Hello, Rav, Rabbi, Bene Chati, Rav suspended a question to Rabbi. In between the lines of the letter. What was the line? What was the question? So it's actually part I'm trying to point out over here. So what we have, we just resolved this last piece was there's a fundamental distinction between Parnasa and Mizonos. What's the fundamental distinction? Mizonos, tonight, Suba, Parnasa, not tonight, not supporting my daughter, and not my daughter's Mizonos. Such a statement is void, that is inherent to the Suba. The fact that this statement of a man says, I'm not giving my daughters You're not giving my daughters a dowry. Technically speaking, you listen to me. Okay, so let's say, let's go back. So let's go back. How can you shift you? Mahu. So here's an interesting case. Let's say, father died, brothers inherit the estate. Part of what now the brothers have an obligation to do from the estate, number one, is to give your sister or sisters zonos and dowry. What happens if the brothers become relay? Matlu Amishkin, of course it's now spotless. So this was the question of the estate. So what rights do the daughters now have? So let's say, so now Rabbi got his passion, and Rabbi Chia was sitting there with Rabbi when Rabbi received the question. And he asked him, Amalei, here's the parable said. So what does it mean to encumber the estate? Amalei, Matlu Amishkin. Does it mean it's sold property of the estate? Or maybe they pledged property. In other words, what are we talking about? Amalei might not, what's the difference whether or not they sold it or they just encumbered it? Which the Gemara says here's the difference. Motzim the Parnasa, they motzim the Zonos. This is what we mentioned before. We will extract property, encumbered property, sold property, to satisfy the dowry obligation, but we will not go and extract property in order to go and satisfy the Zonos obligation. So that is a fundamental distinction to Rav. So let's say, so that's why they weren't sure what was referring to. So for Rav, what was Rav referring to? Rav, in Machlu coming by late, Nichtavli Machlu, in Mashkino coming by late, Nichtavli Mishkino. Now the question goes back around, Rav, why don't you explicitly state that your question? In other words, what are you asking? Are you asking about a case where the brothers sold or the brothers encumbered? And whatever you're asking, why don't you explicitly write it in the letter? Which one? So let's say, you're not Rav, Harabayu coming by late. Rav was actually inquiring about both companies. He's asking both about selling and encumbering the Saba. And here is the issue. He said as follows. So we'll say, if I just go ahead and write about a case where the brothers sold off the property of the estate, and I just write that question. If the response back is that you would extract properties from a sale in order to satisfy dowry obligations, ultimately, again, if you could extract it from the sale, you could certainly extract it, so to speak, from an encumbrance. But if they send back to me that we do not extract it from a purchaser, they won't answer my question regarding someone who's pledged the property. If I write about a piece of a pledged property, so if they tell me you can't extract it, all the more so you can't extract it in the case of sale. But if they said to me you can extract it, I was left with the question about the case of sale. Therefore, therefore, I will say, interestingly enough, Rav intentionally wrote an ambiguous Rashi, which forced them then to answer him on both accounts. But I want to point out what's happening over here is as follows. This is a dramatic halacha. So the Gemara just said it this. Father dies, leaves behind the estate. Brothers go ahead and either encumber or sell off property. The Gemara teaches us is that halacha l'maisa, the daughters have the right to go back and extract property for the sake of the dowry, for the sake of the dowry, but not for the sake of the souls. So it says that as long as the estate has property, dowries, if it actually goes back and reclaim or claw back property for us. And he says dowry is no different than Mizonah. You can't take anything back. So to Allah for dowry, you can't take anything back yourself. But so let's say Rabbi Yochanan. So let's say now we have Machlokas, Rabbi Yochanan and Rabbi. Right? Rabbi says here's what everyone agrees with. Everyone agrees. Mizonos, if the property is sold or encumbered, can't daughters can't take it back. Dowry, Rebbe says they can take it back, Rabbi Yochanan says they can't take it back. Here's the shayla. By the way, Rabbi Yochanan, lo shmiya lehad the Rebbe, the shmiya lehad the Kabbalah, or the shmiya lehad the Kabbalah. Now it's the kasha. Yochanan. What's the shot? And nevertheless still has a oppositional position or a position of Rabbi. Like had he heard the position of Rabbi, he certainly would have gotten in line with Rabbi. That's the shayla. Do what the Gemara says. Tashma is not Mishanes Yeniach Shnei Panos Kudat. A man dies and he left behind two daughters and a son because Maharishona, but not like his son and Chassan. Although we speak of Shem Shneir Likos, Ad Shemei Sabed. Shabbos said this is behind two daughters and a son. Okay. Now, after death of the father, daughter number one goes ahead and gets married. And we'll say, remember again, one tenth of the estate. So daughter number one goes ahead and gets married, takes her tenth of the estate. Good. That's beautiful. Next, brother dies. Brother dies. That brother dies before sister number two gets married. I've also what happens when brother dies. So remember again, if there are no sons, right, you would have sister number two now co-inherit the estate. How do they split the estate? How do sisters split the estate? Watch this. So now, so now we have the Yerusha question. Do we say that maybe sister number two should take off, should set aside her tenth that would represent her dowry amount before they complete, and now sister number two, she doesn't get an additional tenth. In other words, she'll just take her dowry portion from her portion of the estate. That's an interesting Yerusha Shayla. So Rabbi Yochanan, Shneir Bitra, the second sister has been Mevakah. The second sister has essentially yielded her dowry amount. That wasn't at least she yielded. No one's asking her. But Allah says, listen, you just inherited 50% of the estate. That's it. In other words, take. That's your dowry. There's no tenth allocation anymore. You just inherited 50%. Rabbi Chanina, he's building his own. So listen, give Rashi just a moment. Yitra, Yisrin Achasim, B'Bamina, Tito, Yisrin Achasim, Tila, Kimoshina Kozu, Yakakak Yakloku, Elazushi Kim of Nisi, Zoksa, Subas Alabas, Ain't Yisrin Achasim, Sharishtim, Shavas Bilusha. So we'll say, so here's what's interesting. It turns out that sister number one will actually walk away with more of the estate. Right? Why did sister number one walk away with more of the estate? Because remember, she got her initial 10 of dowries, and now she's inheriting 50% of what was left over afterwards. So the Gemara says, the truth is, we said something even bigger than this. We go ahead and we extract from purchasers for parnasa for dowry, and not from zonos. The act Amrit Shneir Bitra. So let's say, so everything that says is interesting. Say the halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and claw back property in order to go to pay for dowry. So should sister number two be able to allocate her first before the estate is divided up? The Nisa, Nemale Man Amra, the Dimali Olam, was Shmiale. Rabbi Yochanan never heard the position of Rabbi. Did he Shmiale Kabel? And maybe when he heard it, ultimately again he accepted it. Why is this case different? Because at the end of the day, sister number two is inheriting a large amount of property. It doesn't make sense to say that you should first go ahead and give her her 10 and then go ahead and divide up the estate. Well, that means I'm going to give her the Rashi said first of all, but El Niato, Ashki Chametzia Amadi Ikoravak Mesa. So let's say if that's the case, what about the let's say, similar case, or it doesn't be this case where the brother died, but let's say the girl has not yet gotten her dowry. And let's say the father sold off, or let's say the brother sold off the estate. Now what happens? daughter finds $1 million in the street. A bag of money. But let's say a bag of money is no siman and it's all hers. So we'll be saying now that she has profit, now that she has money. Ultimately, again, she's not entitled to any kind of clawback from the estate, which the Gemara says, no, that's not a fair comparison. Amalei, Hana, Rav Chavesa, Mechani Mechasim. So that was said, just to point out, he's saying different things. Because in this case, what we're just describing, she inherited 50% of her father's estate. So it could be that in that kind of case, where she, remember again, I've always said, what's the whole point of the dowry? The whole point of the dowry is to give the daughter a limit in her father's estate. In this case over here, where the brother dies and the sister number two has not yet gotten married, does she own a significant part of her father's estate? Absolutely. And that could be where Rabbi Yochanan would say that halacha l'maisa, there's no need to first allocate it to him before you go ahead and you give her 50%. The dowry is absorbed, the whole thing is a dowry. So remember again, the entire 50% that she now inherits now effectively becomes her parnasa. So let's say, I just mentioned over here, how do we pass in this case? So let's say, this actually is very interesting. So what do we do in a case where father died, brother inherits the estate, and let's say brother or brothers sold off the entire estate. So not the entire estate. Now there are sisters. The sisters now are effectively left without what? Come on, they're left without Mizanos and Parnosa, dowries. What do we do? So the Rambam Pascha is a Hilchos Rishus, Paretz Vat, Halacha Zayin, Ha'achim Shemachu, O Mishkinu Karkatiyah, Habas, Torefes Min Halakuchos, Parnasasa, Derech Shepartit Kol Ba'alei Chovos Min Halakuchos, Moshe started on the Kabbalah. We'll say there's a clawback to dowry. There's a clawback to dowry. We're going to see about this. All of these sugis we're going to do today are all linked together. Or we're going to effectively see. Remember, what did we just say before? The first part of today's daf is there's a distinction between, or we should say that a dowry is not tonight ksuba. It's not tonight ksuba. So I will say, remember again, how does that manifest itself? That ultimately, again, so parnasa dowry is not tonight ksuba. Now, we gave a number of different examples of it, but one of the examples was that for tonight ksuba, you can't collect from the shubadu. In other words, if the brothers sold off the property of the estate, you have no recourse for tonight ksuba. So, for example, for mizonos, ultimately again, if the brothers sold off the estate, the girls can't go back and reclaim sold property. For dowry, they can. That is halacha l'maisa. So now here we go. Halacha l'maisa number one: brothers sold off the property of the estate. Daughters are getting married. There's no dowry. What can they do? They can claw back sold property. I will say the reason for that is going to become apparent in the next sugya. I'm going to spoil it a little bit, but we'll do that afterwards. That's really because when it comes to dowry, the daughters are considered to be like creditors. And that's what the Rambam says over here. He says, a daughter is a creditor when it comes to her dowry. She is not a creditor when it comes to her mizonos. And this goes back to what we said before. Mizonos is an entitlement, right? It's an entitlement that falls under the umbrella of Tanai Ksuba. So on one hand, here's the beauty of it. Because it's Tanai Ksuba, it's an entitlement, it's yours. But you're not a creditor, or at least you're not a first position creditor. Dowry, that makes her like a creditor. A creditor has clawback rights. Entitlement does not. So watch, this leads into the next subject. Here we go. Amram Neymar. So Neymar says, Bas Yoresh Havia. A daughter is considered to be like an inheritor. So now we're focusing specifically on the rights to parnasa, dowry. When it comes to dowry right, she is treated like an inheritor. Look at Rashi. The rights to dowry are like inheritance. That's true. Is that really true? They will say so. By the way, what's the difference between a creditor and an inheritor? So let's say, watch this case. Let's say father dies. So now again, we leaves behind two sons and two daughters. So the sons go to the daughters and they say, look, here's what we want to do. We want to buy you out. Right? Okay, for dowry, you're entitled to 1/10 of the estate. So here's the cash value of 1/10 of the estate. Can they force that buyout? So Neymar says, well, if she is a Yoresh, if she's an inheritor, you can't force a buyout. Why not? Because an inheritor owns a piece of every part of the estate. Right? That's how Yerusha works. In general, Yerusha, the way it works is when a father dies, all the children who inherit own a little piece of everything. Their ownership interests are intermingled on every piece of the estate until the formal division is effected. So therefore, if the daughter is a Yereshas, the brothers cannot force a buyout. Besides Sunni again, if they want to give the daughter, brothers want to say, here's a piece of property. This is payment for your parnasa. They cannot force that. Ravashi Amar, Bas Palas Focus. Ravashi argues, Ravashi says, no. A daughter is not an inheritor when it comes to her parnasa, when it comes to her dowry. Rather, what is she? She's a creditor. We're going to see there are pros and cons to both. Even Amemar attracted his position. And Amemar said, you're right. A daughter is really a creditor. She's not an inheritor when it comes to her dowry. The Amar Rabbi Yumi, Braid Rabbi Yumi. The Amar Rabbi Yumi, Braid Rabbi Yumi. The Raid Rabbi Yumi. I was one day in Amemar. I'll say hi. It's some Kane. Someone say a girl came before, a woman came before him. And this girl, this woman, wanted at 1/10 of the estate. Her father passed away. She came with her brothers. She wanted 1/10 of the estate of her father for her dowry. Because he said in the day, the boy was this was a and ultimately again she saw, by the way, that this girl was open to a buyout. She was open to a buyout. And had her brothers given her the cash value of the 1/10 of the estate, she would have accepted. Because ultimately she heard the brothers saying, if we had the money, we would buy you out. And ultimately Neymar heard this and he did the same. So remember again, Neymar originally said that a daughter is an inheritor. So we'll say, remember, if you're an inheritor, could the daughter be bought out with the cash value of her 1/10 portion? No, right? Because an inheritor can't be bought out. An inheritor requires a chalukah, requires a division. Because an inheritor owns a little piece of everything. Now here, Neymar's coming along and he hears his brother saying to the girl, to the daughter, if you get much of her sister, if you get money, we'll buy you out. And Neymar didn't reject this. The fact that Neymar didn't reject this seems to indicate that's what, that he changed his position. He changed his position and said that, you know what, a payout is permitted. The only way a payout is permitted is how if you hold that the sister is a creditor and not an inheritor. The hashtag, the Amad Balas Hoki. Now I say now that seems like everyone agrees that a sister is considered to be a creditor when it comes to a dowry portion. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, the hashtag, the Amad Balas Hoki. Listen to this. The Abba or the Achi. Fascinating. Is she a creditor ultimately again of her father, or is she a creditor of her brothers? Watch this. So the Gemara says, what is that? So just before we go on, I want to stop because we just reached a very important milestone. Again, I ruined it for you a little bit by telling you the Rambam before, but now this is all we need to kind of coalesce. All we need to gel a little bit. A girl is considered to be a creditor in the estate when it comes to her dowry portion, right? Which means what? Number one, what does it mean? So first of all, I'll say what it means is it's not Tnai Ksuba. That's number one. That was number one. It's not Tnai Ksuba. As well as Tnai Ksuba is, so for example, Mizonos. A girl is not considered to be a creditor with her Mizonos. It's an entitlement, but she's not a creditor. So number one, that's what it means when we say that ultimately, again, dowry is not Tnai Ksuba. It means that it's not an entitlement. She's a creditor. That's number one. Number two, what does creditor mean? if the brothers sold off all of the property of the estate, halacha l'maisa, what right does the daughter have? Clawback. Clawback. She has the right to go and collect those properties. Why? Why? Halacha l'maisa, because she is a creditor. Now, next piece. Whose creditor is she? Is she the creditor of the brothers? Is she the creditor of the father? So this is fascinating. This is the minor aftermina. Listen to this website. He said the minor aftermina. The mikvah of Beinon is Shelo v'Shvuah. The Zibur is v'Shvuah. Okay, here we go. Here you go, website. Here's the difference. If she is a creditor of the father, then ultimately, again, a creditor generally is entitled to Beinonis, right? Is entitled to middle grade power. We'll say in regular world, we'll state there's three categories. Idis, Beinonis, and Ziburis. Idis, highest quality, Beinonis, middle quality, Ziburis, inferior quality. If she's a creditor of the father, then ultimately, again, she's entitled to Beinonis, middle grade property, and she doesn't have to take a shivur. Right? If, however, again, she is a creditor of the brothers, so here's the difference. Actually, take a look at Rashi. Let's see it inside. Look at Rashi. The mikvah beinos v'shelo v'shelo. Rashi says, "Ipalas chov da'abal havikol min haziburis." I'm sorry, I said it wrong. If she's a creditor of the father, so listen to this. If she's a creditor of the father, then ultimately, again, she only collects from ziburis, and she only collects with the shvuah. Shelo natla min nechasim ala l'klum. Carmel in your family say so. As I want to say, if she's a creditor of the father, so remember again, the father is dead. So if she's a creditor of the father, then essentially what's happening? She's collecting from Nichsei Yisomim, right? Property of Yisomim. I will say there's a takana. Whenever you're collecting from Nichsei Yisomim, number one, you only get ziburis, inferior grade. Number two, you can only collect with a shvuah. However, the Gemara says, if she's a creditor of the brothers, then I will say this is a debt they owe her. Then that's a regular debt. Then she gets to collect from Beinonis and ultimately without a shvuah. So we'll say that's a pretty big nafkamina. So now we've established she's a creditor. If she's a creditor of the father, then this is a case of Nichsei Yisomim. If it's Nichsei Yisomim, then it's Ziburis with the shvuah. But we'll say, interestingly enough, if she's a creditor of the brothers, here's interesting. That's not called Nichsei Yisomim. Even though the brothers are the orphans. Right? But nevertheless, that's not called Nichsei Yisomim because now they're the oldest of the estate. So if it's a debt owed by the brothers, then what? It's Beinonis without a shvuah. Pretty incredible. Pretty much mine. And I will say for her, by the way, major nafkamina. For her, ultimately, again, to determine what type of property she gets and the manner in which she's able to obtain it. For mine, Ravina ultimately went ahead and collected property for the dowry of the daughter of Ravashi from Mar, the son of Ravashi, but Beinonis, Shelo v'Shvuah. And he collected for Beinonis property and without a shvuah, which Moshe tells us she's the creditor of who? Of the son, right? The creditor of the brothers, of the brothers. And she's creditor of the brothers. Ultimately, it's the son of Ravashi, Ziburis v'Shvuah. And ultimately, again, it's not Ravashi, Ziburis of the shvuah. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, right? If you get same Rashi in Mizbah, Ravashi makes who makes the sum of the Nobuchai. That was definitely a double-edged case. This was the Rashi died, and the son also died. That's why you can go before some together. Shabbat Bidin Hara, Mitzvah Metalko Shamar Barashi, Shayakayim, Beno Shelo B'Shvuah, Alma Balas Chol Da'aki Hada. So I will say, ultimately, again, there was just two levels to this. But Lamaisa, what you see from this case over here is that Halacha Lamaisa, we consider the girl to be a creditor of her brothers, and therefore she's able to go ahead and collect from Beinonis without the shvuah. So Shalom Teirav Mekhem Yebrei Rabbi Yosef Rabbi Barabi Korafuna Usumin Argal. Asya Hot is this Solakama when this woman comes before you. Asba Isru Nechasim, go ahead and collect for her 1/10 of the estate. In other words, give her her dowry 1/10 of the estate. Afilu it's tarbula mitzvah. It's the root law. even from the Itzterubla. That was said, what's Itzterubla? Look at Rashi, right across from Rashi. Moshe Amos Vechayim to Moshe and Rakakay Hashem. What's Itzterubla is the stand or the base of the mill. Now, the base of the mill ultimately is considered to be karka because it sits, it's attached to the ground. So go ahead and give her a tenth of the estate, even from the Itzterubla. From Ravashi, Kiamina Rekana, Hadnagina Abilu, Ne'amla the base. Ultimately, again, when we would collect the Yisrael Chassid, even from, it's actually very interesting, even from rents of a home. Let's say they own rent building property, we would even collect the guys from rents of the home. So what they also saying is like this, that since rents comes from karka, that's the status of karka as well. Interesting. So we have another Rafuna, so now another story. Smirka was like, fine. So I just want to point out the way that I'm asking. So, okay, so here's what we've established. Jose, this is one of these incredible Gemaras. But even though I know we're going to give you a lot of information here, each and every one of these pieces is building on the next. So here's what we've established. The girl is a creditor when it comes to her nidri, when it comes to her dowry. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, it's not like suva. And therefore, what? Even if the brothers went ahead and sold up all the property, what could she do? Bought back. Now, I will say, what about this last piece of resolution here? Whose creditor is she? Is she the father's creditor or is she the brother's creditor? What's the nafkamina? If she is the father's creditor, then what? How does she collect? Shvua and Siburis. Because again, that's called Niksei Yisomim. If she's the brother's creditor, how does she collect? Beinonis Shalom B'Shvua. Says the Rambam, here we go, say all the same. Perek Chav, Hilchos Ishus, Halach Above. Abbas, V'Isur Zeh Kebalas Chov Shal Achimi. She's a creditor of the brothers. Therefore, the Fichach, tell us also in Beinonis Shalom B'Shvua. Therefore, Halach L'Maisa, she goes ahead and she collects from the Beinonis without a Shvua. And I will say, this was the case. If the brothers die, here's just one more ripple of this was the piece that I just skipped over kind of quickly. If the brothers die and then the brothers' children inherit the estate, then if the daughter wants to go ahead and collect her dowry, who is she collecting her dowry from? Right, her nephews. Then that's Niksei Yisomim, and how she collected? Zipuris and Shvua. Okay, I'm going to give you a break on that one, right? We're going to leave that one on the side for now, right? Because that just kind of breaks the train of thought a little bit. But that's what the Gemara brought up in that last piece. Okay, fine. So I'm going to say, let's go back there. Let's kind of keep our train of thought. Here we go. Great case. Shama lay Rav Anan Rav Anan sent a letter to Rav. Here's how it went. Huna Chavit. Huna, my friends. Shalom Aleichem. Ki Asya ha'esa salakama. When a certain woman comes before you, Agba isu nechase. Make sure to go ahead and give her 1/10 of the estate, ultimately for her dowry. Okay, fine. Seems pretty straightforward. So let's say, so now watch this. Yosef Ashesh's time. So Asheshes was sitting by Rafuna. And what happened? Rafuna got upset. Why was Rafuna upset? Rafuna was taken aback about the way that Rabbi Anan addressed. So Rafuna was a more senior person, and Rabbi Anan took liberties. Huna, my friend. Rafuna was very taken aback. He says, Sheshes. So Amrulay, Zil Emolay. So listen to this one. So Rafuna says, Sheshes. Go and give the following message to Rafuna. To Rabbi Anan. And you better deliver the message exactly as I'm saying it. And if you don't say it the way that I'm giving it over to you, I'm excommunicating you. Ubeshanta, Yeheman de lo Amalei. Anan, giving back the following message. Anan, right? He refers to him the same way that Rabbi Anan refers to Anan. Tell me, should we give her the property should we give her the dowry from Karka, from the Talmud, Uman Yosef Bey Marzicha, and who sits at the head of the Marzicha? Azar Rav Sheshes L'Tamid Rabbanan. So Rav Sheshes comes, he delivers the message to Rabbanan. Amar Lei Mar Rabba Ravuna Rabba. Sorry, so Amar Lei Mar Rabba Ravuna Rabbe Rabba Vishamudi Shamis Mandalo Amar Lei. So ultimately, again, so we'll say Rav Sheshes was a little bit apologetic because Rav Sheshes felt very, very that it was inappropriate for him to deliver a message like this. So he says, he comes before Rabbanan, Amalei, Ma Rabba, you are my Rabbi, Rafuna Rabbi Rabba, and Rafuna is your Rabbi. Rafuna is your Rabbi. So he was saying, Rafuna is a little bit upset about the way that you addressed him. Like, Yishamud Yisham is like in the law, and the only reason I'm saying your name, Anan, is because this is how Rafuna said, if I don't, he's going to excommunicate me. The lab Bishamude, and work not for the fact that he was going to go ahead and excommunicate me. Lo Habaka Ibn Anan, Mikakan without Misator. I would never have addressed the question like this. Anan from Karka from the Talmud. Uman Yosef Ben Erzach Yabarisha. Okay, so I'm gonna leave Rabbi Anan becoming Rabbi. So therefore, here's what's interesting. So we've got a lot of machlokas and no resolution, right? So again, remember, so now we have this little bit of dispute between Rav Sheshes and Rabbi Anan. So let's do this. I'm going to leave Rabbanan the Kanidar Okva. So once I get ready for this. So what does Rabbanan do? He goes to Mar Okva. He says to Mar Okva, Amrlei, Mar Shalach Rafuna Anan. Do you see the way Rafuna is talking to me? He calls me Anan, but he calls you Anan. So the Gemara says, so he calls you Anan, but oh, Marzicha the Shalachli. Furthermore, he answers this question about who sits at the head of the Marzicha. What's a Marzicha? So I'll say, before we go on, I just want to point out something absolutely amazing. See what's happening over here? Rav Anan writes a letter to Rafuna. He says, Huna, my friend. Rafuna gets it, gets the letter, and what does he do? He brings in Rav Sheshes. Rav Sheshes, can you believe the way Rav Anan spoke to me? He sends him back with this whole message. What happens? So Rav Anan gets the message back. Anan. He goes to my Ukva. Can you believe how Rafuna is speaking about me? I'll say, what's incredible? So now what happens? Rafuna is angry. Rav Sheshes is angry. I'm sorry. Rafuna is angry. Rav Anan's angry, right? They're both offended. And I will say, so Rav Una's speaking to Rav Sheshes, Rav Anan's speaking to Mar Ukva. What's the only thing missing from this? Right? They're not talking to each other. See, I will say, that's the most Gemaras like this. And sometimes like this conflict, right? I'm angry at Ruvain's angry at me. So what happens? I'm going to speak about this situation to everyone. Ruvain's going to speak about this situation to everyone. Only one little thing missing. I never go to Ruvain, and Ruvain never comes here. We'll say, nice in the choyo. So what ends up happening? I've got my camp riling them up against Ruvain. Ruvain gets his camp riling them up against me. And Ruvain, you're angry at me? Come and talk to me. Right? Don't be passive aggressive. Don't do this. Don't do that. Just if there's a problem and you're angry, just come and talk to me. And I will say, but when we don't talk to each other, for some reason, it's just a fascinating human dynamic. I'm angry. I'm upset. You did something. I will do everything except confront. Right? Everything except talk to the person I'm angry at. And instead, this whole dynamic built up. And once you know what happens, when we've all been involved in dynamics like this, ultimately, the dynamic becomes so colossal that people just perpetuate this. It just remains like this. So people remain distant and angry at each other for prolonged amounts of time. And ultimately, it just stays like that. When so tragically could have just been dealt with, had people just said, you're angry, so confront the person you're angry with. So, I'm angry with you. Okay? We've all had conversations like that. Not pleasant. But the nice you're angry, tell me why. Let's see if we can resolve it. Maybe we can, maybe we can't. But at least we could acknowledge, at least we could deal with it with each other. So it's incredible. So now, Rav Anan is taking this to Bar Ukva. So Amrlei, Easy Gufa Uvdahechi Haba. So Mar Ukva says, okay, let's take a deep breath. Why don't you tell me what happened? Right? Let's start from the top. Right? How did all this go down? So Amalei, Hachi Bahachi Havamaisa. So he said to him again, here's how everything unfolded. Amalei Gabra de lo Yoda Mainiu Marzicha. Shalach Leira Puna Tabin. So said, this is why you want to get back to friends. Says, what does Mar Ukva say to Rabbanan? Saladan. The guy who doesn't know what a Marzicha is, you should not be calling the Puna by his first name. Puna's not Shabbat. Right? If you don't know what a Marzicha is, because almost remember again, in the letter, or it wasn't a letter, it was a message back to Rav Anan, with Rav Sheshes, one of the, and I will say this was Rav Puna's shta. Rav Puna says back to Rav Anan, by the way, who sits at the head of the Marzicha? Because you have to imagine the scene. So Rav Anan walks into Mar Ukva, and he's all up in arms. Can you believe it? Huda says to me, calls me Anan. And then he has the chutzpah to ask me, who sits at the head of the Marzicha? By the way, what's a Marzicha? Oh, he says, listen, buddy, that's not that cool. If you don't know what a Marzicha is, you probably shouldn't be calling the Huda by his first name. I'm not saying that's a kava. So Mar Ukva was a friend, and what does he do? He calls out Rav Anan. You made a mistake. You should not be calling Huna, my buddy. Right? Huna, my chaver. Huna's not your chaver. Right? Huna is one of the Gdolei Adar. And obviously, he's a great Talmid Chacham, and you are. Don't speak to him in familiar ways. Right? You made a mistake here. So, by the way, the Gemara says, okay, got it. My Marzicha. Says the Gemara. What is a Marzicha? Right? So, what is that? So, the Gemara says, Marzicha is an Adam. Marzicha is a mortar. This is the Siv, K'amar Hashem, Al Pavo Beis Marzach. Do not come to the house of mourning. So Rabbi Yavo, so we'll say, so what does it mean to? So okay, so we'll say, so let's take a step back, because now we hopefully diffuse the situation. We'll say, what's missing from this exchange? What's missing? What happened next? Right, so we'll say, so did Rabbanan go back? Did Rabbanan not go back? Who knows? Which I will say is the way so many stories of conflict ends without resolution. And it doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be that way. We all have pockets of conflict in life. So it doesn't have to be without resolution. But so many times in life, it does end with it. It ends without resolution. It lingers. So did they reconcile? Did they not reconcile? Gemara moves on. I'm going to go. How do I know that the Abel sits at the head of the table? I will say, when people come to be menachim Abel, right, that the Abel sits at the head. How do we know that Shneimar? Ev Kardaka Ma'ishiv Rosh Ve'eshkom Kibelach B'Gdud Hashavelim Yunachim. So we'll say Yunachim, Achir Nemash. It sounds like others are comforting. Or Ramacham Yitzchak Yinu from Came Marzucha Amar Rehacha Sar Marzach Sulutim. Which literally means, ultimately, again, excessive mourning is coming their way. Mar Zach Nasa Sar B'Srutim. The one who is Mar and Zach, we'll say Mar means bitter, Zach means detached, ultimately becomes the head. So we'll say, so that just means, by the way, that when an Abel is being comforted, right, when people come to visit the Abel sits at the head, which is an interesting dynamic by itself. Here the Abel is suffering, but yet he is given a prominent place among those who come to comfort him. Okay? Amar Rabba, we'll say Rabba says, meaning the Karkoi belong in the Palpuli, Bela Mazone, Bela Suba, Bela Parnas. And we'll say Rabba says, so now we're looking back. So we'll say, so what we've established is that we've got a dowry, the girl is a creditor, it's not like Suba, she only collects some karka, and ultimately she is a creditor of the brothers. The Gemara just ends up by saying, by the way, it's not just for dowry, ultimately, again, it's Mizonos, Suba, and dowry. All of these items are only collected from karka, not collected from the cow. So it's beautiful. Both says below the Vayter Mishnah. Hamash l'shmos l'bito. Interesting case. Let's say a man goes ahead and gives into the hands of a shaliach. So we'll say this is the case. Look at Rashi. Hamash l'shmos l'bito. Maser mos biad shlish l'tzar people miknos sada on the dream mishikunasa. So we'll say Ruvain gives over money in the hands of a shaliach to go ahead and purchase a field or give dowry to his daughter when his daughter gets married. So according to Rashi, this is a case Right. So the father gives over money in the hands of a shaliach. It says the Mishnah. So we'll say, so now what happened? She says, you know what? Give the money. She gets married. She gets the money from it. The purchase mashu rishon should be able to go there. Rather, the shaliach was entrusted with a particular agency, and he should execute the agency as tasked. He should purchase the property on behalf of the girl, give it to the girl as a dowry, right? That's her parnosa, and not give it over to the hands of the husband. And Yosef says, I don't say. If he ain't a lasada, he votes the mokra. Hari mukura. So therefore, I will say, Rabbi Yossi said, just give the husband the money. Go, gives her the field. She could turn around and what? Sell the field and give her husband the money anyway. In other words, what she wants to happen is going to happen regardless. So therefore, just give her husband the money in accordance with her wishes. So when is this true? We're in the Gedola. This is true with an adult, with the Gedola. Adal Bikano, in Masik Tanakot. So we'll say, so even in regards to Yosef, says, when do we listen to the girl to ultimately give it over to her husband? That's only in the situation where halacha, she's an adult. But if she is a Kitano, then ultimately we keep the money in the hands of the Shaliach, because the actions of the Kitana are halachically not binding. So we'll stop over here with the Gemara. We'll pick up with this Gemara tomorrow. Shvoya. Can you hear us? Good morning. We begin by thanking our sponsors, Talmud Torah sponsors for the month Paul Catholic College in honor of their grandchildren. We've had a lot of nachas from all of them. The Daf Yomi here is being sponsored in this Chutzpah for Shleimus for Yehuda and Michal, the son of Talmud Kiva, who have the full Shleimus here of the Taros. Weekly Learning is sponsored by Gail and Doug Stanger, Malvin Chutzpah Kiva, Leib Weinberg, Bar Mitzvah, Rabbi, and Safra, Malvin Chutzpah Kiva. And Daf Yomi is sponsored by Jacob Blumenfeld, in memory of Jacob's grandfather, Leib Ben Avram. Today's daf is daf Lamed Daled. We're going to pick up from Lamed Gimel Amud Beis from the two dots. So it's about 2/3 of the way down. I don't know if you did this yesterday, but it's one long continuation, so therefore we start at the beginning to understand what's happening. Just by way of very brief introduction, to remember the Gemara asked the Stira. The Gemara Stira was on Daf Lamed Aleph on the base, the bottom of the Amud. The Gemara quoted the Mishnah and said, somebody is Ma'anik, Achosa, Gifter, Come on, baby. Come on, work it out.
Shake it up, baby. Shake it up, baby. Twist and shout. Twist and shout. Come on, baby. Come on and work it on now. Work it on.
One of them being Makos, another one being penalty. But the problem is, with the rules of Talmud, the Rabbi that would mean that punishment is one act. Normally we said one punishment gives this person more strict. So why is it that we have one that says 6 shots, another indicates that there is indeed Malchus, the person gets lashes, after the person gets lashes, and also has the financial responsibility. So the more begins over here, Reish Lakish, that's the 2 dots. Reish Lakish Amar, Hamani Rabbi Meir. Who is the Tana? Who is the author of our Mishnah? Rabbi Meir. He is Rabbi Meir, the Amar Lokeh Umishalim. Rabbi Meir indeed is of the opinion that a person can get lashes at the same time that they're going to sustain the financial responsibility of pay. In other words, he is not fazed by this idea of coming to the Rabbi. He says, yes, it's possible for a person to be liable for 2 punishments, one of them being the punishment of lashes, another one being the financial responsibility that he has to pay to the Rabbi Naira. Mora says that's true. He Rabbi Meir if that's true, that person can be liable for both lashes and the financial responsibility. It seems to be true about his daughter. Now, we know differently. We can get to the next Mishnah. It clearly says the following people do not have a child. One of them is his daughter. So why would it be that the person violates his own daughter that you would not have to say?
Hello, my friends. Oh, I'm well, Baruch Hashem. How are you? Excellent. Are you guys ready to rock out? That's what I like to hear. All right. So first and foremost, let me introduce who I am. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. So you literally can go back and watch my life going back to the pandemic. All right. So I know that many people in the server speak Hebrew. My Hebrew needs work, especially my conversational Hebrew. Mine is mostly biblical. Excellent. And my Yiddish, we're working on that too. So you should know that I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I hope you all like the Beatles. Here's the Beatles, Twist and Shout. Well, shake it up, baby, now. Shake it up, baby. Twist and shout. Twist and shout. Come on, come on, come on, come on, baby. Now, come on, baby. Come on and work it on out. Work it on out. Well, work it on out, honey. Work it on out. You know you look so good. Look so good. You know you got me going now. Got me going just like I knew you would. Like I knew you would. Ooh, well, shake it up, baby, now. Shake it up, baby. Twist and shout. Twist and shout. Come on, come on, come on, come on, baby. Now, come on, babe. Come on and work it on out. Work it on out. Oh, you twist a little girl. Twist a little girl. You know you twist so fine. Twist so fine. Come on and twist a little closer. Now twist a little close and let me know that you're mine. Let me know you're mine. Ooh. Bum, 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 bum. 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 Ba, ba, ba. now. Shake it up, baby. Twist and shout. Twist and shout. Come on, come on, come on, come on, baby. Now, come on, baby. Come on and work it on out. Work it on out. Oh, you twist a little girl. Twist a little girl. You know you twist so fine. Twist so fine. Come on and twist a little closer now. Twist a little closer. And let me know that you're mine. Let me know you're mine. Hold it, shake it, baby. Shake it up, baby. Well, shake it, baby. Shake it up, baby. Well, shake it, baby. Shake it up, baby. Ah, 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 ah. Thank you so much for the opportunity. You want to do Michael Jackson? Absolutely. Just one moment. Absolutely. Just one moment. All right. Michael Jackson. Oh. How about take me to shul?
Or was the act of slaughtering the animal was not the same person who stole it. So therefore the financial responsibility goes to one person, but the act of actually slaughtering it.
We'll sing Take Me to Shul in a moment. Here's Michael Jackson's The Way You Make Me Feel.
We have a general principle that everybody knows, and that's the Barbera. Well, there's a concept of Lincoln, which means that I can appoint somebody to do something on my behalf, and his act of doing it works as if I did it myself. That's very nice. When it comes to any other action, I can get married to I can do all kinds of things.
Go on, girl. Hey, pretty baby with the high heels on. You give me fever like a man forever known. And that's the product of loveliness. I like the groove of your walk, your talk, your dress. I feel your fever from miles around. I'll pick you up in my car and we'll paint the town. Forgive me, baby, and tell me twice that you're the one for me. The way you make me feel, the way you make me feel. You really turn me on, really turn me on. You knock me off of my feet, knock me off of my feet. My lonely days are gone, lonely days are gone. I like the feeling you're giving me. Just hold me, baby, and I'm in ecstasy. But I'm working from 9 to 5 to buy you things to keep you by my side. I never felt so in love before. Promise, baby, you'll love me forevermore. Just been keeping you satisfied. 'Cause you're the one for me. The way you make me feel, the way you make me feel, the way you turn me on, you really turn me on. You knock me off of my feet, you knock me off of my feet. My lonely days are gone, my lonely days are gone. Ooh. Ooh. Ow. I'm feeling. Ow. Oh, girl. I never felt so in love before. Listen, me, baby, you love me forevermore. I may be keeping you satisfied. You're the one for me. The way you make me feel, the way you make me feel. You really turn me on. You really turned me on. You kept me off of my feet, babe. Get me off of my feet. My lonely days are gone. My lonely days are gone. Way you're making me feel. You really turned me on. Turn me on. You knocked me off of my feet. Now you knocked me off of my feet. My lonely days are gone. My lonely days are gone. Ain't nobody's business. Ain't nobody's business. Ain't nobody's business. Ain't nobody's business. My mind and my baby. Ain't off of my feet. My lonely days. Ooh. Days are gone. Give it to me. Give me some time. Come on, be my girl. I wanna be your man. Ain't nobody's business. Ain't nobody's business but mine and my baby. Well, that was fun. All right, Israel, now quit kicking me out of the fucking server.
Marzucha asked just a basic fundamental question. Okay, so we say Yesh Liach with Varaber. Fine. If I steal something,
look at this
athleticism.
athleticism.
At my behest goes ahead and slaughters the animal, I am going to be responsible. Fine, Yesh Liach with Varaber. However, in this particular case, there's something wrong here. Because Me'ika Mili, the Ilu Ovid Ihu Loy Mechayev, the Ovid Shliach Mechayev, this case is very strange. Because we find that the shliach can actually accomplish something the original person can't do on his own. Because had he slaughtered it, he would not be obligated to pay because of coming to the Rabbi. So here we have a case where if the person himself, if the thief, the ganav himself, were to go ahead and slaughter it, he would not be chayiv. But because he asked somebody else to do it, all of a sudden now he's going to be chayiv. So how could it be that the shliach is better? The Gemara says this is just basically a misunderstanding. When a person does not sustain the financial responsibility,
Nobody.
because of the fact that he's dealing with a more harsh punishment, that doesn't mean he's not chayiv. It just means there's a technicality over here where we won't impose the chiyuv on the person. We're not going to impose the financial responsibility. The Gemara says, "You love mishum lo machayev." The original thief, not because he himself is not obligated to pay for it. Ela mishum dekam lei b'derabba minei. It's just a simple technicality that since he has a more harsh punishment coming his way, he doesn't have to pay. But of course, the financial responsibility is there. You look at the bottom Tosfos, but the bottom Tosfos points out that there is a possibility that a person would have a chiyuv lotzis yedei shemayim. Here it's afgav tahachaf hu lotzis yedei shemayim einu chayev b'dafka b'mamon udamar avol knas v'machayev. Basically, Tosfos is pointing out over here that in this case there isn't even like, in other words, a person is being put to death, or a person is getting a harsh punishment because of something they did wrong, and then the base didn't inform them that, by the way, you should just know that your action also comes along with financial obligation. The person could technically say, you know what? If there's a financial obligation over here, I want to pay. I don't want to have money that I really owe, but I'm exempt from. So if it would be a real monetary fine, I should say fine, a real monetary chiyuv, then there is a concept you should go ahead and pay it. When it comes to an imposed penalty, a knas, which is not regular monetary obligation, says Tosfos, there isn't even a chiyuv of bidei shemayim. Gemara goes on. Even if it's true that we're talking about a case where a person had the animal slaughtered by way of somebody else, why is it that the Rabbanan who disagree with Rabbi the Patri would say that there is no chiyuv? Why not? Someone else went ahead and slaughtered it. They'll come with the driver's minute when two people are involved. Where it says, Man Chachamim, who are the Chachamim? In other words, Chachamim is generally used to describe the other opinion. But there's somebody who said it, there's an author of the opinion of the Chachamim, where it says that Chachamim in this case is authored by Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Rabbi Shimon eat. The Omar with the top of the Lamadalid. Omar Aleph. The Omar Shkita She'ena Rubuya Lo Shemash Shkita. A Shkita which does not actually accomplish its purpose of making the animal kosher meat to be eaten. Lo Shemash Shkita is not considered a Shkita with regard to the obligation of paying 4 or 5 times the value of that animal. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. That all makes sense when it comes to Avodas Kochavim and Shara Niskal. Why? Because the person slaughters an animal and has in mind that he's serving Avodah Zarah, so he's not allowed to eat the meat. Same thing is true by Shara Niskal. Shara Niskal is an animal which has to be put to death. The person can't eat it. It's also bound up. Shkita Shabbos, when it comes to slaughtering an animal on Shabbos, Shkita Ru'uyihi, it is indeed a good Shkita. Why? It's not. Before we learned in the Mishnah, Shalchet for Shabbos with Yom Kippurim. The person goes ahead and slaughters an animal. He shechts an animal on Shabbos or on Yom Kippur. Halacha is Hafal Pish and Chayav B'nafsho. The Mishnah in Shmuel teaches us, even though he's Chayav Misa for violating Shabbos or Yom Kippur, Shkitaso Kishera, the animal is actually kosher. It's allowed to be eaten. The Gemara says, you know what? You're right. If we were following that Mishnah, we'd have a problem. However, Savarla for the opening of Sandler, Shimon, in this case, he paskins like Rabbi Yochanan HaSandler. Who's Rabbi Yochanan HaSandler? Tanya, we learned in the Brisa. Hanavashel b'Shabbos, a person cooks on Shabbos. So now it's important to point out there's a fascinating sugya with regard to Hilchos Shabbos called Nicer Shabbos, where we learn the halachas of the product of Hilul Shabbos, and these halachas are dealt with at the beginning of Siman Shin Test, which is the Siman which is famously known for the halachas official. The first Sif Aleph in Siman Shin Test describes the halachas of somebody who violates Shabbos, and there's a product that comes out of that Hilul Shabbos, whether or not a person can benefit from it. Now the Ramah adds in Hamavashel Osha Asa Shar Malacha. In other words, the Ramah says not limited to cooking. Well, this is indeed subject of a dispute amongst the Rishonim, whether it is specifically official unique.
This sounds like he's
take an item
Epstein gonna write a book like
really
The Wonderful Life of Mr. Epstein,
and then make it edible,
where he
you
says it's like
transforms the item.
it's on life and you're reading it like
Lamaisa,
separate the
according
art
to the
from the
Ashkenazim,
artist.
according to Ramah, the halakha is true before the lack of
he's
Shabbos. Any violation of Shabbos. And the Basha of Shabbos says the Brisa. The Shogeg, the person does it on intention
to be able to catch
Yochel. He's allowed to do it. If you look at Rashi has some conclusive information over here.
Epstein, I haven't watched any of the
The Shogeg
interviews.
Yochel,
So I don't know
Akiva
what
Bo Bayo.
he's like.
You're allowed to even benefit
I
from
was
it
surprised that his voice
even
was like that.
on Shabbos. The maze is Bo Yochel. If a person cooks on Shabbos, there's another malach on Shabbos, the maze intentionally, the malach is Lo Yochel, he cannot eat it. What does that mean? Look at Rashi, the first 3 line in Rashi. The maze is Lo Yochel, the violator of Shabbos cannot eat it. When Leola, forever, it is always forbidden for the person to eat it. Avalakeilim Yisraelim, other Jews are allowed to eat it.
Jeffrey Epstein, that was like,
Divi Rabbi Meir,
I want to see you later, Jeffrey.
Yehuda Omer, Yehuda not to it up to one level. The Shogeg,
That's the thing,
when a
is like
person
that could be a
violates
bit,
Shabbos, he
you know,
cooks
just a
something.
joke about it
The
would be like a
Shogeg,
random
unintentionally by mistake, what does that mean? That he woke up, he forgot that it was Shabbos. Or he woke up, he knew it was Shabbos, but he had forgotten that it was forbidden to cook on Shabbos. Halacha is, yoke up on Motzei Shabbos. He's allowed to eat it on Motzei Shabbos. Again, look at Rashi. Yochel, who, on Motzei Shabbos, he must wait till after Shabbos. Below Bo Bayo, he's not allowed to eat it during that day. Why? Because Rashi could consider Shogeg Adu Mesa. We penalize him, and we say even though it was by mistake, we treat it like he made it. The mezid, if it was actually done on purpose, well, Yochel Alamis, he's not allowed to eat it forever. Again, Rashi is Yochel who Olamis, he is not allowed to eat it forever, but other Jews are allowed to eat it. In other words, the item is still kosher, but he himself has a penalty that he's not allowed to benefit or eat it forever. Yochanan Sadler, Yochanan Sadler takes this even one level higher. He notches it up even more. The Shogeg Yochel Matzoi Shabbos Ba'Cherim, the person unintentionally cooks on Shabbos, then Yochel, or to say Yechakel Matzoi Shabbos Ba'Cherim, it can be eaten by other people when after Shabbos. The Lolo, he is never allowed to eat the food that he cooks on Shabbos. The Amazing is the person intentionally cooks on Shabbos, Yochel or Lamis, the chef, the one who cooked it, is never allowed to eat it, and not only him, the low leftovers. The person intentionally cooks on Shabbos, the halacha is, the person cannot, no Jew is allowed to ever eat that dish that was cooked. So now, the Gemara asked the question of Rabbi Shimon and said, when it comes to Shkita on Shabbos, Tobacco on Shabbos, how can you call that a Shkita in the Ruya? You're allowed to eat it. You want to answer that Shimon is going towards the opinion of Yochanan Sadler. Yochanan Sadler says the person doesn't belong on Shabbos. In this case, it would be Tobacco. He slaughters an animal. He does it intentionally. The halacha is that animal becomes forbidden forever for every single Jew. Gemara says, right time with the Yochanan Sadler. What is the reason? Why does Yochanan Sadler tell us that a person is not allowed to ever benefit from a law that was done intentionally on Shabbos? Gemara says to the Darsh of Piyah Pesach and Siyah, and to Piyah Darshi at the opening of the Siyah, which quotes the pasuk Ushnartem as a Shabbos Kodesh Ilachem. Person should start Shabbos. Why? The Shabbos is Kodesh. There's Kedusha, there's sanctity to Shabbos. Makodesh, just like touch just like other sanctified items. Oscar Be'achila is not permissible to be eaten by a regular Jew. After Nice Shabbos, Asura Be'achila Nice Shabbos is like touching, because the custom refers to this Kodesh, just like touching, just like Korbanos can't be eaten by a typical Jew. So the halacha is, items that are created on Shabbos in violation of Shabbos are going to be Asur B'achila. Gemara says, Ima Kodesh Asur B'hana, Afmas Shabbos Asur B'hana. If you're going to compare it all the way to touching, then it should also be Asur B'hana, not just forbidden to be eaten, but it should be also to benefit from it as well. The pasuk teaches you Kodesh Lachem, Lachem shall Lachem Yehei, belongs to you. Even though it's not allowed to eat him because it's like to touch him, nevertheless, Lachem it belongs to you, and therefore it's not going to be up to the Hana. It will not be forbidden to benefit. Yafa Fula the Shogeg, if that's the case, then I would think, even the Shogeg, why did Yochanan Sadler limit this to a case where a person violated Shabbos? But it teaches you Kaleha Mos Uma. The violator of Shabbos is such as that. Amazing Amarti Lacha, the Lova Shogeg, just like the death penalty is only imposed when a person violates Shabbos has to be warned intentionally. So too, the prohibition of eating food or any other item that was created on Shabbos is only relevant when a person does it amazing intentionally, but not as a forbidden. And the Gemara continues. Pligi bar Rav Ravina. Rav Ravina got into a machloket. Tad Omar, Ma'aseh Shabbos Doraisa. One of them said, this halacha of Yochanan Sadler is really Doraisa. It's a biblical prohibition. Tad Omar Rabbanan, the other one said that the halacha of Yochanan Sadler says that the food can never be eaten is also midrabanan. Not the Doraisa, it's Gamara. The one who says it's Doraisa, well, we already know what his pasuk is, which is Kodesh Yilachem. However, the one who says it's Drabanan, not the Drabanan, Amar Kodesh He, Shabbos is Kodesh, Kodesh He, referring to Shabbos. He Kodesh made my sacrifice. Interestingly enough, he uses the exact same pasuk to tell us that the source which told us, the other opinion said that it was Midoraisa, actually is the Kodesh He. Shabbos is Kodesh, but not things that were created on Shabbos. Now the Gemara goes on. Well, imagine I'm a
There's a
grandpa.
bunch of them in here.
According to the
Yeah,
opinion that
he was a
says
fan of comedy, as most evil people are.
prohibition to benefit from
Yeah, I
foods
mean,
that were
that's
cooked on
basically
Shabbos or
it.
any
I mean,
other
pure
malacha
teal, like, obviously,
that created an item of Shabbos is Rabbanon, might time out Rabbanon to Patrick. What
it's
is
fun to go and get into
reason
if you
to
have like free
Rabbanon
time.
to say
Honestly,
that
at
if
the end of
someone
the day, I'll
goes
be
ahead
at
and orders
In-N-Out
an animal
just
on
like
Shabbos,
scrolling my way
they're
through my
punter?
work and reading some heinous shit.
Yeah, I haven't
it's
really
a
read
Shmita
through all
Hallelujah.
the things because I didn't
Define
even know this
Shmita.
existed. I've just been
So
seeing
why are they
stuff on
punter?
Twitter.
Okay.
And I don't know if it's real.
Gemara says,
If it is, I think that
Hashara.
there's more
So when
credence now
Rabbanon
to
says
the
you're
idea
punter,
that kids, it does seem
Nisko,
pretty fucking
and
bad.
Avodah Zarah, but not
It is
Shabbos.
really bad. Yeah.
There's one thing
Gemara goes ahead. It says, all right. So Sameach Avodah Zarah. There was a case of a person who slaughters an animal for Avodah Zarah.
Alright, so I was
Gemara
talking
analyzes
to
this very
two
carefully.
girls, and
Given the Shakat Baporta, it's
and
Sarah.
for
Either
whatever reason, I brought up that I had gotten a
Lav
massage
Gemara
recently
Katana.
at the Nat.
Gemara basically
And
takes
now it's like
a few
massage place
halachas
in LA that you go in, it's kind of
as a given.
weird and
Take some halachas for granted.
you like go
Which
to
is,
Sam was
and we
this
know
is
that
kind
for
of
an animal
weird.
to be
Yeah, let me
kosher,
think
we
on
learn
it.
to set the
Okay,
shulay,
yeah.
you learn to get the carcass.
it's totally
Kana
normal. The only thing that I
and the
find weird about
vessel.
it is like
The wind
it's a
pipe
room
and the
where
food pipe.
all
However,
the
when it comes to Avodah
it's
Zarah,
open, so like all that's
you
separating
don't
is
need
these
to
cloths.
slaughter
So
the animal
everybody's in a
to
cloth
the
thing, so
point
it's
where
kind
it's
of
going to
not.
be kosher to
You're not
eat.
going into like a
Even a spike
specific
little
room
cut
for
in
a
the neck,
massage. Like a
if
lot of
it's
places
done
like that.
for the sake of Avodah
So,
Zarah,
anyways,
already turns
you
the
gotta stay
animal
quiet
into Avodah
much
Zarah.
because it's nothing
The
to do
Gemara
with
says
why I
technically you
brought
have
it
a
up.
problem over
Right?
here.
I
You
told
can't
them
have a case
that I got a
of
massage.
violating
I don't know why. I
both
guess I asked like, do
of
you
what
guys
we
get a
just decided.
massage? Have
Kimi
you
yourself
ever
at
do that?
Baporta, it's our way.
And
As soon as you made
the
even
one
a
girl
slight cut
goes,
for Avodah Zarah, now the animal becomes usher. It's Avodah Zarah. Now either when he goes through with the rest of the shita, when he goes through the front of the Veshet, you can tell us about the Marisha. When you accept it, you no more accepting the animal which belongs to the original owner, which will be Matthias, which is obligated to pay the original penalty of 4 or 5. Right, because the second he already introduced Avodah Zarah to this animal, which leaves the ownership of the original pilot, the original owner, because it transfers to Avodah Zarah. So therefore, it's impossible, says the Gemara, for a person to have a key of love down the head of 4 or 5 times, because in order for that to happen, you need to step to slaughter an animal which belongs to the original owner. But once you violate the Yisur of Avodah Zarah with this animal, the animal is immediately pulled out of the ownership of the owner and made into Avodah Zarah. So when he finishes the shita, he is not protecting the animal which belongs to the owner, he is protecting the animal which is Avodah Zarah.
That's funny.
Marava, Omer,
She
the
can't control
Gemara,
herself and she has to fuck them.
who
And then she gets
Gemara
bitter
says it
because
must be
it's
talking about a case
staff member,
where
like
he
somebody worked the
very
it's
clearly
like
stipulated
I can't.
that the
I
Avodah
work.
Zarah
She's like, all
action
right,
that
fine.
he's
How about
committing
afterwards?
is only at the end
There's
of
a policy where I can't stay
Okay.
confined.
Whereas the Shar Disco also has the same problem. Well, Didehu
Can't do that here
is
either.
a
Well, I
problem.
guess
The
I
Shar
thought I lived
Disco
in
is an animal that doesn't belong to anybody. Because once basic issues of Psah, that this animal needs to be put to death because he killed the human being, it belongs to nobody. Nobody derives benefit from the animal. So therefore, how can it be that when someone sets a Shara Disco, there would be any field of Daled Behei? Again, the field of Daled Behei, 4 or 5 times its value, only relevant when it sets an animal that belongs to somebody. If I set an animal that belongs to nobody, there's no fear of 4 or 5 times its value. Shara Disco belongs to nobody, it has no value. On the Rabba, here we must be referring to a case of it goes to must be with Shomer. The animal was given over to a Shomer. The Kizik Cerveza Shomer. While the guardian was watching this animal, it went out and killed the human being. The Nigmar Dine, the Besa Shomer, the Beis Din went ahead and issued the halakhic ruling which the animal needs to be put to death while it was still under the guardianship of this Shomer, this guardian. Now, the one who got of the Beis Shomer a lot of action that's happened over here.
So it makes
The
sense.
first
He
thing,
gave them massages.
the positive animal, his saw, his ox, with somebody who's going
Did
to
they
guard
teach
it.
you how to do it?
Now he left town, and while he was gone, mayhem hit. Number one, the animal went out and killed someone.
You're in a
Basically got a hold of this case.
I can't remember.
The issue is stopped, but this animal needs to be put to
I
death.
mean, I don't know.
Now, after that happens, thieves come along and say, oh, wow, this is a nice
I
strong
don't think
bull.
I've ever given
Let's go
a
steal it.
massage to anybody that I wasn't.
Now,
I think about
unfortunately,
it.
they chose the animal which had no value.
Right. She's 100% correct.
So now, the halacha, and then they went further, and they wanted to go ahead and slaughter it. Now, Rabbi Meir, Samalak Rabbi Yaakov, this Samalak Rabbi Meir holds of two opinions, which we'll get to in just a second. Samalak Rabbi Yaakov, Dama Afti, Nigradino, Zero the Summer. He holds like Rabbi Yaakov that says that even after it has final ruling, the Zero Summer Labalo will serve, the Summer can return it to the original owner. Samalak Rabbi Shimon, Dama Rabbi the mama, he holds like the Shimon calls something money is like money. Shimon takes responsibility to guard Uve's animal. Okay? Now, Shimon didn't do a very good job watching the animal. While he was watching it, he went out and killed them. So the ultimate dereliction of duty. He was supposed to be watching his animal. He does not do a good job. The animal goes out and kills him. Now the animal needs to be put to death. Now, Basin gets a hold of the animal and says, we're going to put this animal to death. Some death to it. Now, they set a date for the actual killing of the animal. And in the interim, the owner comes back, and says, Shimon, remember that animal that I gave you to us? He says, yes, it's right here. Take it home. Okay, now, is that considered a good returning of the animal? I gave you an animal that's worth thousands of dollars to us. When you're returning the animal to me, the animal has zero value. You're going to put to death. There's nothing you can do with the animal. It is the fact that I'm actually returning the physical animal enough, even though the animal holds no value. Says Rabbi Yaakov, out Mishnik Muradino, it's zero, Shomer, Laba'alo, Muksa. Even after the final socket issue, that this animal needs to be put to death, you return the animal to its owner, you have discharged your duty, and you return the animal. You look at Rashi, zero, Shomer, Laba'alo, it's 5 lines before it starts to get wide. The Amarle, Tura, Ashalamshali, Tura, Ashalim Ashalam. You gave me an animal, you gave me an ox, and I gave you back an ox. We're not talking about the value of the ox, we're not talking about the appreciation or the depreciation of its value. Here's the animal. Give the animal to ox, I'm returning the animal. What happens to me, the animal has zero value, but still says of Yaakov, you have to charge it. What's the next din? Next din is Dover Goral Mama Mama. Dover Goral Mama means that the thing actually does not hold monetary value, but it has the ability to cause monetary value. The classification of this is, if a person promises to give a carbon, so he walks over to his animal and says, I'll raise you over. This animal should be an Ola. Now, if that animal is alive at the time that he wants to bring it for an Ola, he goes ahead, brings an animal. If the animal dies, now he's going to have to reimburse. A light Ola. He's going to have to take money to go buy another carbon. He's going to have to go out and buy another carbon. So that animal is considered under our Goral Mama because it will force him a monetary, a financial responsibility. Bringing the animal as a carbon is going that he does not have to pay money. Not bringing the animal as a carbon is going that he does have to pay money. In this case as well, returning the animal to the owner is going that I don't have to pay you money. Not returning the animal to the owner is going that I do have to pay you money. So, getting back to our case over here, the Shor on his skull has no value. Right? That was the more question. Lav Yidei with the Keteva. He's not checking anything that belongs to him. Gemara says, yes, it is. Because this is a case where he's a shomer. Now, the shomer would be able to return this animal and discharge his duty to the original owner. Shimon could return this worthless animal to its owner and then not have to pay the owner for the value of the animal. So when the ganav, when the thief comes and steals it, and then slaughters it, he is now taking something away from a shomer, which would otherwise absolve him of his monetary obligations. So this is really the only value that a Shar Nisko has is when it is in the possession of a guardian. The owner has nothing to do with it, nobody can buy it, no one else can eat it, but a shomer, because of the fact that he has the ability to return it in cash, if he returns it in cash, even though it doesn't have any value, he indeed is going to discharge his duty and absolve himself from the fear. Therefore, if the thieves steal it from the shomer, then indeed there would be a scheme of Talabahei has value to one person's possession. Rabbi Amar, the whole of the Sabbath right out. Rabbi is going back to the original question we asked before. On the Lamed Zero on the base, he says, really, this is talking about where he didn't have an outside person slaughtering it. Rather, he himself slaughtered it. All of the Sabbath for the optional, cosmetically for slaughtered himself. However, the mayor, Loka and Masali this way, makes Masali left way. The mayor is of the opinion that yes, a person will be liable for both classes, for makos and money. However, Mason Masali left way. But if a person is put to death, then there is no give of monetary penalty as well. The Tani, these cases are different. Why the given to the future Torah of Knas. When it comes to Knas, when it comes to penalty, Afagav the Mitzvah Masali, even though he's going to be put to death, Masali. In other words, the most expensive to see in monetary fee, which is considered mamon. Mamon is when I take something from you, and therefore I force you a financial loss, so I must reimburse you for your loss. However, Knas is the penalty beyond the loss that you have. So if I steal your animal and it's worth $1,000, then the principal of $1,000 is mamon. Anything beyond that, any financial penalty beyond that is Knas. And Knas, even though when it comes to Misa, when someone's put to death, they don't have to pay the principal, the monetary principal. Knas, additional penalties that are imposed will still be imposed. So after that, the next value, you can put to death, the dollar. Once the rabbi was Hamei, Rabbi's following the disease of the rabbi, how is the disease on the blood? Rabbi says, the person has a disease, Shema's law, which he stole. Now, the Tzavach of the Shabbos. So he stole it previously. He has a stolen goat in his possession. And he says, on Shabbos, he says, you know what? Bring that goat over. Let's eat it for lunch. He swears it on Shabbos, halacha is kayet. Why? It's on the kayet Neva, Hodem Shiyavo Lidayis Rashas. He's going to be kayet for the Neva. Why? Because they're independent. The theft happened before Shabbos. And the slaughtering, thefting happened on Shabbos. So therefore it's kayet for both. So if I'm a kayet for Geneva, Hodem Shiyavo Lidayis Rashas, the Geneva took place, the theft took place before his violation of Shabbos took place. Ganav, the Torah for Shabbos, if he did it all on Shabbos. He stole it on Shabbos. And he slaughtered it on Shabbos. Why? It ain't Geneva. There's no Geneva, ain't Geneva, ain't Geneva.
That's the name of
There's no claim of Geneva. Why? Because that's a doubt by virtue of the fact that he's going to be put to death for violation of Shabbos. in Geneva, there's no fear, there's no principle, if there's no fear for the principle, because in the period there's no fear for the you don't know Rabbi. Rabbi says, gun of low, person has a gun which was stolen to him, whether he had stolen it which was off of an apparent, and he went to have put it in an apparent. What's an apparent? The tunnel. The person is going sneaking into someone else's house with intent to steal. Because above an apparent. Now, that person's wife has no value. Why? Because halacha is if a person discovers another human being sneaking into their house, they are allowed to kill that person. Why? Because the assumption is that if a person is coming sneaking into someone else's house, then they will indeed protect their life instead of being caught. So therefore, the person is in a rose, and the owner of the property is allowed to kill it. It's considered aim lo danis. His life at that point in time does not really have any value of life. So therefore, if a person slaughters his mafteres, he really doesn't have his life at that point in time while he's in the mafteres is considered a life which is, it's hard to say this question, but he puts himself in that situation. He's putting himself in a situation where he should be killed. He's chayiv, why? He's chayiv the gneva told him since he stole it before he went into the tunnel, he's chayiv before he gets into the tunnel. However, if he stole it and slaughtered it in the tunnel, why? The gneva is no fear for the gneva. Why? Because he's chayiv the nafsho. Ain't fear for the mafira. There's no fear for the gneva. There's no fear for the penalty either. The Gemara goes on and says, so here again, clearly we see when it comes to if the knas is relevant on its own, then it would be there. If the knas is not relevant because the initial principle is not going to be charged because of common the Rabbi, that's the only time that the knas goes in. The tricha, we need both cases. In other words, we need the case of slaughtering on Shabbos and the case of slaughtering it in the Mafterah. Shabbos, if you tell me only the case of Shabbos, I would say the Isura Isur Ola. Shabbos is a permanent Isur, which means, as Rashi says, as long as Adam come and testify that the person violated Shabbos B'mezid, the person can still be punished for it. Abba Macheres, the Isur Shahu Eimalo. The person is only chayav nisa while they are in the Macheres. In other words, a person. The two agents come and say, we've noticed, we can testify that person snuck into a tunnel into someone else's house, but now the person's out, the person's not chayav. It's only while they're actually in that tunnel.
What's up, babies? I need to make coffee. This is
because they are coming in, and we view them as a threat to the homeowner. However, once they leave, they're no longer a threat, they're not chayav for now. Therefore, I think that case is different. I only told you the case of Mafteres. It shows the Mastarto, Zuhi Hasra Asa. There's no Asra. You don't need to go warn the person when he's in the tunnel. Oh, by the way, you should know, you're coming into my tunnel and you're threatening to kill me. I have the ability, the halachic ability to kill you. The person's in the tunnel, breaking into the house. You don't waste any time. Kill the person right then and there because you know the person is coming up risking the process that he's coming to kill you. Again, these are very fascinating figures for we're not going through this right now, but again, the halacha is if it's a person that we know is not coming to kill somebody like it's a relative, a father, of course in that case,
yo dog.
Is not allowed to kill them. But again, the general assumption is
I'm a little early today. You can tell I'm jazzed. Why? Baby. We fucking connected with Yisrael today. Really? Oh, dog.
Okay.
Yeah. And we sang fucking karaoke. They don't even know who I am. Who are you? I'm the best they've ever seen. Really? Oh, for sure. And I got even a gift that says Absolute Cinema. Think? Oh, it's just phenomenal, dog. Who is it? Some asshole. Why? Just some dude. BRB, no?
If he borrows the cow, and he slaughtered on Shabbos, Pater. He's Pater. So the Gemara says, Amar layer of Acha, Breda Rava, Ravashi. Ravacha, Breda Rava, the son of Rava said to Ravashi, Papa, Para, Slashmina. Why is he telling us the second case? He just wants to tell us now Lachta is the same when it comes to a cow. We spoke about the case of a Gedi. So you have to reiterate the case and repeat the case just because it's a cow. What's the difference? Gemara says, Amalei Papa Shapula Asa. He's coming to teach us the halacha of Shapula, which is Sakat that I would have thought. Since he is chayiv from the second, then he actually pulls the animal. In other words, just like when a person rents a car, he needs to pay for the gas. In other words, he can't go back. In other words, when a person borrows a car, he has to pay for the gas. So the same thing is true. A person borrows an animal, he has to pay to feed the animal. So since at the time that he actually took it, he pulled the animal, he has some monetary chiyuv, is a monetary ownership over this, that he has the obligation to feed it. So Hakanami Mishas She'elu es Chayiv Ontzeh, I would have thought that he's tired for the onsin that happened to the animal right away from the time that he takes it. Kamash one that's not the case. That
I'm back, babies.
It would be a separate chiyuv for later.
Really? You're jazzed? Dog. Oh. You sang for Israel. Really? Yeah, and I got a fucking bunch of fucking reels going. I'm gonna have a reel with every fucking song ever. Really? Why not, baby? Alright. Fuck, we have all the stupid shit we have to review. Alright. This is Coffee and Kabbalah. This is the 47th day of this bitch. How many days of the Grand Total? Who the fuck knows, but maybe 280.
In other words, they have
Alright,
the ability
now what?
to use it.
Now we have to review all the bullshit.
But they were not the borrowers of
Elu,
it, therefore they
no one really knows for sure. Elu, Elu, Divrei Elokim.
The next case,
No one really knows for sure. Elu, Elu, Divrei Elokim, Chaim, but this is the majority we live by. Do as thou wilt, though, baby. Why?
They have to pay back
No
the cheapest price of meat.
Really? Yeah, Zurus. What is that? It's fucking problems. I got 99 Zurusine, but a bitch ain't one. Really? Yeah.
Guys, they didn't know.
Alright, and that fucking blue.
The Mishnah continues. If their father left behind real property, real estate,
Snail. That's Murex Trunculus. Chilazon. It sounds like a fucking.
There are those who learn that halacha on the Reisha.
No,
there are those who learn on the
sounds like a fucking.
There are those who say the original halacha, which is that if a father left over a borrowed cow in
Jewish
his
diaspora or
possession,
exile.
the children are allowed to use it.
Gay kaken afen yam.
So they're not chayav on sin.
Zedaken.
Some understand
piss in the
that
ocean.
this last halacha
Safe
over here, which is that the
okay,
father
so
owns
may
no property,
Hashem bless you
then
and
he
guard
will be
you.
chayav
May
on
Hashem
sin.
shine His
Why?
face
What's the
upon
reason
you
for
and
that?
be gracious
Because
to you.
the
May Hashem
father
lift His
property
face to
ultimately backs
you
up
and
the
grant you
mother's
peace.
case. So
Really?
therefore,
Dude,
they
I
have
mean,
the property
hopefully,
of the
I don't
father.
fucking know.
That property was already connected to the stone.
Okay, Aken, Ani,
before
Medaber,
they got
Ivrit, Bekar, Ivrit,
And
Mikari, Akshay, therefore, Anachnu, Amurim, Medaber, Hidush, O, Ulai, Aramit, Shegam, Otan, Ani, Yakol, Medaber, Bi, Nida, Mesuyemet, Aval, Ani, Ma'ad, Tif, Angli, Lachen, Ba'u, Medaber, Angli, Zay, Nishma, Tov, Lecha. Okay? Alright. Really? Yeah, read it. It's funny. Indeed, I speak Hebrew. Really biblically Hebrew. That's why I said to those guys, they're like, you're fine, go. Although in practice, we are supposed to speak Yiddish or perhaps Aramaic, which I can also speak to some extent. I even tell the fellow, we're working on it. Really? Yeah. But I prefer English. Therefore, let's speak English. Does that sound good to you? Okay. Alright, are you done? Are you jazzed? Fuck yeah, we went through all that shit. Now we're gonna review our fucking Yiddish. Why? Why not, baby?
And the one who said it's only relevant to the Seifa,
Right. What's the first one?
alone.
Amachai. That's after Rebbe
Only when they went ahead and
What
ordered
does
it, in that case,
Halavai
the
mean?
property back it up, they have to pay back the
If
real
only
value.
Yiddish cup.
But not on the ratio
Jewish
behind the
head.
Papa, that
Yanta.
is the opinion of our
That's
Papa.
kind of fetish in mind. It's a talkative bitch. Tackless,
Actual
brass
loss
tags,
in the animal's
nosh,
damage that the property
snacking,
begins,
pussy,
and that
bashing,
is
Bashirta
actually
is
the
a
Papa.
male soulmate.
First
Bashirta
case,
is a
they will
female
not be
soulmate.
chayiv
Bashirta
because of the
soulmate
fact
mishmash. I was taking a bath. That is fucking mixture shit.
it does not
What does
go into
baptis
effect
mean?
until
Means
September.
like
We'll stop here. We'll
means
continue
nothing.
tomorrow with the sugya.
Good yontif, good holiday, good time. That's
Just to
fucking
quickly throw out a very quick pitch. Tonight
to
we're
life.
starting a brand new series
Parv is
on
neutral, black
learning
kosher,
how to learn
that's
Gemara.
smooth,
We
mensch,
spent a lot
that's
of time learning Gemara here.
could do
Beautiful. We'll go
also
through it very quickly. The
Ishai
next
Chayo
tonight
for a
going to
chick
spend
or
time on the actual
Seducus
technique and the methodology
Floyd
of what it
for
takes
a
to
chick.
actually understand what's going on within the
Skoyach,
language of Gemara. To
That's
understand what to expect when you open a Gemara and how to
yeah,
open
sure,
a new
cool.
Gemara and
It's
learn
a
on your
longer
own.
phrase
It's going
though,
to be a
which
work in
is
progress. It's going to be very exciting. I look forward to seeing as many of you as
Yasher
have a wonderful day.
Kochacha. Literally, may your strength be directed
8:30
forward.
tonight. Yes.
So, Koach is strength. So, may you strength. Koach. Really, yeah. Oive, just like.
All right, Rabbi say good morning. Let us begin the beautiful, beautiful class ahead of us today.
Fuck. Okay, Steidel. There's Stettel, Strymel. Stettel's a town, Strymel's a hat. Scheidel is a fucking wig. Milchig, meat, fleisch, no. Milchig, dairy, fleischig, meat. Parv is neutral. What does Hamish mean, or Hamish? Home, homie. What does Shmata mean? Shmata is rags. Shviger is mother-in-law. Chazer mean? So Chazer, repeat or review. Both meanings of the Yiddish word Chazer, pig, and review have their source in the Hebrew language. Chazer is a pig. Chazir is Hebrew for pig. This word appears in the 5 books of Moses when the verses list the non-kosher animals. Some pigs are genetically detested by Jews. Since pigs are generally detested by Jews, this word appears in many different contexts. Here are some of them. Chazir, Chazir treif, literally torn, is the Hebrew Yiddish term for something that is unkosher. Thus, when you want to say that something is absolutely, unequivocally, and entirely not kosher, you could say that it's Chazir treif, as unkosher as a pig. But that's not really a great saying, because the pig's halfway to being kosher. It has split hooves. It just needs a Jewish cut. Chazir shtal, the equivalent of the English term pigsty. This is how you would describe the bedroom of a teenager whose mother stopped coming in to collect dirty socks and tissues several weeks ago. Damn, that sounds like it's beating it like it's going out of style. Really? They can name anything in the room and it's socks and tissues. Chazer shaft, love your fellow as yourself, is described by Rabbi Akiva as the great principle behind the entire Torah. Someone who cannot see the needs of others is compared to a pig, which is wrapped up in its own needs, that it sees nothing beyond his trough of slop. The chazer shaft, pigginess, can be used to describe either selfishness or gluttony. So the whole love your neighbor as yourself, you can't really do that. It's do unto others as you would have them do. Really, yeah, Rabbi Akiva
So this is interesting.
takes a little. I mean, actually Leviticus takes a little too strong. Really, you're saying that? I mean, it's impossible, but that's what they're trying to get across. Basically. That's what I'm sure being
there's almost
Christian
like
trying to
a
get.
simcha renaissance.
Chazare.
Research,
This
right?
is
Someone new
as
who has
close
not
a
been
Yiddish
part
term
of this
as you
hustle
can get
and
to
Kala's
English
life.
junk or junk
So
food.
when they come, there's a new
Chazer
added
Fisso,
dimension to the simcha.
pig's feet.
Moses
Why
says,
is the pig so reviled? One classic reason goes back to the biblical verses telling us which animals are kosher. Those who both have split hooves and chew their cud. Now the pig is unique in that it has split hooves but does not chew its cud. Yet the pig spends a lot of time sprawling out with its split hooves on display, as if to say, "Look at me, I'm kosher," while it's really as treif as ever. Thus, Chazal Fissel, pig's feet, has been synonymous with hypocrisy and ostentatious piety that does not reflect inner sincerity. Chazer, review. The root of the word chazer also means to return, repeat, or review. Chazera is the noun and chazar is the verb. A basic component of Torah study is returning to a text, studying it again and again until it has been well understood. In fact, in Talmudic days, it was common for people to chazar the same subject 100 times. This gave rise to the adage, "He who learns but does not review is like he who sows but does not reap." Chazar ba'al peh. Once someone has learned something so well that they know it by heart, Yiddish speakers say that they can chazar ba'al peh, review by mouth, since there's no need for the text anymore. Chazar Chassidus. In Chassidic culture, especially before many Chassidic texts were committed to writing, the act of chazarin Chassidus, repeating Chassidic discourses, was instrumental in spreading the teachings of the Chassidic masters. Until this very day, it is common for someone to chazar a discourse in the closing moments of Shabbat, at weddings and bar mitzvahs, and whenever else Chassidim gather for inspiration. Chazar bocher. I heard this term from an elderly Jew in Hungary who was reminiscing about his pre-Holocaust childhood. When he had studied in one of the great pre-war yeshivas in the Carpathian Mountains, he referred to the young man with whom he would review his studies as a chazar bocher. Bocher is Hebrew Yiddish for you.
Which again, that Hashem is the one who fashions man. Next, number 3,
Time to chazar. Let us chazar. So let us chazar what we have just learned. Suppose you were listening to your chazar bocher, chazar ba'al peh, and you knew that he left his dorm room a chazar stall full of cheseri. You may think of him as chazar fissel for his act of chazar chef, since in your mind, acting like a chazar is simply chazar treif. Did you get that? In this case, let's chazar one last teaching. The fact that chazar means both return and pig is not just coincidental. Rather, the sages say that the pig will one day return from its unkosher state. Absolutely. I fucking agree with that. I wholeheartedly agree with that. When Mashiach comes, the pig, the most unkosher among all animals, will be transformed into a kosher animal. And you know we've talked about it. Alright. So what was that fucking phrase? Okay, so suppose you were listening to the young person who was repeating their learning, and they were repeating it they knew it so well that they could just repeat it and they didn't have to write it down. And you knew it left his dorm in a chazar stall, that's like a fucking pigsty, full of chazere, that's like pig shit. Is it? No, it's technically like junk or junk food. You may think of him as chazar fissel for his act of chazar chef. What is that? You would think of this person as pig's feet for his chazar chef.
How does marriage provide one with eternality? A family
So that's someone who cannot see the needs of others.
Has a limited duration, has a limited life.
Really,
70
yeah.
years a person has.
Since in your mind acting like a chazer is simply a chazer trait. Something like a pig is simply like the worst kind of like kosher that you can have. Alright, that was cool. That was neat.
So it's like
Really? So there's chazer and
is actually the bracha on Yusha. That's how we
or there's chazir and chazer.
of Yerushalayim, even in the midst of our simcha, and this is how we
Chazer.
remember it. Beautiful text.
Alright, so chazer and chazir. So chazir I would say is pig, and chazer is to repeat. I mean, it needs a fucking differentiation. Alright, well that was a really cool story, Rabbi. I can't wait to tell what happened. Really? Yeah, oh yeah, that was great. Really? Yeah.
Make each other joyful.
Just
Reim Ahuvim, beloved friends, as your Creator has made you happy in Gan Eden in the past, Nikodem, right of yesteryear. Baruch Hashem, Misameach Hasan Nikala. Let's say Hashem, you are to for blessing. Misameach Hasan Nikala. Let's say solution is beautiful over here. So first of all, if you take a look at Rashi, Sameach to Sameach,
dude,
we're not going to do this.
I was so excited for the Winter Olympics, and then I watched none of it. Can't name anybody in it. It's ridiculous.
The order is
by
design. It's not random. So take a look at Rashi for just a moment.
Abraham Isaac Cook.
So Rashi says, bracha lechasan lekala
really? Whatever I want it to be, baby. That's the cool thing about this.
What's sameach to samach? So according to Rashi, this is a bracha to the chazan kala that they should be matzliach, and their hatzlacha, their success in life, should come with simcha, joy, and tov lev, gladness of heart. So it should be, in other words, you should go ahead and have success in life, and your success should be accompanied by life joy. Because I think you can also read Rashi just a little bit differently.
I don't know. The thing's not speaking.
It's your own Gemara. Listen to
are you happy? Dude, I was getting pissed at these fuckers in this Jewish server. Why? Because they were just like kicking me out. It's like, dog, you don't know who I am. Really? Who are you?
That you should have hatzlacha, you should have hatzlacha, and your hatzlacha should be accompanied by a sense of joy.
I'm the biggest pimp of all time, baby.
Is you should give the bracha to the chassan kala, but you should have hatzlacha in finding simcha. Sneggle said, we know this because as we get older, we understand this. You can have everything. It doesn't mean you're happy. See, when you're young, you think that happiness is the result of stuff. Right? If I acquire this, if I buy this, if I reach this your milestone, if I get this metric, then I'll be happy. As we get older, we recognize all of those things are very nice and very wonderful. But happiness is a choice. Happiness is a choice I have to make. And the moment that I make my happiness dependent on any external factor is the moment that essentially I have to take any possibility of finding simcha. So according to Rashi, this is the bracha. Sameach to samach. We go ahead and we give the chassan and kala.
I feel like this motherfucker, yeah, and I think it's good looking too. Really?
You should have hatzlacha in finding simcha. Not that you should have hatzlacha and it should be for simcha, but rather you should have hatzlacha in finding simcha. Because the most at the end of the day, it's not the biggest blessing in life. There's nothing less than having money. Money is great. Go on record. Money is good. It's not a wealthy. Right. But money is good. Material success is good because it makes the rest of life so much easier. But that's not the source.
I think I would live that someday and then eventually get to be vegan. That's supposed to really, yeah.
So Rashi goes on. Rashi goes on a little bit. We're not going to get into it right now. So let's say I'll mention something else. It's beautiful bracha. It is interesting to know that we say Sameach Kisana Be'ama B'Hum Kisamech when you pick up the Gan Eden Yitchada. We go ahead and we say to Hashem, you should make this chassan and kala as happy as chassan and kala were in Gan Eden. I don't know about you. I'm not like this is fucking for me. But chassan and kala doesn't exactly seem to feel like a storybook, like a storybook wedding that we know narrative over here. We were in Gan Eden for a couple of hours. Everything went south. Like they blamed each other for a whole bunch of stuff. So what's the pshat? When the person in Kala, you should be like Adam good Adam in Kala. That's wrong. Hashem the Bakkalish says something absolutely beautiful. He says, Adam in Kala, one Adam know without certainty, when you're actually certainty, that Kala was the one for him. And you watch the Kala know without certainty, that Adam was the one for him. Now obviously it helped that there were no other human beings on the face of the earth. But they knew with absolute certainty that they were with the person they needed to be with. What do we give the reference to the person of power? Right? Because we know sometimes these shalom diets, it's normal that post-wedding there's a little bit of bias in it. It happens, especially in today's sort of landscape, where people sometimes don't even know each other all that well. By the time you're getting married, sometimes it happens afterwards the person thinks to himself, maybe I could have done better. Hassan thinks this, a Kala thinks this. Right? So when I say what's the bracha with Yikra, a Hassan and Kala, you should be like Hassan and Kala. Hassan was 1,000% sure this is what we need to do. Kala was 1,000% sure that this was the matter. I will say, by the way, all kidding aside, if you go to marriage with that mindset, you can solve virtually any problem. If you go into marriage thinking, it's not such a big deal, there's always an escape hatch. There's always a pulling piece of emergency. I'm not stuck, I can get out of this if I need to. And sometimes the person does need to get out of things, absolutely. But when I say you accept the premise, that the person who I'm with is managed like my Chava, the person I'm with is managed like my Adam, then there's almost no challenge that you cannot overcome. Incredible. You know those like Asher bara sasam de simcha, sasam de kala. This is the bracha achlisa. The bracha achlisa. The bracha kashan de la Asher bara sasam de simcha. Hashem is pleased. Sasam de simcha, different words for joy. Kasam de kala, vila, lina, pizza, the kedva, abba, the akva, the shalom, the reyes. There was a Russian Kodesh. There are different words that capture nuance. Often in English, you cannot capture this same nuance. So if you look at this, Sasa and Simcha, both translate this out as joy, but of course, there are different forms of joy. Kasa and Kala, Gila, Lina, Pizza, Chazva, again, different forms of joy. Abba, Yakba, love, camaraderie of friendship, Shalom, peace, Reos, friendship, Nahira, Shalom, Inu, Shama Ba'ali, Yudam, Shalai, speedily Hashem, may it be heard in the streets of Yehuda and in the outskirts of Yerushalayim, Kol Sason the Kol Simcha, Kol Chason the Kol Kala. Literally again, the voice of rejoicing, the Sason and Simcha, the voice of a Chason and a Kala, Kol Mishalos Chason and Mitzvah, Uya Avinu B'Shina B'Yasam, the sound of the throngs of Chasanim coming from the Chopah, and the young men from the celebrations, the Dinasam of beautiful singing, Baruch Hashem, Nisaneach, Basan in Hakama. The Lord knows the beautiful, you read these words, and you feel a sense of simcha. Even at 6:06 in the morning, you read them and there's a certain energy that flows through your neshama. It's really simcha that you feel. The Lord said, that's Shana Brachas. And once again, remember, I want to point out, the Gemara stuff in leading off for because the piece of all that very of course, is part of this list. Because the Gemara goes like this. Maybe Ikra, the day that is the Hebrew that's in the way. So listen to this. So Levi went to the house of Rabbi, in the love for the wedding celebration of Rabbi Shimon Berei. Rabbi Shimon is the son of Rabbi. Just to get it clear, Rabbi Shimon, the son of Rabbi, is getting married, and Levi went to the festival. So what happened? So Baruch Chamish. So apparently it's interesting. They gave Levi all of the Sheva Brachos. Interesting, never seen that happen before. Right, but they gave Levi the Sheva Brachos. They gave Levi the Sheva Brachos. Right, but ultimately, again, Levi only made 5 brachos. Okay, we'll discuss what he left off. Next, Ravashi, Ravashi, he knew what the matter was. So Ravashi went to the Hasana of Mar, the son, right, of the Margaret, of Mar, son Baptist. He made 6 brachos. So much that you have. You have Levi making 5 brachos out of the Shara brachos, and ultimately again Ravashi making 6 brachos. Okay, what's going on over here? So they were the hot commitment. So let's see, what are they arguing about? Here we go. So let's say, I want to draw your attention to something very interesting. There are two seemingly overlapping blocks. And if you go back to the list, block number 2 was Yotzer HaAdam. There's less than 12 who best man. And then block number 3 is Asher Yotzer Es HaAdam Utzamo. Right? That Hashem fashioned man in his image. Shabbos is what's going on over here. So here we go. Let me look at this. Gemara Shabbat Chadi Yitziravi. One opinion says that when it comes to the creation of man, ultimately what? There was one act of creation. Chadi Yitziravi. Umar Savar Shtei Yitziravi. The other opinion said, no, there was two acts of creation. Shabbos says, now what's going on? So we look at Rashi. This is Rashi in the wide lines, second wide line. And just like one line, Chadi Yitziravi, there was one act of creation. Kiman Damar Be'erevin, Vayivan Asat Salah, Yirsof, Shemetilas, Kiyasa, Nivra, Shneiber, Sufin, Zacham, and the Father of the Kameachas. What's like here is, number one, Erevin days, there is a fundamental approach about the creation of man and woman. One opinion says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu created one being, fused man and woman together. The fun was man, or that, however you define it, fun and that. Right, we'll call it one side was man, one side was woman. That's how the original human being was created, and then subsequently, HaKadosh Baruch Hu split it into two. That's the first opinion. So the Gemara is suggesting that the opinion he holds that when you have to make 5 brachas, that's because you don't need 2 brachas of Asher Yatzah. Right? You don't need Yotzer HaAdam and Asher Yatzah. You only need one bracha about creation because there was only one initial act of creation. So the Gemara says, Umar Savar, still Yitzirah Shadi. The other thing is, no, there was not two creations. There was a Rashi say Yitziros. Iman Da'amar Shana Paya, only Menu Nibras HaIsha, Bahari Kanshi Yitziros. What's the second opinion that no, Chava was created, and there's 2 versions of this. Version number 1 is that underneath had a tail. He had an extra piece of flesh, and that piece of flesh was removed, and Chava was built from that. The second possibility, which is the Pasuk Shad and the Pasuk, which is what? Center for rib. Right? But the idea over here is that there were 2 distinct acts of creation. First, Hashem created man, and then there was a secondary act of creation which created his Chava, created woman. So I was suggesting that this is the fundamental approach to Rabbi and Rabbi. Rabbi holds down local and nice to do with 2 acts of creation, right? And therefore what? Therefore there are going to be 2 brachas that reflect creation. The bracha of Yotzer HaAdam and Asher Yotzer Es HaAdam. Versus Rabbi holds that there was only one act of creation. Man and woman were created, fused into one being, and subsequently separated. Therefore what? You only need one bracha of Asher Yotzer. Which the Gemara says, maybe not. Maybe not. Well, Gemara says that's true. Well, everyone agrees that there was one act of creation, meaning that Adam and Chava were created as one being, one side male, one side female. So men were created initially together, and then subsequently separated. So what's the machlokes? Look how beautiful this is. So what's the machlokes? Mar sabar basa machshava azinon, umar sabar basa ma'aseh. They will say, what's the machlokes? The machlokes is, do you go after the machshava, the thoughts of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, or the actions of HaKadosh Baruch Hu? They will say, what does it mean? This is incredible. Look at Rashi. Rashi's in basa machshava azinon. I mean, the wide lines of Rashi, 4 lines in basa machshava azinon. Shishnayim alu b'machshava v'yibaros. Sheniyim echad be'erev the parak holds the passage. So let's listen to this. So apparently, that Kodesh Baruch Hu originally wanted to make Adam and Chava 2 separate things. Initially 2 separate things, but then he decided to create them in one form. Right? So I will say, so the focus is like this. The 7 brachas reflect the original plan for creation, where there was going to be 2 distinct acts of creation, one for man, one for woman initially, and then for 2 brachas of Asher Yatzah Yitzirah, or do we go Basar Maisa? Or ultimately again, do we go after the actions of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, where what? He only created what? One being, Adam and Chava fused into one body. The Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda Ramixit, Rabbi Yehuda contrasts the creation. Vayivar Elokim es Adam Mitzvah. Well, says the pasuk says that Hashem created Adam in his image. Rishabah says means Hashem created one being. Zachar u'Nekiva b'ra'am. But then it says Hashem created them male and female. So I'll say, well, what's that? Also, how do you reconcile it? Did Hashem first create just Adam, or did he create Adam and Chava at the same time? Which was how created? The Tiva Alabama Machshav on the battle line. The both say originally Hashem's intention was to create two beings with a soul, Nidra Echad. But then in the end, he created one being. That both say, so again, there's still a focus in that one being. Was that one being one side male, one side female? Was it male and from some appendage or from a rib, female was made? But this is the idea, we'll say. Now, this is a fascinating Gemara. Because what I'll say, whenever you see Chazal say, Hashem originally had in mind to do X and then he did Y, there's only a problem with this, which is Ego Shalom doesn't change his mind. Ego Shalom has many qualities. One of them is he's exceptionally decisive. Right? So there's no wavering. So what's the pshat? What's the pshat that Hashem Allah Machshav originally he was going to create two, and then ultimately again he was to create one, then he decided to create one. So let's say embedded in this, if you look at the words, is this profound statement, marriage, as I was saying, look at this line. It's Tila Alava Machshav in the beginning, he had a mind to create two, and in the end, he created one. So let's say, I think this phrase is like the most incredible paradigm for successful marriage. How do you build a successful marriage? Because it is as simple as it is, I don't know. But nice, perhaps, as I'll tell you something incredible. The Chiva, in the beginning means before you get married. What's the halacha? If you want to build a successful marriage, first work is before you marry, you have to have a strong individual identity. Right? In other words, people who go into marriage not knowing who they are encounter an incredible amount of friction. So the Tila, even before you're married, all of the Machshav, as far as the Machshava is, with ROTHSCHILD. A man has to be an individual, and a woman has to be an individual. You have to know who you are before you join forces with someone else. Now again, obviously, is there still personalistic self-discovery when you get married as well? Of course. But I say, here's the shit when you get married. Only by so, Nidra Echad. With a self who's have to get married, Nidra Echad. Husband and wife have to be one. See, I will say, in marriage, there's no me and you, there's us. In marriage, husband and wife need to come together to become a cohesive unit, to move their life forward in sync. Doesn't mean that at the end of the day they're not different people. Doesn't mean that they don't have differences of opinion, that they don't see eye to eye on things. Of course not. That's part of the fabric of marriage as well. But I will say, as a unit, the basol, nivra echad. As a unit, we are a cohesive entity. Or Halal is teaching us is sometimes the only way to become a cohesive entity with someone else is first what? To know who you are. If I don't know who I am, then it's very difficult for me to be at peace with someone else. That's the soul. The Tila Al Machshav Shnayim in the beginning. You want to build a successful marriage? You know who you are. You know who you are. Who's your identity? What's your identity? Who are you? If you have that individual identity, then you can become a cohesive unit with your spouse and move lockstep about and move together throughout life. And I will say that's a marriage. That's a marriage. You know, see, the marriage is where like the spouse is like doing their own thing. Like this one does this one does that. Again, obviously every marriage is different. And spouses have different interests and they kind of wanna, pursue different things independently. Of course, some people have separate entities. But that has to be the exception, that's the rule. Marriage is nivra echad. Marriage ultimately is we're one unit, and we move the ball down the field together. Incredible Gemara. Ravashi, Iklavei Rav Kahana. So I say, here we go. Ravashi went to the house of Rav Kahana. Yom HaKama Baruch Kulu. This is interesting. So what happened? Shabrachas. So Ravashi went to the house of Rav Kahana. So I'll say it's not clear from here whether this was Rav Kahana's Shabrachas or maybe it was someone else's kid's Shabrachas. Right? Anyway, he goes, Yom HaKama Baruch Kulu. On the first day, they made all the Shabrachas. Mikan ve'ilech Ikapanim Kadoshos Baruch Ulu, V'ilo Afushe Simcha Ba'almahu, V'Baruch Shasimcha B'Mono V'Asher Baruch. So it's a very interesting idea. So what happens? First day they made all the Shabbos. On the subsequent days, what happened? If there are Panim Chadashos, like we saw, we'll say this is the beginning of the daf on Zion days. If there are Panim Chadashos, they would make all of the brachas. If there were not Panim Chadashos, then I will say, then what? This isn't considered to be a Shana Brachas meal. If it's not a Shana Brachas meal, then what is it? Avushe Simcha. It's a celebratory meal. And therefore, what do? We make the bracha of Shasimcha Bim Odo. That will say, Shasimcha Bim Odo is not a bracha. What is it? That's the opening, that's benching. Right? Baruch Elokeinu Shasimcha Bim Odo V'Shachol Mishalom. We'll say that's a unique opening of benching, a unique zuman, a unique zimon. That we make for Shana Brachas. The Asher Baruch and the bracha of Asher Baruch. So apparently, you might suggest over here is that the bracha of Asher Baruch ultimately is made even without Panim Chadashos. So what's incredible? See, if you have Panim Chadashos, you make Sheva Brachos all the days, all the 7 days of celebration. If you don't have Panim Chadashos, you'll use the unique introduction to benching and the bracha of Asher Baruch, and that's it. To which the Gemara says, Mishiva Ashkosh, listen to this. Okay, what about after the 7 days of celebration? Up until Chosh. So that's interesting, right? Because we begin to see this scene right now of time for what? For marriage and Averos. No jokes, right? Right, so what am I saying? It's very easy to get the same time, right? You have 7 days of Shabbat, 7 days of Shiva, 30 days Chosh for Averos, 30 days. So from the end of Shabbat, up until 30 days, listen to this. So what's very interesting? Any meal that the husband and Kala are part of, even after Shabbat, up until 30 days after their marriage, we use this special introduction to benching. Isn't that incredible? Even if the stated goal of the Suda is not celebratory, right? Even if the stated goal of the Suda is just a bunch of friends getting together, the Chasna and Kala are there within 30 days after the Chasna, Allah of the special introduction. After that, the Amanahu Machma Sibula, the Baruch Shashim Kabimano, the Ilo Lo. So it's wild. After 30 days, if there is a Suda that's for the express purpose of celebrating the nuptials of this husband and Kala, we still use this special introduction to benching. Rabbi said, what's the Avi Shaila? How long? Right? How long does that go on? We'll see that in just a moment. If the other leg must do the Ivy must. Okay, so I understand. You're going to tell me that I love Shalom anytime, even after the 30 days, that you're getting the husband and Kala together for a meal to celebrate their wedding. We'll do this special intro to benching. How long? I'm going to probably say the Rabbi ad Shesa Yarchei Shasa. Whole year. So let's say, so I just want to point out what we have over here. For Shabbat Brachos, first 7 days after they get married, if they're Panim Chadashos, then what? Full Shabbat Brachos and special intro to benching. No Shabbat Brachos, no Panim Chadashos, what do you have? Special intro to benching and Asher Baruch. After Shabbat Brachos, up for the first 30 days, what do you have? Even if there's not a stated goal of celebrating the wedding, the husband and Kala there, special intro to benching. After 30 days for the first year, if the express purpose of the gathering is to celebrate the wedding of the husband and Kala, then special intro to benching. Incredible. How early can you start? You'll get actually. So let's have you ask an interesting question. How early, or from what point and on, can you begin with the special intro to benching of what we call Shasimcha B'Ono V'Shachol Mishalom? That's what we do this today. Right? So how early, from what point can you begin to use the special intro to benching? So listen to this, it's incredible. So the Gemara says, I'm gonna Papa, if you run Sari Ba'asimcha. So it's you look around, you actually get to yourselves. 5 lines up there about 4 lines up there about it. If you run Sari Ba'asimcha, Yesh Shorim Sorim Ba'aribas Mayim, Ba'ato Shech al Tzar Shkofa. Listen, when you begin to soak the barley, make the beer. So apparently everyone knows you soak that barley, the party has officially begun, right? So the moment you begin to soak the barley, that's like the beginning of the Simcha Sabbath. Actually, then goes on, the Omen, Yeshina Chasar, Bakala, Zorin, Sorin, Bahatzitz, Roma, Peru, Ravu, Simcha Kizora. This is beautiful. She quotes an ancient custom. And for a custom, what they would do is they would take the perforated flower pot with upsticks knuckle, and they would plant barley. One stalk of barley to the custom, one stalk of barley to the cow. And those are they would say that now barley is the fastest growing grain. And they would say that just like the barley is being fruitful and multiplying, so to the custom and kala should be fruitful and multiplying. So such a beautiful, and I guess the custom and kala would keep the plant, would keep the barley plant out of all their apartments in the window. So they'll say this was a good low budget custom results, right? They'll say so again. So again, two different things. Either putting the barley in the water for the beer, or sowing the barley in the pot, in the perforated flower pot for the chassan and kala. But essentially, once that happens, that's the beginning of the simcha. Meaning that so Papa went ahead and made a wedding for Abamara's son, and he made the special benching already by Iverson. Shiny that Papa got the Tarasai. The Papa was different because the Papa had people to take care of all of this stuff. So the first time that our Papa was actually involved in anything was by his Suuda, by the Iris. In other words, the Papa didn't put the barley in the beer. The Papa didn't sow the barley plant in the perforated pot. He had people. So the first time that our Papa was actually involved in something was the Suuda by Iris. Therefore, that was the first time that our Papa used this special intro to benching. Was it beautiful? Second white line. Ravina Yosef in the gray. Mira Habiba was his incredible Gemara. Ravina made a chasna for his son with the daughter of Rav Habiba, who Baruch Mishas Iris, and he decided to use the special intro to benching from Arison. From Arison, the Joseph, by the way, is much earlier. Remember again, it was up to a year in between Arison and Yisur. So which means he's ready to use this special intro to benching for a whole year. Papa said, Ravina said, I'm confident I feel confident to do this. Why? Because the Kala's family is not going to break off the Shiva. Right? The Shiva is golden. It's good to go. Nothing's going to happen. What's the end of the story? Something didn't work out, and the Kala's family walked away from the Shiva. So let's say, what a story. What a story. So you wonder to yourself, like, okay, why have to include this? Listen, what a ROTHSCHILD. Never be overly confident about anything in life, and never assume anything is a done deal until it's a done deal. I must say this is true in everything. If you're working on something else that you think about it, a lot of times in life, the reason why things don't get done is because we take projects 75% of the way. And then we assume that the last 25% is just an important difference. And you forget that often the last 25% that means the most amount of that. And so stuff remains undone. And I worked so hard. You worked so hard, but you left it to someone else to finish it. Or you left it to chance to finish it. If you want something done in life, see it through to the finish line. And of course, it's true in ourselves as well. The mission of it says, don't believe in yourself until the day that you die. Never believe you're above temptation. Never believe that you can't things figured out. The only time in life that you're above temptation is when you're dead. And the only time that I've got things figured out is when I'm dead. Not because I've figured everything out, but there's nothing really more to figure out once I'm dead. So the nice thing is, don't believe that you've got it all done. Like, understand, so don't believe in yourself. Or as it looks like, the person has to be constantly and perpetually working on themselves until I can no longer do so. Leave no right project to chance, get it done, and finish it to completion. And the nice one, working on yourself. Don't assume you're in a good spot. I'm good. You might be good, but the nice thing, without constant perpetual self-improvement, a person slips back and regresses. Incredible story. Baruch Shis Alefba. He made 6 brachas. That will say, but again, he transformed them all into one bracha. That will say, the definition of a long bracha is what? One that begins with Baruch and ends with Baruch. So you decided to make the longer form, but let's focus on Kabbalah. No, the halacha doesn't follow that way. The chaviva eklodei muhula. So let's say the chaviva went for bris. In willing to go bris. Or shasimcha b'mono. So let's say he decided to use the introductory shasimcha b'mono for pension. Right? Now let's say, now what does shasimcha b'mono mean? We say that the simcha is in his abode. Now let's say the abode is a reference to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We assume that when a yid is the simcha, when a yid is the simcha in this world, Hashem is the simcha in his abode as well. So therefore, again, comes along Rabbi Chaviva goes to a bris. What a simcha! What a simcha! He decides to add in shasimcha b'mono for that thing. So Sakavati Nalacha doesn't follow him. Why not? Because the most about it, not everyone is happy. Like he's not happy, the baby's not happy, and also the mother. Like often again, there's pain because the most say, by the way, it's such a profound yisod that as long as there is another Jew who is in a state of sad, a person is left to realize I'm not in a complete state of happiness when there's someone else who suffers. So my simcha at the bliss is somewhat muted. I think he's not going to remember it. He's not going to remember it. But when I saw right here, I think he probably should have been comfortable. Right? And the mother, father also plays a big for a mother. Knows that pain and she knows that her child is going through pain as well. So also if there are other Jews who aren't sad, then by definition, I'm enjoying my bagel and my life. It's fantastic. Right? It's completely a good day. Right? But when I saw my simcha is muted when I know that someone else is not the same. It's incredible. What's an interesting statement. The Rabbi says about Kassanim are part of the minyan, but Aveil and mourners are not part of the minyan. I will say, we don't know what this is talking about. I should say, for Kassanim I understand, but Kassanim means something, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Shavas. Aveil, I don't know what it means that they're part of the minyan. Or say that they're not part of the minyan. Let's analyze. Here we go. So the Gemara says, may say, Kassanim ba'aveil and minyan. I have read that says Kassanim and Aveil are both part of the minyan. You're bringing a Mishnah to go ahead and contradict Rav. Rav is a Tana. Because he's a Tana, what can he do? He can argue on Mishnah. But it's my other story of Yochanan. Kassanim counts as part of the minyan, but Avelim don't count as part of the minyan. Meisiyah is a kasha. Kassanim ba'aveil and minyan. I just want to point out, we don't know what we're talking about. In other words, again, Kassanim are pretty sure Shavras, Avelim, I don't know what Avelim has to do with the minyan. So again, about yourself, Kassanim ba'aveil and minyan. Kassanim and Avelim are part of the minyan. So what's the other days? Tanya Hahiv, the Gerkas Hamad. Oh, okay, let's talk about this. When do we say that an ovel is part of a minyan? The one says that's a reference to pension. What's the shop at pension? Look at that Rashi customer days. With starting in Gimo, with Zamin Alav, Shari Chaifa Kalanesis. So let's say we might be guessing over the once again. When an ovel is in Shiva, and there's pension in the home, the ovel is part of the mission, or is an Indian part of the mission. That's what it means that the ovel is part of the mission. So let's say, okay, but what is when Rabbi Yochanan said before that the ovel is not part of the mission? What is that referring to? He come Rabbi Yochanan to Shura. Now let's say that refers to the Shura. Now let's say the Shura is the line. What's that? It's Rashi. You say, Kodim Yachever, how you also Shura Sunny Paolel. The Nakamo, or even also, Reno says, what's the thing? In fact, we need to details of English differences. The sense of the Gemara Shura is actually a circle around the oven. We used to form a circle around the oven, and often with the condolences as he was sitting Shiva. The one thing, so again, that requires a meaning. That Shura, an oven is not part of. When we say oven is part of a minion, that means that during Shiva, the bench or what you say, oven minion means the oven counts. When does the oven count? During Shiva, there's an instrument in the Shiva. When there's a minion in the Shiva, the oven counts as one of the minion, one of the result. So the Shura, he does not work like contemporarily. We know we do Shura a little bit differently. By us, we do it in cemetery, and we just form two lines, parallel lines, and the other walks through. Same concept, but a little bit different. So the Alhata is going to be open on the button that has Kasana Das, so let's say, 1 second, Mishnah for Rabbi Yochanan said, "We make Birchas Chasan and Ba'asara Chasan and Amin. Make Shalom
Oh,
Brachas.
that's
Shalom
balling.
Brachas. You
I
need 10
think
people,
we're not
and
gonna
the Chasanim are part
listen
of the
to
10."
everything today.
The Gemara says, "Birchas Avelim
I'm okay
Ba'asara." We make the bracha for Avelim.
with that for right
Ve'ein
now.
Avelim min
Why?
Amin. But the Avelim are not part of the minyan. So we'll say,
We
so
did
now
too,
we
because
say,
these are longer.
bracha b'shura
But I
minyan.
really
So
like
we'll say,
that.
you want
Yehuda,
to say that
actually.
when we said, when Rabbi
Good
Yochanan
on you,
said
dog.
before,
Alright, you
that
gotta tell your
Avelim don't
story.
count
It's not
as part of the
great, but
minyan, that
it's
was in
actually the
Yeshua.
greatest fucking
That
thing
was
of
in
all
the
time.
circle.
Really?
But now we're
It's
saying
whatever you want it to
that
be, baby.
the Adam doesn't
Alright,
count as
now
part
what? You gotta go to this fucking Chabad,
in the shura.
do it
There's
yourself.
no bracha.
Bullshit.
What's going
See
on
what the
over there?
fuck Abby's up to today.
Why?
Why? Probably poisoning us.
This is fascinating.
My
When Rabbi Yochanan
gosh.
said that
Why
the
is it
Avelim
called
don't
that?
count as part of the minyan, that was for the
Why?
gathering in the street. Look at Rashi, this is incredible.
Why?
Rashi says, "Kishemevarin es ha'avel suda rishona mishal achirim." Moshe, listen to this. The order is as follows, right? So Ruvain loses his
Maybe.
father
I don't know.
Yaakov. Okay, so there's a Levaya. Ruvain buries his
Modern
father.
Deco
Ruvain now
Pouch.
comes back. The Lord says the first
Which I'm
meal
coined by
that
Jan
Ruvain has is
Whetstone,
what's called Sudas
the
Havah.
craft
So
blues
we'll have this
inventor.
today, right?
Modern
That meal,
Deco
we're going to
Pouch.
Moichan, cannot come from the Avos own
Dude, the
household.
term
It
mod
has to be
used to
provided
be
for by the community.
far
That meal is
more.
customarily
I guess
eaten
like
in the
modern
street
like
in
that.
a public setting. Rashi says,
What do we use now? Like meal a lot of times, but where's this bullshit?
so the Avel would be eating the
Chabad
first
got
meal
one
in the street in a
fucking
public
website.
setting.
I have this-
And it was
You
there
have this
during
so
that meal
shitty.
that the community would come
Really?
and they would say a bracha. We'll see what the bracha
I mean,
is.
it's okay.
So Rabbi Yochanan is
It
saying
could be
that
better.
bracha requires a minyan, and who's not
Alright,
part
what
of
are
that
we learning
minyan?
today?
The Avel. Avel's not part of that minyan. He wants to Allah Hadar and Yitzchak Am Rabbi Yochanan. Bevartim
That's what
bechas
that
chasanim ba'asara kol shiva.
With the beautiful hands.
Bechasanim min minyan.
Why do you think this bitch has such nice hands? I don't know. They're just kind of
Make
still
sure
like
that
hands.
bechas chasanim with
Like,
10 people,
nice.
right? And the chasan is part of the
I
minyan.
need this. Didn't you already do this?
Right,
Yeah,
also,
this is the thing with the fucking shit on the side. Have a common bag,
right,
the
with
deed, the
minyan,
guide to
all the
mitzvah.
days of
Okay, so
Shabbat,
we've done
the
everything
Ein
with that
Avelim and
bitch.
the minyan, but the Avelim are not part of the minyan. So
Alright,
it's
how to light
Shabbat.
Shabbat
We
candles.
make the bracha all 7 days. The Chava Kol Shiva Mi'ika. The Lord say the only time you're making the bracha in the street is when first day. Remember, the first day, it's one time when as the Avel is eating. It's Sudas Havah.
It is.
Which provided by the community. The community comes out and offers
Dude,
him
it's
the
super
blessing of
stressful. Is
consolation.
it? It's a
So the
candle.
Gemara says, Mi Iga.
Then Shabbat gets it. It's
Sorry.
amazing.
So Rechas v'Chava Kol Shiva Mi Iga. Shkatas La Shekanim Chadash. What I say, this is
Hope it doesn't smell like that fucking scent of Stella.
where
What the fuck?
what we call the Birchas Avelim, which is a bracha for the Avelim. There is a time for you even make it past the first day. When is that? Chanim Chadoshos. Someone comes to make a Shiva visit who was not at the Levaya, who was not at the Sudas Havra'ah. It was real husbands, right? But apparently he would make the Birchas Avelim as well. So we'll say,
We used to call it the Facebook back in the day.
That Birchas Avelim requires what? Requires a minyan.
Really?
And
It's
who's
still
not
Facebook
part of that
account. Everybody
minyan?
knows that.
The Avel. So we'll say, watch this Gemara. This is a dramatic Gemara. Here we go. So the Gemara says,
Tzedakah, Ishat Chayil, Tzedakah Sproy.
Was the Rabbi. He taught the sons of Reish Lakish Kriya. He was the Kriya, the reading Rabbi. And sons of Reish Lakish. I'm ready. Master Reish Lakish. I'm the same cut the Mishnayos. Point over here. The Kriya Bar Abba was the Rabbi, the children of Reish Lakish. What happened to the Kriya Bar Abba? Shafin Lemunuka. Unfortunately, the Kriya Bar Abba's young child passed away.
It's actually not that simple. Because everything you usually say the bracha and then do it. But this one, you do it and then say the bracha.
He didn't go the first day. I will say there are reasons for that. You saw him his white cut. Because the concept of not going to visit the Avel, according to some means the first day, according to other means the first 3 days, because that's when the morning is most intense. He wanted to be Avel some level of privacy. He doesn't go the first day. What happens? The Mahar, Gabri, so no Oslo Gabe.
That Kodesh, we talked about that. It's getting fancy. I actually don't really like it.
Who was his Torgaman? What's another game? What's a Torgaman? We translate Torgaman as a translator. I know that's not what it is. Remember, Shakish would give shear. And what would be the job of Yehuda by
Fuck yeah.
Sometimes there's more multi-concept as you translate them.
Yahadushin.
Which was digestible even by the common individuals. So Shakish is about money. Come with me to the Shema.
Alright, well that was cool. Really? Yeah. It wasn't long, so that's cool. Alright, what are we talking about today? I'll tell a story. It just happened, but you can tell I'm Jazz, and I know I talk about it. Why? Alright, so I've been kicked out of everybody's fucking server on Discord. Why? I don't know. I don't understand it. Why can't you just, like, come into somebody's server